Section 57 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Table showing the number of operative rubbish carters employed throughout London, the wages received by them, the number of weeks they are employed, as well as the quantity of rubbish removed by them in the course of the year. Kensington. Master Rubbish Carter, Mr. J. Bird. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers working in gangs, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Quantity of rubbish carted annually, 2,340 loads. Number of days in the week each operative is employed at rubbish carting, 6. Number of weeks during the year each operative is engaged in removing rubbish, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Howe. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads. Annually, 1,404. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Dubbins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads. Annually, 1,404. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Taylor. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 1,872. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Gale. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 1,872. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. G. Bird. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Chelsea. Mr. Nichols. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Emerson. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 2,340. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Freeman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 2,340. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Pattison. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Porter. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 18 loads. Annually, 2,808. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St. George's, Hanover Square. Mr. Rollins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 1,248. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Wells. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads. Annually, 624. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Watkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 1,170. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Lydiard. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 1,170. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Westminster. Mr. Farmer. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 1,920. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 20. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Bugby. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 4. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 30 loads. Annually, 2,340. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Weekly wages of the operatives working in gangs, 18 shillings. Mr. Redding. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 4. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 30 loads. Annually, 2,340. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Weekly wages of the operatives working in gangs, 18 shillings. Mr. Francis. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Westminster Improvements. Mr. Chadwick. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 2,340. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Francis. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Farmer. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Duggan. Number of operative rubbish carters, 8. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 40 loads. Annually, 6,240. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St. Martin's. Mr. T. Cooper. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 3. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 21 loads. Annually, 1,872. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Weekly wages of the operatives working in gangs, 20 shillings. Mr. Wall. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 2. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 1,248. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Weekly wages of the operatives working in gangs, 20 shillings. Mr. Duggan. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 1,248. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St James's, Westminster. Mr Nichols. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 1,560. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Wells. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads. Annually, 624. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Watkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 810. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 9. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Marylebone. Mr Freeman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 2,808. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 39. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Cormack. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 2,496. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Nichols. Number of operative rubbish carters, 8. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads. Annually, 1,872. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Watkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 40 loads. Annually, 4,160. Number of days in the week, 4. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Perkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Culverwell. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Paddington. Mr Cormack. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Tame. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 18 loads. Annually, 432. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Humphreys. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 18 loads. Annually, 702. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr Nichols. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 268. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Hampstead. Messrs Seal and Jackson. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads, annually 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 20 shillings. Mr. Kirtland. Number of operative rubbish carters, 1. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 3 loads, annually 468. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 20 shillings. Mr. Hingston. Number of operative rubbish carters, 1. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 3 loads, annually 117. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 20 shillings. Mr. Batterbury. Number of operative rubbish carters, 1. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 3 loads, annually 117. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 20 shillings. St. Pancras. Mr. Smith. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads, annually 384. Number of days in the week, 4. Number of weeks during the year, 12. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Perkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 8. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads, annually 1,872. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Reddin. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads, annually 2,304. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 16. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. J. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads, annually 2,304. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 16. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. M. Rose. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 468. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Islington. Mr. Eldred. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 1,920. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 16. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Croot. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Speller. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads, annually 288. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. J. Rose. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 1,560. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Hackney. Mr. Piper. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads, annually 702. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Rumball. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 18 loads, annually 2,808. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Booth. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads, annually 1,170. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St Giles's. Mr Duggan. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr Freeman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads, annually 624. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Bugby. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads, annually 768. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 16. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Wall. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads, annually 288. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 19 shillings. Mr Mildwater. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads, annually 180. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St Giles's Improvements. Mr Reddin. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 50 loads, annually 3,900. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Bugby. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 50 loads, annually 3,900. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr North. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 432. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Nichols. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 1,560. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Strand. Mr Piper. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads, annually 384. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Reddin. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 480. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Ellis. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 180. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Cooper. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 108. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks in the year, 3. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Holborn. Mr Lovell. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads, annually 312. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr McCarthy. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads, annually 1,872. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Wells. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 468. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Ellis. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 324. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 9. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Holborn and New Oxford Street improvements. Mr. Redding. Number of operative rubbish carters, 20. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 80 loads, annually 6,240. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Bugby. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 40 loads, annually 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Nichols. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 480. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Ellis. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads, annually 936. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. T. Brown. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 624. Number of days in the week, 4. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Clerkenwell. Mr. Wood. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads, annually 576. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Johnson. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads, annually 360. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 17 shillings. Mr. Clarkson. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads, annually 432. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 3. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. North. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 144. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. J. Brown. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads, annually 180. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St. Luke's. Mr. Rhodes. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 500. Number of days in the week, 5. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Wood. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 360. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Dodd. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads, annually 1,200. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 10. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Gould. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 30 loads, annually 2,340. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. East London. Messrs. Pratt and Sewell. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads, annually 351. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Tomkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads, annually 234. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Crook. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads, annually 234. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Abbott. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads, annually 384. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. West London. Mr. Rutty. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 360. Number of days in the week, 5. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Kitchener. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads, annually 360. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Wickham. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 240. Number of days in the week, 5. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Porter. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads, annually 864. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 9. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. West London Improvements. Mr. Crook. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads, annually 468. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. McCarthy. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 30 loads, annually 4,680. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 20 shillings. Mr. Reddin. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 25 loads, annually 3,900. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Rook. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 30 loads, annually 4,680. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Bugby. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 25 loads, annually 3,900. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Chadwick. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 25 loads, annually 3,900. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. London City. Mr. Bateman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 288. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Tame. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads, annually 216. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 3. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Walker. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads, annually 144. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 3. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Harmadu. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads. Annually, 216. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Bindi. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 72. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. London City Improvements. Mr. Duggan. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 50 loads. Annually, 7,800. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Bugby. Number of operative rubbish carters, 20. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 100 loads. Annually, 15,600. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Gould. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 50 loads. Annually, 7,800. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Shoreditch. Mr. Booth. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 360. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Stiles. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads. Annually, 96. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Wood. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 780. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Gould. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 1,560. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Bethnal Green. Mr. Calvert. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads. Annually, 240. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 10. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Newman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 234. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Rook. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 624. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Tilley. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Whitechapel. Mr. Newman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads. Annually, 216. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Tomkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 234. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Abbott. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 90. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St. George's in the East. Mr. Clark. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 18 loads. Annually, 360. Number of days in the week, 4. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Calvert. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 192. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Newman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 216. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Tompkins. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 108. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Stepney. Mr. Abbott. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 18 loads. Annually, 432. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Newman. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 288. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Potter. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 180. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Church. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 216. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 6. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Poplar. Mr. Pine. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 324. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 9. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Monk. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 780. Number of days in the week, 5. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Tingey. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads. Annually, 240. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 10. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Gabriel. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 624. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Jones. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 192. Number of days in the week, 4. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St. George's. Mr. Reddin. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 40 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. G. Whitton. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 10 loads. Annually, 780. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St. Olave's. Mr. Webben. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr. Reddin. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 40 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. St Saviour's, Southwark. Mr Bugby. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 72. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Ryder. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 72. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Wright. Number of operative rubbish carters, 1. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 3 loads. Annually, 36. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 4. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Bermondsey. Mr Peake. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Duckett. Number of operative rubbish carters, 12. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 36 loads. Annually, 5,616. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Elworthy. Number of operative rubbish carters, 8. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads. Annually, 3,744. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Slee. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 3,120. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Adams. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 2. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 4,680. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 39. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Weekly wages of the operatives working in gangs, 18 shillings. Newington. Mr Gutteris. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads. Annually, 270. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 5. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Crawley. Number of operative rubbish carters, 2. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 8 loads. Annually, 256. Number of days in the week, 4. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Mr Martinbuddy. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads. Annually, 960. Number of days in the week, 4. Number of weeks during the year, 10. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 18 shillings. Wandsworth. Mr Nicholson. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 1,170. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 17 shillings. Mr Mears. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 468. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 17 shillings. Mr Parsons. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 864. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 9. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 17 shillings. Mr Easton. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 720. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 17 shillings. Lambeth. Mr J Whitton. Number of operative rubbish carters, 10. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 40 loads. annually 2008, number of days in the week 4, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 19 shillings. Mr. G. Whitton, number of operative rubbish carters 8, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 24 loads, annually 1248, number of days in the week 4, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 19 shillings. Mr. Kenning, number of operative rubbish carters 2, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 10 loads, annually 390, number of days in the week 3, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Camberwell, Mr. Hook, number of operative rubbish carters 6, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 18 loads, annually 540, number of days in the week 3, number of weeks during the year 10, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Mr. Michel, number of operative rubbish carters 2, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 8 loads, annually 384, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 8, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Mr. Marsland, number of operative rubbish carters 2, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 8 loads, annually 128, number of days in the week 4, number of weeks during the year 4, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Mr. Walton, number of operative rubbish carters 2, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 6 loads, annually 144, number of days in the week 4, number of weeks during the year 6, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Mr. Evans, number of operative rubbish carters 1, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 3 loads, annually 90, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 5, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Rotherhithe, Mr. Walker, number of operative rubbish carters 10, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 30 loads, annually 3,240, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 18, weekly wages of rubbish carters 15 shillings. Mr. Brown, number of operative rubbish carters 8, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 24 loads, annually 936, number of days in the week 3, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Mr. Hobman, number of operative rubbish carters 12, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 36 loads, annually 1404, number of days in the week 3, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Mr. East, number of operative rubbish carters 6, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 18 loads, annually 702, number of days in the week 3, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 18 shillings. Mr. Stevens, number of operative rubbish carters 5, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 20 loads, annually 1,560, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 15 shillings. Greenwich, Mr. Jeffrey, number of operative rubbish carters 2, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 10 loads, annually 600, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 10, weekly wages of rubbish carters 15 shillings. Mr. Turtle, number of operative rubbish carters 5, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 15 loads, annually 720, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 8, weekly wages of rubbish carters 14 shillings. Mr. Hiscock, number of operative rubbish carters 2, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 6 loads, annually 432, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 12, weekly wages of rubbish carters 17 shillings. Mr. Allen, number of operative rubbish carters 2, number of shovellers 0, quantity of rubbish carted daily 10 loads, annually 780, number of days in the week 6, number of weeks during the year 13, weekly wages of rubbish carters 12 shillings. Woolwich, Mr. Connell, Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 10 loads. Annually, 1,560. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 26. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 16 shillings. Mr. Waller. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 6 loads. Annually, 468. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Miller. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Fuller. Number of operative rubbish carters, 8. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 16 loads. Annually, 960. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 10. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Barnes. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 648. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 9. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Sharp. Number of operative rubbish carters, 12. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 36 loads. Annually, 1,404. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Taylor. Number of operative rubbish carters, 8. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 24 loads. Annually, 2,016. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 14. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Gino. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 20 loads. Annually, 780. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Millard. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 10 loads. Annually, 390. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Graham. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 9 loads. Annually, 270. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 10. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Lewisham. Mr. Peaks. Number of operative rubbish carters, 5. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 15 loads. Annually, 810. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 9. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Wellard. Number of operative rubbish carters, 3. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 936. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Fleckle. Number of operative rubbish carters, 6. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 18 loads. Annually, 1,404. Number of days in the week, 6. Number of weeks during the year, 13. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Mr. Hollis. Number of operative rubbish carters, 4. Number of shovellers, 0. Quantity of rubbish carted daily, 12 loads. Annually, 288. Number of days in the week, 3. Number of weeks during the year, 8. Weekly wages of rubbish carters, 15 shillings. Total number of operative rubbish carters, 840. Total number of shovellers working in gangs, 15. Total quantity of rubbish carted daily, 3,134 loads. Total quantity of rubbish carted annually, 259,831 loads. End of section 57. Section 58 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of casual labour in general, and that of the rubbish carters in particular. The subject of casual labour is one of such vast importance in connection with the welfare of a nation and its people, and one of which the causes as well as consequences seem to be so utterly ignored by economical writers and unheeded by the public, that I propose here saying a few words upon the matter in general, with the view of enabling the reader the better to understand the difficulties that almost all unskilled and many skilled labourers have to contend with in this country. By casual labour I mean such labour as can obtain only occasional, as contradistinguished from constant, employment. In this definition I include all classes of workers, literate and illiterate, skilled and unskilled, whose professions, trades, or callings expose them to be employed temporarily rather than continuously, and whose incomes are in a consequent degree fluctuating, casual, and uncertain. In no country in the world is there such an extent, and at the same time such a diversity, of casual labour as in Great Britain. This is attributable to many causes, commercial and agricultural, natural and artificial, controllable and uncontrollable. I will first show what are the causes of casual labour, and then point out its effects. The causes of casual labour may be grouped under two heads. 1. The brisk and slack seasons, and fit times, or periodical increase and decrease of work in certain occupations. 2. The surplus hands, appertaining to the different trades. First, as to the briskness or slackness of employment in different occupations. This depends in different trades on different causes, among which may be enumerated a. The weather, b. The seasons of the year, c. The fashion of the day, d. Commerce and accidents. I shall deal with each of these causes seriatim. a. The labour of thousands is influenced by the weather. It is suspended or prevented in many instances by stormy or rainy weather, and in some few instances it is promoted by such a state of things. Among those whose labour cannot be executed on wet days, or executed but imperfectly, and who are consequently deprived of their ordinary means of living on such days, are paviours, pipe layers, bricklayers, painters of the exteriors of houses, slaters, fishermen, watermen plying with their boats for hire, the crews of the river steamers, a large body of agricultural labourers, such as hedgers, ditchers, mowers, reapers, ploughmen, thatchers, and gardeners, costermongers and all classes of street sellers to a great degree, street performers, and showmen. With regard to the degree in which agricultural, or indeed in this instance woodland, labour may be influenced by the weather, I may state that a few years back there had been a fall of oaks on an estate belonging to Colonel Craddock, near Greta Bridge, and the poor people, old men and women, in the neighbourhood were selected to strip off the bark for the tanners under the direction of a person appointed by the proprietor. For this work they were paid by the basket load. The trees lay in an open and exposed situation, and the rain was so incessant that the barkers could scarcely do any work for the whole of the first week, but kept waiting under the nearest shelter in the hopes that it would clear up. In the first week of this employment nearly 1/3 of the poor persons who had commenced their work with eagerness had to apply for some temporary parochial relief. A rather curious instance this of a parish suffering from the casualty of a very humble labour, and actually from the attempt of the poor to earn money and do work prepared for them. On the other hand, some few classes may be said to be benefited by the rain which is impoverishing others. These are cabmen, who are the busiest on showery days, scavagers, umbrella makers, clog and patten makers. I was told by the omnibus people that their vehicles filled better in hot than in wet weather. But the labour of thousands is influenced also by the wind. An easterly wind prevailing for a few days will throw out of employment 20,000 dock labourers and others who are dependent on the shipping for their employment, such as lumpers, corn porters, timber porters, shipbuilders, sailmakers, lightermen, watermen, and indeed almost all those who are known as longshoremen. The same state of things prevails at Hull, Bristol, Liverpool, and all our large ports. Frost, again, is equally inimical to some labourers' interests. The frozen-out market gardeners are familiar to almost everyone, and indeed all those who are engaged upon the land may be said to be deprived of work by severely cold weather. In the weather alone, then, we find a means of starving thousands of our people. Rain, wind, and frost are many a labourer's natural enemies, and to those who are fully aware of the influence of the elements upon the living and comforts of hundreds of their fellow creatures, the changes of weather are frequently watched with a terrible interest. I am convinced that altogether a wet day deprives not less than 100,000 and probably nearer 200,000 people, including builders, bricklayers, and agricultural labourers, of their ordinary means of subsistence, and drives the same number to the public houses and beer shops. On this part of the subject I have collected some curious facts, thus not only decreasing their income, but positively increasing their expenditure, and that perhaps in the worst of ways. Nor can there be fewer dependent on the winds for their bread. If we think of the vast number employed either directly or indirectly at the various ports of this country, and then remember that at each of these places the prevalence of a particular wind must prevent the ordinary arrival of shipping, and so require the employment of fewer hands, we shall have some idea of the enormous multitude of men in this country who can be starved by a nipping and an eager air. If in London alone there are 20,000 people deprived of food by the prevalence of an easterly wind, and I had the calculation from one of the principal officers of the St. Catherine Dock Company, surely it will not be too much to say that throughout the country there are not less than 50,000 people whose living is thus precariously dependent. Altogether, I am inclined to believe that we shall not be over the truth if we assert there are between 100,000 and 200,000 individuals and their families, or 500,000 of people, dependent on the elements for their support in this country. But this calculation refers to those classes only who are deprived of a certain number of days' work by an alteration of the weather, a cause that is essentially ephemeral in its character. The other series of natural events influencing the demand for labour in this country are of a more continuous nature, the stimulus and the depression enduring for weeks rather than days. I allude to the second of the four circumstances above mentioned as inducing briskness or slackness of employment in different occupations, namely (b) the seasons. These are the seasons of the year, and not the arbitrary seasons of fashion, of which I shall speak next. The following classes are among those exposed to the uncertainty of employment, and consequently of income, from the above cause, since it is only in particular seasons that particular works, such as buildings, will be undertaken, or that open-air pleasure excursions will be attempted. Carpenters, builders, brickmakers, painters, plasterers, paper-hangers, rubbish-carters, sweeps, and riggers and lumpers, the latter depending mainly on the arrival of the timber ships to the Thames, and this owing to the ice in the Baltic Sea and in the river St. Lawrence, and so on, takes place only at certain seasons of the year. Coal whippers and coal porters, the coal trade being much brisker in winter. Market porters, and those employed in summer in steamboat, railway, van, and barge excursions. Then there are the casualties attending agricultural labour, for although the operations of nature are regular even as the seed time follows the harvest, there is almost invariably a smaller employment of labour after the completion of the haymaking, the sheep shearing, and the grain reaping labours. For the hay and corn harvests it is well known that there is a periodical immigration of Irishmen and women who clamour for the casual employment. Others again leave the towns for the same purpose. The same result takes place also in the fruit and pea picking season for the London green markets, while in the winter such people return some to their own country and some to form a large proportion of the casual class in the metropolis. A tall Irishman of about 34 or 35, whom I had to see when treating of the religion of the street Irish, leaves his accustomed crossing sweeping at all or most of the seasons I have mentioned, and returns to it for the winter at the end of October, while his wife and children are then so many units to add to the casualties of the street sale of apples, nuts, and onions, by overstocking the open-air markets. The autumnal season of hop picking is the grand rendezvous for the vagrancy of England and Ireland, the stream of London vagrancy flowing frequently into Kent at that period, and afterwards flowing back with increased volume. Men, women, and children are attracted to the hop harvest. The season is over in less than a month, and then the casual labourers engaged in it, and they are nearly all casual labourers, must divert their industry or their endeavours for a living into other channels, swelling the amount of casualty in unskilled work or street trade. Numerically, to estimate the influence of the seasons on the labour market of this country is almost an overwhelming task. Let us try, however. There are in round numbers 1,000,000 agricultural labourers in this country. Saying that in the summer 4 labourers are employed for every 3 in the winter, there would be 250,000 people and their families, or say 1,000,000 of individuals, deprived of their ordinary subsistence in the winter time. This, of course, does not include those who come from Ireland to assist at the harvest getting. How many these may be I have no means of ascertaining. Added to these there are the natural vagabonds, whom I have before estimated at another 100,000 (see page 408, vol. 1), and who generally help at the harvest work or the fruit or hop picking. Then there are the carpenters, who are 163,000 in number, the builders 9,200, the brickmakers 18,000, the painters 48,200, the coal whippers 9,200, the coal miners 110,000, making altogether 350,000 people, and estimating that for every 4 hands employed in the brisk season there are only 3 required in the slack, we have 80,000 more families, or 300,000 people deprived of their living by the casualty of labour. So that if we assert that there are at the least, including agricultural labourers, 1,250,000 people thus deprived of their usual means of living, we shall not be very wide of the truth. The next cause of the briskness or slackness of different employments is C. Fashion. The London fashionable season is also the parliamentary season, and is the briskest from about the end of February to the middle of July. The workmen most affected by the aristocratic, popular, or general fashions are tailors, ladies' habit makers, boot and shoe makers, hatters, glovers, milliners, dressmakers, mantua makers, drawn and straw bonnet makers, artificial flower makers, plumassieurs, stay makers, silk and velvet weavers, saddlers, harness makers, coach builders, cabmen, job coachmen, farriers, livery stable keepers, poulterers, pastry cooks, confectioners, and so on and so on. The above-mentioned classes may be taken, according to the occupation abstract of the last census, at between 500,000 and 600,000, and assuming the same ratio as to the difference of employment between the brisk and the slack seasons of the trades, or in other words, that 25% less hands are required at the slack than at the brisk time of these trades, we have another 150,000 people who with their families may be estimated altogether at say 500,000, who are thrown out of work at a certain season, and have to starve on as best they can for at least 3 months in the year. The last mentioned of the causes inducing briskness or slackness of employment are D. Commerce and accidents. Commerce has its periodical fits and starts. The publishers, for instance, have their season, generally from October to March, as people read more in winter than in summer, and this arrangement immediately affects the printers and bookbinders. There is no change, however, as regards the newspapers and periodicals. Again, the early importation to this country of the new foreign fruits gives activity to the dock and wharf labourers and porters and carmen. Thus the arrival here, generally in autumn, of the nut, chestnut, and grape, raisin, produce of Spain, of the almond crops in Portugal, Spain, and Barbary, the date harvest in Morocco and different parts of Africa, the orange gathering in Madeira and in St. Michael's, Terceira, and other islands of the Azores, the fig harvest from the Levant, the plum harvest of the south of France, the currant picking of Zante, Ithaca, and other Ionian islands. All these events give an activity, as new fruit is always most saleable, to the traders in these southern productions, and more shopmen, shop porters, wharf labourers, and assistant lightermen are required, casually required, for the time. I was told by a grocer, with a country connection, and in a large way of business, that for 3 weeks or a month before Christmas he required the aid of 4 fresh hands, a shopman, an errand boy, and 2 porters, one skilled in packing, for whom he had nothing to do after Christmas. If in the wide sweep of London trade there be 1,000 persons, including the market salesmen, the retail butchers, the carriers, and so on, so circumstanced, then 4,000 men are casually employed, and for a very brief time. The brief increase of the carrying business generally about Christmas by road, water, or railway is sufficiently indicated by the foregoing account. The employment again in the cotton and woollen manufacturing districts may be said to depend for its briskness on commerce rather than on the seasons. Accidents or extraordinary social events promote casual labour and then depress it. Often they depress without having promoted it. During the display of the Great Exhibition there were some thousands employed in the different capacities of police, packing, cleaning, porterage, watching, interpreting, doorkeeping, and money-taking, cab-regulating, and so on, and after the close of the exhibition how many were retained? Thus the Great Exhibition fostered casual or uncertain labour. Foreign revolutions, moreover, affect the trade of England. Speculators become timid and will not embark in trade or in any proposed undertaking. The foreign import and export trades are paralysed, and fewer clerks and fewer labourers are employed. Home political agitations also have the same effect, as was seen in London during the Corn Law riots about 35 years ago, when only 8 members of the House of Commons supported a change in those laws. The Spafields riots in 1817, the affair in St. Peter's Field, Manchester, in 1819, the disturbances and excitement during the trial of Queen Caroline in 1820 to 1821, and the loss of life on the occasion of her funeral in 1821. The agitation previously to the passing of the Reform Bill had a like effect. The meeting on Kennington Common on the 10th of April. In all these periods, indeed, employment decreased. Labour is affected also by the death of a member of the royal family and the hurried demand for general mourning, but in a very small degree to what was once the case. A West End tailor employing a great number of hands did not receive a single order for mourning on the death of Queen Adelaide, while on the demise of the Princess Charlotte in 1817 thousands of operative tailors throughout the 3 kingdoms worked day and night and for double wages on the general mourning. Gluts in the markets, an increase of heavy bankruptcies and panics such as were experienced in the money market in 1825 to 1826 and again in 1846, with the failure of banks and merchants, likewise have the effect of augmenting the mass of casual labour. For capitalists and employers under such circumstances expend as little as possible in wages or employment until the storm blows over. Bad harvests have a similar depressing effect. There are also the consequences of changes of taste. The abandonment of the fashions of gentlemen's wearing swords, as well as embroidered garments, flowing periwigs, large shoe buckles, all reduced able artisans to poverty by depriving them of work. So it was when, to carry on the war with France, Mr. Pitt introduced a tax on hair powder. Hundreds of hairdressers were thrown out of employment, many persons abandoning the fashion of wearing powder rather than pay the tax. There are now city gentlemen who can remember that when clerks they had sometimes to wait 2 or 3 hours for their turn at a barber's shop on a Sunday morning, for they could not go abroad until their hair was dressed and powdered, and their queues trimmed to the due standard of fashion. So it has been moreover in modern times in the substitution of silk for metal buttons, silk hats for stuff, and in the supersedence of one material of dress by another. These several causes, then, which could only exist in a community of great wealth and great poverty, have rendered, and are continually rendering, the labour market uncertain and overstocked. To what extent they do and have done this, it is of course almost impossible to say precisely. But even with the strongest disposition to avoid exaggeration, we may assert that there are in this country no less than 125,000 families, or 500,000 people, who depend on the weather for their food, 300,000 families, or 1,250,000 people, who can obtain employment only at particular seasons, 150,000 more families, or 500,000 people, whose trade depends upon the fashionable rather than the natural seasons, are thrown out of work at the cessation of the brisk time of their business, and perhaps another 150,000 of families, or 500,000 people, dependent on the periodical increase and decrease of commerce and certain social and political accidents, which tend to cause a greater or less demand for labour. Altogether, we may assert with safety that there are at the least 725,000 families, or 3 millions of men, women, and children, whose means of living, far from being certain and constant, are of a precarious kind, depending either upon the rain, the wind, the sunshine, the caprice of fashion, or the ebbings and flowings of commerce. But there is a still more potent cause at work to increase the amount of casual labour in this country. Thus far we have proceeded on the assumption that at the brisk season of each trade there is full employment for all, but this is far from being the case in the great majority, if not the whole, of the instances above cited. In almost all occupations there is in this country a superfluity of labourers, and this alone would tend to render the employment of a vast number of the hands of a casual rather than a regular character. In the generality of trades, the calculation is that 1/3 of the hands are fully employed, 1/3 partially, and 1/3 unemployed throughout the year. This, of course, would be the case if there were twice too many workpeople. For suppose the number of workpeople in a given trade to be 6,000, and the work sufficient to employ fully only half the quantity, then of course 2,000 might be occupied their whole time, 2,000 more might have work sufficient to occupy them half their time, and the remaining 2,000 have no work at all, or the whole 4,000 might on the average obtain 3 months' employment out of the 12. And this is frequently the case. Hence we see that a surplusage of hands in a trade tends to change the employment of the great majority from a state of constancy and regularity into one of casuality and precariousness. Consequently, it becomes of the highest importance that we should endeavour to ascertain what are the circumstances inducing a surplusage of hands in the several trades of the present day. A surplusage of hands in a trade may proceed from 3 different causes, namely, 1. The alteration of the hours, rate, or mode of working, or else the term of hiring. 2. The increase of the hands themselves. 3. The decrease of the work. Each of these causes is essentially distinct. In the first case, there is neither an increase in the number of hands nor a decrease in the quantity of work, and yet a surplusage of labourers is the consequence, for it is self-evident that if there be work enough in a given trade to occupy 6,000 men all the year round, labouring 12 hours per day for 6 days in the week, the same quantity of work will afford occupation to only 4,000 men, or 1/3 less, labouring between 15 and 16 hours per diem for 7 days in the week. The same result would of course take place if the workmen were made to labour 1/3 more quickly, and so to get through 1/3 more work in the same time, either by increasing their interest in the work, by the invention of a new tool, by extra supervision, or by the subdivision of labour, and so on and so on. The same result would of course ensue as if they laboured 1/3 longer hours, namely 1/3 of the hands must be thrown out of employment. So again, by altering the mode or form of work, as by producing on the large scale instead of the small, a smaller number of labourers are required to execute the same amount of work, and thus, if the market for such work be necessarily limited, a surplusage of labourers is the result. Hence we see that the alteration of the hours, rate, or mode of working may tend as positively to overstock a country with labourers as if the labourers themselves had unduly increased. But this, of course, is on the assumption that both the quantity of work and the number of hands remain the same. The next of the three causes above mentioned as inducing a surplusage of hands is that which arises from a positive increase in the number of labourers, while the quantity of work remains the same or increases at a less rate than the labourers. And the third cause is where the surplusage of labourers arises not from any alteration in the number of hands, but from a positive decrease in the quantity of work. There are distinctions necessary to be borne clearly in mind for the proper understanding of this branch of the subject. In the first case, both the number of hands and the quantity of work remain the same, but the term, rate, or mode of working is changed. In the second, hours, rate, or mode of working remain the same, as well as the quantity of work, but the number of hands is increased. And in the third case, neither the number of hands nor the hours, rate, or mode of working is supposed to have been altered, but the work only to have decreased. The surplusage of hands will of course be the same in each of these cases. I will begin with the first, namely that which induces a surplusage of labourers in a trade by enabling fewer hands to get through the ordinary amount of work. This is what is called the economy of labour. There are of course only three modes of economizing labour, or causing the same quantity of work to be done by a smaller number of hands. First, by causing the men to work longer. Second, by causing the men to work quicker, and so get through more work in the same time. Third, by altering the mode of work or hiring, as in the large system of production, where fewer hands are required, or the custom of temporary hirings, where the men are retained only so long as their services are needed, and discharged immediately afterwards. First, of that mode of economizing labour which depends on an increase of either the ordinary hours or days for work. This is what is usually termed overwork and Sunday work, both of which are largely creative of surplus hands. The hours of labour in mechanical callings are usually 12, 2 of them devoted to meals, or 72 hours, less by the permitted intervals, in a week. In the course of my inquiries for the Chronicle, I met with slop cabinet makers, tailors, and milliners, who worked 16 hours and more daily, their toil being only interrupted by the necessity of going out, if small masters, to purchase materials, and offer the goods for sale, or, if journeymen in the slop trade, to obtain more work and carry what was completed to the master's shop. They worked on Sundays also. One tailor told me that the coat he worked at on the previous Sunday was for the Reverend Mr. —, who little thought it. And these slop workers rarely give above a few minutes to a meal. Thus they toil 40 hours beyond the hours usual in an honourable trade, 112 hours instead of 72, in the course of a week, or between 3 and 4 days of the regular hours of work of the 6 working days. In other words, 2 such men will in less than a week accomplish work which should occupy 3 men a full week, or 1,000 men will execute labour fairly calculated to employ 1,500 at the least. A paucity of employment is thus caused among the general body by this system of over-labour decreasing the share of work accruing to the several operatives, and so adding to surplus hands. Of overwork as regards excessive labour, both in the general and fancy cabinet trade, I heard the following accounts, which different operatives concurred in giving, while some represented the labour as of longer duration by at least an hour, and some by 2 hours a day than I have stated. The labour of the men who depend entirely on the slaughter-houses for the purchase of their articles is usually 7 days a week the year through. That is, 7 days, for Sunday work is all but universal, each of 13 hours, or 91 hours in all, while the established hours of labour in the honourable trade are 6 days of the week, each of 10 hours, or 60 hours in all. Thus 50% is added to the extent of the production of low-priced cabinet work, merely from over-hours. But in some cases I heard of 15 hours for 7 days in the week, or 105 hours in all. Concerning the hours of labour in this trade, I had the following minute particulars from a garret master who was a chair maker. I work from 6 every morning to 9 at night. Some work till 10. My breakfast at 8 stops me for 10 minutes. I can breakfast in less time, but it's a rest. My dinner takes me, say, 20 minutes at the outside, and my tea 8 minutes. All the rest of the time I'm slaving at my bench. How many minutes rest is that, sir? 38. Well, say 3/4 of an hour, and that allows a few sucks at a pipe when I rest. But I can smoke and work too. I have only one room to work and eat in, or I should lose more time. Altogether I labour 14½ hours every day, and I must work on Sundays, at least 40 Sundays in the year. One may as well work as sit fretting. But on Sundays I only work till it's dusk, or till 5 or 6 in summer. When it's dusk I take a walk. I'm not well dressed enough for a Sunday walk when it's light, and I can't wear my apron on that day very well to hide patches. But there's 8 hours that I reckon I take up every week, one with another, in dancing about to the slaughterers. I'm satisfied that I work very nearly 100 hours a week the year through. Deducting the time taken up by the slaughterers and buying stuff, say 8 hours a week, it gives more than 90 hours a week for my work, and there's hundreds labour as hard as I do, just for a crust. The East End turners generally, I was informed, when inquiring into the state of that trade, labour at the lathe from 6 o'clock in the morning till 11 and 12 at night, being 18 hours work per day, or 108 hours per week. They allow themselves 2 hours for their meals. It takes them upon an average 2 hours more every day fetching and carrying their work home. Some of the East End men work on Sundays, and not a few either, said my informant. Sometimes I have worked hard, said one man, from 6 one morning till 4 the next, and scarcely had any time to take my meals in the bargain. I have been almost suffocated with the dust flying down my throat after working so many hours upon such heavy work too, and sweating so much. It makes a man drink where he would not. This system of overwork exists in the slop part of almost every business. Indeed, it is the principal means by which the cheap trade is maintained. Let me cite from my letters in the Chronicle some more of my experience on this subject. As regards the London mantua makers, I said, quote, "The workwomen for good shops that give fair or tolerably fair wages, and expect good work, can make 6 average-sized mantles in a week, working from 10 to 12 hours a day, but the slop workers, by toiling from 13 to 16 hours a day, will make 9 such sized mantles in a week. In a season of 12 weeks, 1,000 workers for the slop houses and warehouses would at this rate make 108,000 mantles, or 36,000 more than workers for the fair trade. Or to put it in another light, these slop women, by being compelled, in order to live, to work such over-hours as inflict lasting injury on the health, supplant by their overwork and over-hours the labour of 500 hands working the regular hours." End quote. The following are the words of a chamber master working for the cheap shoe trade. "From people being obliged to work twice the hours they once did work, or that in reason they ought to work, a glut of hands is the consequence, and the masters are led to make reductions in the wages. They take advantage of our poverty and lower the wages, so as to undersell each other and command business. My daughters have to work 15 hours a day that we may make a bare living. They seem to have no spirit and no animation in them. In fact, such very hard work takes the youth out of them. They have no time to enjoy their youth, and with all their work they can't present the respectable appearance they ought." "I," interposed my informant's wife, "often feel a faintness and oppression from my hard work, as if my blood did not circulate." The better class of artisans denounce the system of Sunday working as the most iniquitous of all the impositions. They object to it not only on moral and religious grounds, but economically also. "Every 600 men employed on the Sabbath," say they, "deprive 100 individuals of a week's work. Every 6 men who labour 7 days in the week must necessarily throw one other man out of employ for a whole week. The 7th man is thus deprived of his fair share of work by the over-toiling of the other 6. This Sunday working is a necessary consequence of the cheap slop trade. The workmen cannot keep their families by their 6 days' labour, and therefore they not only, under that system, get less wages and do more work, but by their extra labour throw so many more hands out of employment. Here, then, in the overwork of many of the trade, we find a vast cause of surplus hands, and consequently of casual labour, and that the work in these trades has not proportionately increased is proven by the fact of the existence of a superfluity of workmen. Let us now turn our attention to the second of the causes above cited, namely, the causing of men to work quicker, and so to accomplish more in the same time. There are several means of attaining this end. It may be brought about either a. by making the workman's gains depend directly on the quantity of work executed by him, as by the substitution of piecework for day work; b. by the omission of certain details or parts necessary for the perfection of the work; c. by decreasing the workman's pay, and so increasing the necessity for him to execute a greater quantity of work in order to obtain the same income; d. increasing the supervision, and encouraging a spirit of emulation among the workpeople; e. by dividing the labour into a number of simple and minute processes, and so increasing the expertness of the labourers; f. by the invention of some new tool or machine for expediting the operations of the workmen. I shall give a brief illustration of each of these causes seriatim, showing how they tend to produce a surplusage of hands in the trades to which they are severally applied. And first, as to making the workman's gains depend directly on the quantity of work executed by him. Of course, there are but 2 direct modes of paying for labour, either by the day or by the piece. Overwork by day work is effected by means of what is called the strapping system, as described in the Morning Chronicle in my letter upon the carpenters and joiners, where a whole shop are set to race over their work in silence one with another, each striving to outdo the rest, from the knowledge that anything short of extraordinary exertion will be sure to be punished with dismissal. Overwork by piecework, on the other hand, is almost a necessary consequence of that mode of payment, for where men are paid by the quantity they do, of course it becomes the interest of a workman to do more than he otherwise would. Quote, "Almost all who work by the day or for a fixed salary, that is to say, those who labour for the gain of others, not for their own, have, it has been well remarked, no interest in doing more than the smallest quantity of work that will pass as a fulfilment of the mere terms of their engagement. Owing to the insufficient interest which day labourers have in the result of their labour, there is a natural tendency in such labour to be extremely inefficient, a tendency only to be overcome by vigilant superintendence on the part of the persons who are interested in the result. The master's eye is notoriously the only security to be relied on, but superintend them as you will, day labourers are so much inferior to those who work by the piece, that, as was before said, the latter system is practised in all industrial occupations, where the work admits of being put out in definite portions, without involving the necessity of too troublesome a surveillance to guard against inferiority or scamping in the execution." End quote. But if the labourer at piecework is made to produce a greater quantity than at day work, and this solely by connecting his own interest with that of his employer, how much more largely must the productiveness of workmen be increased when labouring wholly on their own account? Accordingly, it has been invariably found that whenever the operative unites in himself the double function of capitalist and labourer, as the garret master in the cabinet trade and the chamber master in the shoe trade, making up his own materials or working on his own property, his productiveness, single-handed, is considerably greater than can be attained even under the large system of production, where all the arts and appliances of which extensive capital can avail itself are brought into operation. As regards the increased production by omitting certain details necessary for the due perfection of the work, it may be said that scamping adds at least 200% to the productions of the cabinet-maker's trade. I ascertained in the course of my previous inquiries several cases of this overwork from scamping, and adduce two. A very quick hand, a little master, working as he called it at a slaughtering pace, for a warehouse, made 60 plain writing desks in a week of 90 hours, while a first-rate workman, also a quick hand, made 18 in a week of 70 hours. The scamping hand said he must work at the rate he did to make 14 shillings a week from a slaughterhouse, and so used to such style of work had he become that though a few years back he did West End work in the best style, he could not now make 18 desks in a week if compelled to finish them in the style of excellence displayed in the work of the journeyman employed for the honourable trade. Perhaps, he added, he couldn't make them in that style at all. The frequent use of rosewood veneers in the fancy cabinet and their occasional use in the general cabinet trade gives, I was told, great facilities for scamping. If in his haste the scamping hand injure the veneer, or if it have been originally faulty, he takes a mixture of gum shellac and colour being a composition of Venetian red and lamp black, which he has ready by him, rubs it over the damaged part, smooths it with a slightly heated iron, and so blends it with the colour of the rosewood that the warehouseman does not detect the flaw. In the general, as contradistinguished from the fancy, cabinet trade, I found the same ratio of scamping. A good workman in the better paid trade made a 4-foot mahogany chest of drawers in 5 days, working the regular hours, and receiving at piecework price 35 shillings. A scamping hand made 5 of the same size in a week, and had time to carry them for sale to the warehouses, wait for their purchase or refusal, and buy material. But for the necessity of doing this, the scamping hand could have made 7 in the 91 hours of his week, though of course in a very inferior manner. They would hold together for a time, I was assured, and that was all, but the slaughterer cared only to have them viewly and cheap. These two cases exceed the average, and I have cited them to show what can be done under the scamping system. We now come to the increased rate of working induced by a reduction of the ordinary rate of remuneration of the workman. Not only is it true that overwork makes underpay, but the converse of the proposition is equally true, that underpay makes overwork. That is to say, it is true of those trades where the system of piecework or small mastership admits of the operative doing the utmost amount of work that he is able to accomplish. For the workman in such cases seldom or never thinks of reducing his expenditure to his income, but rather of increasing his labour, so as still to bring his income, by extra production, up to his expenditure. Hence we find that as the wages of a trade descend, so do the labourers extend their hours of work to the utmost possible limits. They not only toil earlier and later than before, but the Sunday becomes a work day like the rest. Amongst the sweaters of the tailoring trade, Sunday labour, as I have shown, is almost universal. And when the hours of work are carried to the extreme of human industry, then more is sought to be done in a given space of time, either by the employment of the members of their own family or apprentices upon the inferior portion of the work, or else by scamping it. My employer, I was told by a journeyman tailor working for the Messrs. Nicol, reduces my wages 1/3, and the consequence is I put in 2 stitches where I used to give 3. I must work from 6 to 8 and later, said a Pembroke table maker to me, to get 18 shillings now for my labour, where I used to get 54 shillings a week. That's just a third. I could in the old times give my children good schooling and good meals. Now children have to be put to work very young. I have 4 sons working for me at present. Not only, therefore, does any stimulus to extra production make overwork, and overwork make underpay, but underpay, by becoming an additional provocative to increased industry, again gives rise in its turn to overwork. Here we arrive at a plain unerring law. Overwork makes underpay, and underpay makes overwork. But the above means of increasing the rate of working refer solely to those cases where the extra labour is induced by making it the interest of the workman so to do. The other means of extra production is by stricter supervision of journeymen, or those paid by the day. The shops where this system is enforced are termed strapping shops, as indicative of establishments where an undue quantity of work is expected from a journeyman in the course of the day. Such shops, though not directly making use of cheap labour, for the wages paid in them are generally of the higher rate, still, by exacting more work, may of course be said in strictness to encourage the system now becoming general of less pay and inferior skill. These strapping establishments sometimes go by the name of scamping shops, on account of the time allowed for the manufacture of the different articles not being sufficient to admit of good workmanship. Concerning this strapping system, I received the following extraordinary account from a man after his heavy day's labour. Never in all my experience had I seen so sad an instance of overwork. The poor fellow was so fatigued that he could hardly rest in his seat. As he spoke he sighed deeply and heavily, and appeared almost spirit-broken with excessive labour. "I work at what is called a strapping shop," he said, "and have worked at nothing else for these many years past in London. I call strapping doing as much work as a human being or a horse possibly can in a day, and that without any hanging upon the collar, but with the foreman's eyes constantly fixed upon you from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night. The shop in which I work is for all the world like a prison. The silent system is as strictly carried out there as in a model jail. If a man was to ask any common question of his neighbour, except it was connected with his trade, he would be discharged there and then. If a journeyman makes the least mistake, he is packed off just the same. A man working at such places is almost always in fear. For the most trifling things he's thrown out of work in an instant. And then the quantity of work that one is forced to get through is positively awful. If he can't do a plenty of it, he doesn't stop long where I am. No one would think it was possible to get so much out of blood and bones. No slaves work like we do. At some of the strapping shops the foreman keeps continually walking about with his eyes on all the men at once. At others the foreman is perched high up, so that he can have the whole of the men under his eye together. I suppose since I knew the trade that a man does 4 times the work that he did formerly. I know a man that's done 4 pairs of sashes in a day, and one is considered to be a good day's labour. What's worse than all, the men are every one striving one against the other. Each is trying to get through the work quicker than his neighbours. 4 or 5 men are set the same job, so that they may all be pitted against one another, and then away they go every one striving his hardest, for fear that the others should get finished first. They are all tearing along from the first thing in the morning to the last at night, as hard as they can go, and when the time comes to knock off they are ready to drop. I was hours after I got home last night before I could get a wink of sleep. The soles of my feet were on fire, and my arms ached to that degree that I could hardly lift my hand to my head. Often too, when we get up of a morning, we are more tired than when we went to bed, for we can't sleep many a night. But we mustn't let our employers know it, or else they'd be certain we couldn't do enough for them, and we'd get the sack. So tired as we may be, we are obliged to look lively, somehow or other, at the shop of a morning. If we're not beside our bench the very moment the bell's done ringing, our time's docked. They won't give us a single minute out of the hour. If I was working for a fair master, I should do nearly 1/3 and sometimes a half less work than I am now forced to get through, and, even to manage that much, I shouldn't be idle a second of my time. It's quite a mystery to me how they do contrive to get so much work out of the men. But they're very clever people. They know how to have the most out of a man better than any one in the world. They're all picked men in the shop, regular strappers and no mistake. The most of them are 5'10", and fine broad-shouldered, strong-backed fellows too. If they weren't, they wouldn't have them. Bless you, they make no words with the men. They sack them if they're not strong enough to do all they want, and they can pretty soon tell, the very first shaving a man strikes in the shop, what a chap is made of. Some men are done up at such work, quite old men and grey with spectacles on, by the time they are 40. I have seen fine strong men of 36 come in there and be bent double in 2 or 3 years. They are most all countrymen at the strapping shops. If they see a great strapping fellow, who they think has got some stuff about him that will come out, they will give him a job directly. We are used for all the world like cab or omnibus horses. Directly they've had all the work out of us, we are turned off. And I am sure, after my day's work is over, my feelings must be very much the same as one of the London cab horses. As for Sunday, it is literally a day of rest with us, for the greater part of us lay abed all day, and even that will hardly take the aches and pains out of our bones and muscles. When I'm done and flung by, of course I must starve. End of section 58. Section 59 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of casual labour in general, and that of the rubbish carters in particular. Part 2. The next means of inducing a quicker rate of working, and so economising the number of labourers, is by the division and subdivision of labour. In perhaps all the skilled work of London, of the better sort, this is more or less the case. It is the case in a much smaller degree in the country. The nice subdivision makes the operatives perfect adepts in their respective branches, working at them with a greater and a more assured facility than if their care had to be given to the whole work, and in this manner the work is completed in less time, and consequently by fewer hands. In illustration of the extraordinary increased productiveness induced by the division of labour, I need only cite the well-known cases. "It is found," says Mr. Mill, "that the productive power of labour is increased by carrying the separation further and further, by breaking down more and more every process of industry into parts, so that each labourer shall confine himself to an even smaller number of simple operations, and thus in time arise those remarkable cases of what is called the division of labour, with which all readers on subjects of this nature are familiar. Adam Smith's illustration from pin-making, though so well known, is so much to the point that I will venture once more to transcribe it. Quote, "The business of making a pin is divided into 18 distinct operations. One man draws out the wire, another straightens it, a third cuts it, a fourth points it, and a fifth grinds it at the top for receiving the head. To make the head requires 2 or 3 distinct operations. To put it on is a peculiar business. To whiten the pins is another. It is even a trade by itself to put them into the paper. I have seen a small manufactory where 10 men only were employed, and where some of them consequently performed 2 or 3 distinct operations. But though they were very poor, and therefore but indifferently accommodated with the necessary machinery, they could, when they exerted themselves, make among them about 12 pounds of pins in a day. There are in a pound upwards of 4,000 pins of a middling size. Those 10 persons, therefore, could make among them upwards of 48,000 pins in a day. Each person, therefore, making a 10th part of 48,000 pins might be considered as making 4,800 pins in a day. But if they had all wrought separately and independently, and without any of them having been educated to this peculiar business, they certainly could not each of them have made 20, perhaps not 1 pin in a day." End quote. Monsieur C. furnishes a still stronger example of the effects of division of labour, from a not very important branch of industry certainly, the manufacture of playing cards. Quote, It is said by those engaged in the business that each card, that is, a piece of pasteboard of the size of the hand, before being ready for sale, does not undergo fewer than 70 operations, every one of which might be the occupation of a distinct class of workmen, and if there are not 70 classes of workpeople in each card manufactory, it is because the division of labour is not carried so far as it might be, because the same workman is charged with 2, 3, or 4 distinct operations. The influence of this distribution of employment is immense. I have seen a card manufactory where 30 workmen produced daily 15,500 cards, being above 500 cards for each labourer, and it may be presumed that if each of these workmen were obliged to perform all the operations himself, even supposing him a practised hand, he would not perhaps complete 2 cards in a day, and the 30 workmen, instead of 15,500 cards, would make only 60." One great promoter of the decrease of manual labour is to be found in the economy of labour from a very different cause to any I have pointed out as tending to the increase of surplus hands and casual labour, namely, to the use of machinery. In this country the use of machinery has economised the labour both of man and horse to a greater extent than is known in any other land, and that in nearly all departments of commerce or traffic. The total estimated machine power in the kingdom is 600,000,000 of human beings, and this has been all produced within the last century. In agriculture, for example, the threshing of the corn was the peasants' work of the later autumn and of a great part of the winter, until towards the latter part of the last century. The harvest was hardly considered complete until the corn was threshed by the peasants. On the first introduction of the threshing machines, they were demolished in many places by the country labourers, whose rage was excited to find that their winter's work, instead of being regular, had become casual. But the use of these machines is now almost universal. It would of course be the height of absurdity to say that threshing machines could possibly increase the number of threshers, even as the reaping machines cannot possibly increase the number of reapers. Their effect is rather to displace the greater number of labourers so engaged, and hence indeed the economy of them. It is not known what number of men were at any time employed in threshing corn. Their displacement was gradual, and in some of the more remote parts of the provinces the flails of the threshers may be heard still. But if a threshing machine, for they are of different power, do the work, as has been stated, of 6 labourers, the economisation or displacement of manual labour is at once shown to be the economisation and displacement of the whole labour for a season of a countryside, thus increasing surplus hands. In other matters, in the unloading vessels by cranes, in all branches of manufacturers, and even in such minor matters as the grinding of coffee berries and the cutting and splitting of wood for lucifer matches, an immense amount of manual labour has been minimised, economised, or displaced by steam machinery. On my inquiry into the condition of the London sawyers, I found that the labour of 2,000 men had been displaced by the steam sawmills of the metropolis alone. At one of the largest builders I saw machines for making mortices and tenons, for sticking mouldings, and indeed performing all the operations of the carpenter, one such machine doing the work perhaps of 100 men. I asked the probable influence that such an instrument was likely to have on the men. "Ruin them all," was the laconic reply of the superintendent of the business. Within the last year casks have been made by machinery, a feat that the coopers declared impossible. Wheels also have been lately produced by steam. I need, however, as I have so recently touched upon the subject, do no more than call attention to the information I have given, page 240, Vol. 2, concerning the use of machinery in lieu of human labour. It is there shown that if the public street sweeping were effected throughout the metropolis by the machines, nearly 196 of the 275 manual labourers now scavenging for the parish contractors would be thrown out of work and deprived of £7,438 out of their joint earnings in the year. It is the fashion of political economists to insist on the general proposition that machinery increases the demand for labour rather than decreases it. When they write unguardedly, however, they invariably betray a consciousness that the benefits of machinery to manual labourers are not quite so invariable as they would otherwise make out. Here, for instance, is a confession from the pamphlet on The Employer and Employed, published by the Messrs. Chambers, gentlemen who surely cannot be accused of being averse to economical doctrines. It is true the pamphlet is intended to show the evils of strikes to working men, but it likewise points out the evils of mechanical power to the same class, when applied to certain operations. Strikes also lead to the superseding of hand labour by machines, says this little work. In 1831, on the occasion of a strike at Manchester, several of the capitalists, afraid of their business being driven to other countries, had recourse to the celebrated machinists, Messrs. Sharp and Co. of Manchester, requesting them to direct the inventive talents of their partner, Mr. Roberts, to the construction of a self-acting mule, in order to emancipate the trade from galling slavery and impending ruin. Under assurances of the most liberal encouragement in the adoption of his invention, Mr. Roberts suspended his professional pursuits as an engineer, and set his fertile genius to construct a spinning automaton. In the course of a few months he produced a machine called the self-acting mule, which in 1834 was in operation in upwards of 60 factories, doing the work of the head spinners so much better than they could do it themselves as to leave them no chance against it. In his work on the philosophy of manufactures, Dr. Ure observes on the same subject, quote, "The elegant art of calico printing, which embodies in its operations the most elegant problems of chemistry as well as mechanics, had been for a long period the sport of foolish journeymen, who turned the liberal means of comfort it furnished them into weapons of warfare against their employers and the trade itself. They were, in fact, by their delirious combinations, plotting to kill the goose which laid the golden eggs of their industry, or to force it to fly off to a foreign land, where it might live without molestation. In the spirit of Egyptian taskmasters, the operative printers dictated to the manufacturers the number and quality of the apprentices to be admitted into the trade, the hours of their own labour, and the wages to be paid them. At length capitalists sought deliverance from this intolerable bondage in the resources of science, and were speedily reinstated in their legitimate dominion of the head over the inferior members. The 4-colour and 5-colour machines, which now render calico printing an unerring and expeditious process, are mounted in all great establishments. It was under the high pressure of the same despotic confederacies that self-acting apparatus for executing the dyeing and rinsing operations has been devised." End quote. The croppers of the West Riding of Yorkshire and the hecklers or flax dressers can unfold a tale of woe on this subject. Their earnings exceeded those of most mechanics, but the frequency of strikes among them, and the irregularities in their hours and times of working, compelled masters to substitute machinery for their manual labour. Their trades, in consequence, have been in a great measure superseded. It must then be admitted that machinery, in some cases at least, does displace manual labour, and so tend to produce a surplusage of labourers, even as overwork, Sunday work, scamping work, strapping work, piecework, minutely divided work, and so on, have the same effect so long as the quantity of work to be done remains unaltered. The extensibility of the market is the one circumstance which determines whether the economy of labour produced by these means is a blessing or a curse to the nation. To apply mechanical power, the division of labour, the large system of production, or indeed any other means of enabling a less number of labourers to do the same amount of work, when the quantity of work to be done is limited in its nature, as for instance the threshing of corn, the sawing of wood, and so on, is necessarily to make either paupers or criminals of those who were previously honest independent men, living by the exercise of their industry in that particular direction. Economise your labour 1/2 in connection with a particular article, and you must sell twice the quantity of that article, or displace a certain number of the labourers, That is to say, suppose it requires 400 men to produce 4,000 commodities in a given time, then if you enable 200 men to produce the same quantity in the same time, you must get rid of 8,000 commodities, or deprive a certain number of labourers of their ordinary means of living. Indeed, the proposition is almost self-evident, though generally ignored by social philosophers. Economise your labour at a greater rate than you expand your markets, and you must necessarily increase your paupers and criminals in precisely the same ratio. The division of labour, says Mr. Mill, following Adam Smith, is limited by the extent of the market. If by the separation of pin-making into 10 distinct employments 48,000 pins can be made in a day, this separation will only be advisable if the number of accessible consumers is such as to require every day something like 48,000 pins. If there is a demand for only 25,000, the division of labour can be advantageously carried but to the extent which will every day produce that smaller number. Again, as regards the large system of production, the same authority says, "The possibility of substituting the large system of production for the small depends of course on the extent of the market. The large system can only be advantageous when a large amount of business is to be done. It implies therefore either a populous and flourishing community, or a great opening for exportation." But these are mere glimmerings of the broad incontrovertible principle that the economisation of labour at a greater rate than the expansion of the markets is necessarily the cause of surplus labour in a community. The effect of machinery in depriving the families of agricultural labourers of their ordinary sources of income is well established. "Those countries," writes Mr. Thornton, "in which the class of agricultural labourers is most depressed, have all one thing in common. Each of them was formerly the seat of a flourishing manufacture, carried on by the cottagers at their own homes, which has now decayed or been withdrawn to other situations. Thus, in Buckinghamshire and Bedfordshire, the wives and children of labouring men had formerly very profitable occupation in making lace. During the last war, a tolerable lace-maker, working 8 hours a day, could easily earn 10s. or 12s. a week. The profits of this employment have been since so much reduced by the use of machinery that a pillow lace-maker must now work 12 hours daily to earn 2s. 6d. a week." The last of the conditions above cited as causing the same or a greater amount of work to be executed with a less quantity of labour is the large system of production. Mr. Babbage and Mr. Mill have so well and fully pointed out the economy of labour effected in this manner that I cannot do better than quote from them upon this subject. "Even when no additional subdivision of the work," says Mr. Mill, "would follow an enlargement of the operation, there will be good economy in enlarging them to the point at which every person to whom it is convenient to assign a special occupation will have full employment in that occupation." This point is well illustrated by Mr. Babbage. "If machines be kept working through the 24 hours, which is evidently the only economical mode of employing them, it is necessary that some person shall attend to admit the workmen at the time they relieve each other, and whether the porter or other servant so employed admit 1 person or 20, his rest will be equally disturbed. It will also be necessary occasionally to adjust or repair the machine, and this can be done much better by a workman accustomed to machine making than by the person who uses it. Now, since the good performance and the duration of machines depend to a very great extent upon correcting every shake or imperfection in their parts as soon as they appear, the prompt attention of a workman resident on the spot will considerably reduce the expenditure arising from the wear and tear of the machinery. But in the case of a single lace frame or a single loom, this would be too expensive a plan. Here then arises another circumstance which tends to enlarge the extent of the factory. It ought to consist of such a number of machines as shall occupy the whole time of one workman in keeping them in order. If extended beyond that number, the same principle of economy would point out the necessity of doubling or tripling the number of machines, in order to employ the whole time of 2 or 3 skilful workmen, where one portion of the workman's labour consists in the exertion of mere physical force, as in weaving and in many similar arts, it will soon occur to the manufacturer that if that part were executed by a steam engine, the same man might, in the case of weaving, attend to 2 or more looms at once. And since we already suppose that 1 or more operative engineers have been employed, the number of looms may be so arranged that their time shall be fully occupied in keeping the steam engine and the looms in order. Pursuing the same principles, the manufactory becomes gradually so enlarged that the expense of lighting during the night amounts to a considerable sum, and as there are already attached to the establishment persons who are up all night, and can therefore constantly attend to it, and also engineers to make and keep in repair any machinery, the addition of an apparatus for making gas to light the factory leads to a new extension, at the same time that it contributes, by diminishing the expense of lighting and the risk of accidents from fire, to reduce the cost of manufacturing. Long before a factory has reached this extent, it will have been found necessary to establish an accountants department, with clerks to pay the workmen and to see that they arrive at their stated times, and this department must be in communication with the agents who purchase the raw produce, and with those who sell the manufactured article. It will cost these clerks and accountants little more time and trouble to pay a large number of workmen than a small number, to check the accounts of large transactions than of small. If the business doubled itself, it would probably be necessary to increase, but certainly not to double, the number either of accountants or of buying and selling agents. Every increase of business would enable the whole to be carried on with a proportionally smaller amount of labour. As a general rule, the expenses of a business do not increase by any means proportionally to the quantity of business. Let us take, as an example, a set of operations which we are accustomed to see carried on by one great establishment, that of the post office. Suppose that the business, let us say only of the London letter post, instead of being centralised in a single concern, were divided among 5 or 6 competing companies. Each of these would be obliged to maintain almost as large an establishment as is now sufficient for the whole, since each must arrange for receiving and delivering letters in all parts of the town. Each must send letter carriers into every street, and almost every alley, and this too as many times in the day as is now done by the post office, if the service is to be as well performed. Each must have an office for receiving letters in every neighbourhood, with all subsidiary arrangements for collecting the letters from the different offices and redistributing them. I say nothing of the much greater number of superior officers who would be required to check and control the subordinates, implying not only a greater cost in salaries for such responsible officers, but the necessity perhaps of being satisfied in many instances with an inferior standard of qualification, and so failing in the object. But this refers solely to the large system of business as applied to purposes of manufacture and distribution. In connection with agriculture, there is the same saving of labour effected. The large farmer, says Mr. Mill, has some advantage in the article of buildings. It does not cost so much to house a great number of cattle in one building as to lodge them equally well in several buildings. There is also some advantage in implements. A small farmer is not so likely to possess expensive instruments, but the principal agricultural implements, even when of the best construction, are not expensive. It may not answer to a small farmer to own a threshing machine for the small quantity of corn he has to thresh, but there is no reason why such a machine should not in every neighbourhood be owned in common, or provided by some person to whom the others pay a consideration for its use. The large farmer can make some saving in cost of carriage. There is nearly as much trouble in carrying a small portion of produce to market as a much greater produce, in bringing home a small as a much larger quantity of manure, and articles of daily consumption. There is also the greater cheapness of buying things in large quantities. A short time ago I went into Buckinghamshire to look into the allotment system, and in one parish of 1,800 acres I found that some years ago there were 17 farmers who occupied upon the average 100 acres each, and who, previous to the immigration of the Irish harvest men, constantly employed 6 men apiece, or in the aggregate upwards of 100 hands. Now, however, the farmers in the same parish occupy to the extent of 300 acres each, and respectively employ only 6 men, and a few extra hands at harvest time. Thus the number of hands employed by this system has been decreased 1/2. I learned moreover from a clergyman there, who had resided in Wiltshire, that the same thing was going on in that county also, that small farms were giving way to large farms, and that at least half the labourers had been displaced. The agricultural labourers at the time of taking the last census were 1,500,000 in number, so that if this system be generally carried out, there must be 750,000 labourers and their families, or 3,000,000 people, deprived of their living by it. Sir James Graham, in his evidence before the Committee on Criminal Commitments, has given us some curious particulars as to the decrease of the number of hands required for agricultural purposes, where the large system of production is pursued in place of the small. He has told us how many hands he was enabled to get rid of by these means. The proportion of labour displaced, it will be seen, amounted to about 10% of the labouring population. In answer to a question relative to the increase of population in his district, he replied, quote, "I have myself taken very strong means to prevent it, for it so happens that my whole estate came out of lease in the year 1822, after the currency of a lease of 14 years, and by consolidation of farms and the destruction of cottages, I have diminished upon my own property the population to the extent of from 300 to 400 souls." On how many acres? On about 30,000 acres. Note, this is at the rate of 1 in every 100 acres. End note. What was the whole extent of population? It was under 4,000 before I reduced it. What became of those 300 or 400? The greater part of them, being small tenants, were enabled to find farms on the estates of other proprietors, who pursued the opposite course of subdividing their estates for the purpose of obtaining higher nominal rents. Others have become day labourers, and as day labourers I have reason to know they are more thriving than they were on my estate as small farmers, subject to a high rent, which their want of capital seldom enabled them to pay. 2 or 3 of these families went to America. Have you any out of work? None entirely out of work, some only partially employed. But since the dispersion of this large mass of population, the supply of labour has not much exceeded the demand. For whenever I removed a family, I pulled down the house, and the parochial jealousy respecting settlements is an ample check on the influx of strangers." End quote. Similar to the influence of the large system of production in its displacement of labourers, as enabling a large quantity of work to be executed by one establishment with a smaller number of hands than would be required were the amount of work to be divided into a number of smaller establishments. Similar to this mode of economizing labour is that mode of work which, by altering the produce rather than the mode of production, and by substituting an article that requires less labour for one that required more, gets rid of a large quantity of labour, and consequently adds to the surplusage of labourers. An instance of this is in the substitution of pasturage for tillage. "Plough less and graze more," says Sir J. Graham, the great economist of labour, simply because fewer people will be required to attend to the land. But this plan of grazing instead of ploughing was adopted in this country some centuries back, and with what effect to the labourers and the people at large, the following extract from the work of Mr. Thornton on overpopulation will show. Quote, "The extension of the woolen manufacture was raising the price of wool, and the little attendance which sheep require was an additional motive for causing sheep farming to be preferred to tillage. Arable land therefore began to be converted into pasture, and the seemingly interminable cornfields, which, like those of Germany at this day, probably extended for miles without having their even surface broken by fences or any other visible boundaries, disappeared. After being sown with grass, they were surrounded and divided by enclosures to prevent the sheep from straying, and to do away with the necessity of having shepherds always on the watch. By these changes, the quantity of work to be done upon a farm was exceedingly diminished, and most of the servants, whom it had been usual to board and lodge in the manor and farmhouses, were dismissed. This was not all. The married farm servants were ousted from their cottages, which were pulled down, and their gardens and fields were annexed to the adjoining meadows. The small farmers were treated in the same way, as their leases fell in, and were sent to join the daily increasing crowd of competitors for work that was daily increasing in quantity. Even freeholders were in some instances ejected from their lands. This social revolution had probably commenced even before the prosperity of the peasantry had reached its climax, but in 1487 it attracted the notice of Parliament, and an Act was passed to restrain its progress, for already it was observed that enclosures were becoming more frequent, whereby arable land, which could not be manured without people and families, was turned into pasture, which was easily rid by a few herdsmen, and that tenancies for years, lives, and at will, whereupon most of the yeomanry lived, were turned into domains. Note: Lord Bacon's History of King Henry VII. Works, Volume 5, page 61. End note. In 1533, note 25th Henry VIII, cap 13, end note, an Act was passed strongly condemning the practice of accumulating farms, which it was declared had reduced a marvellous multitude of the people to poverty and misery, and left them no alternative but to steal or to die pitifully of cold and hunger. In this Act it was stated that single farms might be found with flocks of from 10,000 to 20,000 sheep upon them, and it was ordained that no man should keep more than 2,000 sheep, except upon his own land, or rent more than 2 farms. 2 years later it was enacted that the king should have a moiety of the profits of land converted, subsequently to a date specified, from tillage to pastures, until a suitable house was erected and the land was restored to tillage. In 1552 a law was made, note 5 and 6 Edward VI, cap 5, end note, which required that on all estates as large a quantity of land as had been kept in tillage for 4 years together at any time since the accession of Henry VIII should be so continued in tillage. But these and many subsequent enactments of the same kind had not the smallest effect in checking the consolidation of farms. We find Roger Ascham, in Queen Elizabeth's reign, lamenting the dispersion of families, the ruin of houses, the breaking up and destruction of the noble yeomanry, the honour and strength of England. Harrison also speaks of towns pulled down for sheep walks, and of the tenements that had fallen either down or into the Lord's hands, or had been brought and united together by other men, so that in some one manor 17, 18, or 20 houses were shrunk. Note: Eden's History of the Poor, Volume 1, page 118. End note. Where have been a great many householders and inhabitants, says Bishop Latimer, there is now but a shepherd and his dog. Note: Latimer's Sermons, page 100. End note. And in a curious tract published in 1581 by one William Stafford, a husbandman is made to exclaim, "Marry, these enclosures do and undo us all, for they make us pay dearer for our land that we occupy, and causeth that we can have no land to put to tillage. All is taken up for pasture, either for sheep or for grazing of cattle, insomuch that I have known of late a dozen ploughs within less compass than 6 miles about me, laid down within this 7 years, and where 80 persons or upwards had their livings, now one man with his cattle hath all. Those sheep is the cause of all our mischief, for they have driven husbandry out of the country, by which was increased before all kinds of victuals, and now altogether sheep, sheep, sheep. Note, Pictorial History of England, Volume 2, page 900. End note. While numbers of persons were thus continually driven from their homes and deprived of their means of livelihood, we need not be at a loss to account for the increase of vagrancy, without ascribing it to the increase of population." End quote. As an instance, within our time, of the same mode of causing a surplusage of labourers, and so adding to the quantity of casual labour in the kingdom, namely by the extension of pasturage and consequent diminution of tillage, we may cite the clearances, as they were called, which took place some few years back in the Highlands of Scotland. "It is only within the last few years," says the author above quoted, "that the straths and glens of Sutherland have been cleared of their inhabitants, and that the whole country has been converted into one immense sheep-walk, over which the traveller may proceed for 40 miles together without seeing a tree or a stone wall, or anything but a heath dotted with sheep and lambs." Note, Reports of the Commissioner of the Times newspaper in June 1845. End note. The example of Sutherland is imitated in the neighbouring counties. During the last 4 years, some hundreds of families have been weeded out of Rossshire, and nearly 400 more have received notice to quit next year. Similar notice has been given to 34 families in Cromarty, and only the other day 18 families who were living in peace and comfort in Glencalvy in Rossshire were expelled from the farms occupied for ages by themselves and their forefathers to make room for sheep." End quote. And still we are told to plough less and graze more. We now come to the last mentioned of the circumstances inducing a surplusage of labourers, and consequently augmenting the amount of casual labour throughout the kingdom, namely by altering the mode of hiring the labourers. At page 236 of the present volume I have said in connection with this part of the subject, quote, "Formerly the mode of hiring labourers was by the year, so that the employer was bound to maintain the men when unemployed. But now journey work, or hiring by the day, prevails, and the labourers being paid, and that mere subsistence money, only when wanted, are necessitated to become either paupers or thieves when their services are no longer required. It is, moreover, this change from yearly to daily hirings, and the consequent discarding of men when no longer required, that has partly caused the immense mass of surplus labourers, who are continually vagabondizing through the country, begging or stealing as they go, men for whom there is but some 2 or 3 weeks' work, harvesting, hop-picking, and the like, throughout the year." End quote. Blackstone, in treating of the laws relating to master and servant, the greater part of the farm labourers or farm servants, as they were then called, being included under the latter head, tells us at page 425 of his first volume, quote, "The first sort of servants acknowledged by the laws of England are menial servants, so called from being intermenia, or domestic. The contract between them and their masters arises upon the hiring. If the hiring be generally, without any particular time limited, the law construes it to be a hiring for a year. Common Law 42. Upon a principle of natural equity, that the servant shall serve, and the master maintain him, throughout all the revolutions of the respective seasons, as well when there is work to be done as when there is not." End quote. Mr. Thornton says, "Until recently it had been common for farm servants, even when married and living in their own cottages, to take their meals with their master, and what was of more consequence, in every farmhouse many unmarried servants of both sexes were lodged as well as boarded. The latter, therefore, even if ill paid, might be tolerably housed and fed, and many of them fared no doubt much better than they could have done if they had been left to provide for themselves with treble their actual wages. Formerly, throughout the kingdom, and it is a custom still prevalent in some parts, more especially in the north. Single men and women seeking engagements as farm servants congregated at what were called the hirings, held usually on the 3 consecutive market days which were nearest to May Day and Martinmas Day. The hiring was thus at 2 periods of the year, but the engagement was usually for the 12-month. By the concurrent consent, however, of master and servant, when the hiring took place, either side might terminate it at the expiration of the 6 months by giving due notice, or a further hiring for a second 12-month could be legally effected without the necessity of again going to the hirings. The servants, even before their term of service had expired, could attend a hiring, generally held under the authority of the town's charter, as a matter of right, the master and mistress having no authority to prevent them. The market cross was the central point for the holding of the hirings, and the men and women, the latter usually the most numerous, stood in rows round the cross. The terms being settled, the master or mistress gave the servant a piece of money, known as a God's penny, the Hansel penny, the offer and acceptance of this God's penny being a legal ratification of the agreement, without any other step. In the old times such engagements had almost always, as shown in the term God's penny, a character of religious obligation. At the earliest period the hirings were held in the churchyards, afterwards by the market cross. I have spoken of this matter more in the past than the present tense, for the system is greatly changed as regards the male farm servant, though little as regards the female. Now the male farm labourers, instead of being hired for a specific term, are more generally hired by week, by job, or by day. Indeed, even half a day's work is known. At one period it was merely the married country labourers residing in their own cottages who were temporarily engaged, but it is now the general body, married and unmarried, old and young, with a few exceptions. Formerly the farmer was bound to find work for 6 or 12 months, for both terms existed, for his hired labourers. If the land did not supply it, still the man must be maintained and be paid his full wages when due. By such a provision the labour and wage of the hired husbandman were regular and rarely casual. But this arrangement is now seldom entered into, and the hired husbandman's labour is consequently generally casual and rarely regular. This principle of hiring labourers only for so long as they are wanted, as contradistinguished from the principle of natural equity spoken of by Blackstone, which requires that the servant shall serve and the master maintain him throughout all the revolutions of the respective seasons, as well when there is work to be done as when there is not, has been the cause perhaps of more casual labour and more pauperism and crime in this country than perhaps any other of the antecedents before mentioned. The harvest is now collected solely by casual labourers, by a horde of squalid immigrants, or the tribe of natural and forced vagabonds who are continually begging or stealing their way throughout the country. Our hops are picked, our fruit and vegetables gathered by the same precarious bands, wretches who perhaps obtain some 3 months' harvest labour in the course of the year. The ships at our several ports are discharged by the same casual hands, who may be seen at our docks scrambling like hounds for the occasional bit of bread that is vouchsafed to them. Their numbers loiter throughout the day, even on the chance of an hour's employment, for the term of hiring has been cut down to the finest possible limits, so that the labourer may not be paid for even a second longer than he is wanted. And since he gets only bare subsistence money when employed, what, we should ask ourselves, must be his lot when unemployed? End of section 59. Section 60 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. of casual labour in general and that of the rubbish carters in particular. Part 3. I now come to consider the circumstances causing an undue increase of the labourers in a country. Thus far we have proceeded on the assumption that both the quantity of work to be done and the number of hands to do it remained stationary, and we have seen that by the mere alteration of the time, rate, and mode of working, a vast amount of surplus and consequently casual labour may be induced in a community. We have now to ascertain how, still assuming the quantity of work to remain unaltered, the same effect may be brought about by an undue increase of the number of labourers. There are many means by which the number of labourers may be increased besides that of a positive increase of the people. These are 1. By the undue increase of apprentices, 2. By drafting into the ranks of labour those who should be otherwise engaged, as women and children, 3. By the importation of labourers from abroad, 4. By the migration of country labourers to towns, and so overcrowding the market in the cities, 5. By the depression of other trades, 6. By the undue increase of the people themselves. Each and every of the first mentioned causes are as effective a circumstance for the promotion of surplus labour as even the positive extension of the population of the country. Let me begin with the undue increase of a trade by means of apprentices. This is perhaps one of the chief aids to the cheap system, for it is principally by apprentice labour that the better masters, as well as workmen, are undersold, and the skilled labourer consequently depressed to the level of the unskilled. But the great evil is that the cheapening of goods by this means causes an undue increase in the trade. The apprentices grow up and become labourers, and so the trade is glutted with workmen, and casual labour is the consequence. This apprentice system is the great bane of the printer's trade. Country printers take an undue number of boys to help them cheap. These lads grow up, and then, finding wages in the provinces depressed through this system of apprentice labour, they flock to the towns, and so tend to glut the labour market, and consequently to increase the number of casual hands. One cause of the increased surplus and casual labour in such trades as dressing-case, workbox, writing-desk making, and other things in the fancy cabinet trade, among the worst trades even in Spitalfields and Bethnal Green, shoemaking, and especially of women and children's shoes, is the taking of many apprentices by small masters supplying the great warehouses. As journey work is all but unknown in the slop fancy cabinet trade, an apprentice, when he has served his time, must start on his own account in the same wretched way of business, or become a casual labourer in some unskilled avocation, and this is one way in which the hands surely, although gradually, increase beyond the demand. It is the same with the general slop cabinet maker's trade in the same parts. The small masters supply the slaughter-houses, the linen-drapers, and so on, who sell cheap furniture. They work in the quickest and most scamping manner, and do more work, which is nearly all done on the chance of sale, as they must confine themselves to one branch. The slop chair-makers cannot make tables, nor the slop table-makers chairs, nor the chiffonnier and drawer-makers bedsteads, for they have not been taught. Even if they knew the method and could accomplish other work, the want of practices would compel them to do it slowly, and the slop mechanic can never afford to work slowly. Such classes of little masters, then, to meet the demand for low-priced furniture, rear their sons to the business, and frequently take apprentices to whom they pay small amounts. The hands so trained, as in the former instances, are not skilled enough to work for the honourable trade, so that they can only adopt the course pursued by their parents or masters before them. Hence a rapid, although again gradual, increase of surplus hands, or hence a resort to some unskilled labour to be wrought casually. This happens too, but in a smaller degree, in trades which are not slop, from the same cause. Concerning the apprentice system in the boot and shoe trade, when making my inquiries into the condition of the London workman, I received the following statements. My employer had 7 apprentices when I was with him. Of these, 2 were parish apprentices, I was one, and the other 5 from the refuse for the destitute at Hoxton. With each refuse boy he got £5 and 3 suits of clothes and a kit (tools). With the parish boys of Covent Garden and St Andrews Holborn he got £5 and 2 suits of clothes, reckoning what the boy wore as one. My employer was a journeyman, and by having all us boys he was able to get up work very cheap, though he received good wages for it. We boys got no allowance in money, only board, lodging and clothing. The board was middling, the lodging was too, and there was nothing to complain about in the clothing. He was severe in the way of flogging. I ran away 6 times myself, but was forced to go back again, as I had no money and no friend in the world. When I first ran away, I complained to Mr. the magistrate, and he was going to give me 6 weeks. He said it would do me good, but Mr. interfered, and I was let go. I don't know what he was going to give me 6 weeks for, unless it was for having a black eye that my master had given me with the stirrup. Of the 7, only 1 served his time out. He let me off 2 years before my time was up, as we couldn't agree. The mischief of taking so many apprentices is this: the master gets money with them from the parish, and can feed them much as he likes as to quality and quantity, and if they run away soon, the master's none the worse, for he's got the money. And so boys are sent out to turn vagrants when they run away, as such boys have no friends. Of us 7 boys, at the wages our employer got, one could earn 19s, another 15s, another 12s, another 10s, and the rest not less than 8s each, for all worked 16 hours a day. That's £4 8s a week for the 7, or £225 10s a year. You must recollect, I reckon this on nearly the best wages in the women's trade. My employer you may call a sweater, and he made money fast, though he drank a good deal. We seldom saw him when he was drunk, but he did pitch into us when he was getting sober. Look how easily such a man with apprentices can undersell others when he wants to work as cheap as possible for the great slop warehouses. They serve haberdashers so cheap that often enough it's starvation wages for the same shops. Akin to the system of using a large number of apprentices is that of employing boys and girls to displace the work of men at the less laborious parts of the trade. It is probable, said a working shoemaker to me, that independent of apprentices, 200 additional hands are added to our already overburdened trade yearly. Sewing boys soon learn the use of the knife. Plenty of poor men will offer to finish them for £1 and a month's work, and men for a few shillings and a few weeks' work will teach other boys to sew. There are many of the wives of chamber masters teach girls entirely to make children's work for £1 and a few months' work, and there are many in Bethnal Green who have learnt the business in this way. These teach some other members of their families, and then actually set up in business in opposition to those who taught them, and in cutting offer their work for sale at a much lower rate of profit, and shopkeepers in town and country, having circulars sent to solicit custom, will have their goods from a warehouse that will serve them cheapest. Then the warehousemen will have them cheap from the manufacturer, and he in his turn cuts down the wages of the workpeople who fear to refuse offers at the warehouse price, knowing the low rate at which chamber masters will serve the warehouse. As in all trades where lowness of wages is the rule, the boy system of labour prevails among the cheap cabinet workers. It prevails, however, among the garret masters by very many of them having 1, 2, 3 or 4 youths to help them, and so the number of boys thus employed through the whole trade is considerable. This refers principally to the general cabinet trade. In the fancy trade the number is greater, as the boys' labour is more readily available. But in this trade the greatest number of apprentices is employed by such warehousemen as are manufacturers, as some at the East End are, or rather by the men that they constantly keep at work. Of these men, one has now 8 and another 14 boys in his service, some apprenticed, some merely engaged, and dischargeable at pleasure. A sharp boy in 6 or 8 months becomes handy, but 4 out of 5 of the workmen thus brought up can do nothing well but their own particular branch, and that only well as far as celerity in production is considered. It is these boys who are put to make, or as a master of the better class distinguished to me, not to make, but to put together, ladies' work-boxes at 5d. apiece, the boy receiving 2d. halfpenny a box. "Such boxes," said another workman, "are nailed together. There's no dovetailing, nothing of what I call work or workmanship, as you say, about them, but the deal's nailed together and the veneer's dabbed on, and if the deal's covered, why, the thing passes. The worst of it is that people don't understand either good work or good wood. Polish them up and they look well. Besides, and that's another bad thing, for it encourages bad work, there's no stress on a lady's work-box, as on a chair or a sofa, and so bad work lasts far too long, though not half so long as good, in solids especially, if not in veneers." To such a pitch is this demand for children's labour carried, that there is a market in Bethnal Green where boys and girls stand twice a week to be hired as binders and sewers. Hence it will be easily understood that it is impossible for the skilled and grown artisan to compete with the labour of mere children, who are thus literally brought into the market to undersell him. Concerning this market for boys and girls in Bethnal Green, I received, during my inquiries into the boot and shoe trade, the following statements from shopkeepers on the spot. "Mr. H. has lived there 16 years. The market days are Monday and Tuesday mornings from 7 to 9. The ages of persons who assemble there vary from 10 to 20, and they are often of the worst character, and a decided nuisance to the inhabitants. A great many of both sexes congregate together, and most market days there are 3 females to 1 male. They consist of sewing boys, shoe binders, winders for weavers, and girls for all kinds of slop needlework, girls for domestic work, nursing children, and so on. No one can testify for a fact that they, the females, are prostitutes, but by their general conduct they are fit for anything. The market some years since was held at the top of Abbey Street, but on account of the nuisance it was removed to the other end of Abbey Street. When the schools were built, the nuisance became so intolerable that it was removed to a railway arch in White Street, Bethnal Green. There are 2 policemen on market mornings to keep order, but my informant says they require 4 to maintain anything like subjection. But family work, or the conjoint labour of a workman's wife and children, is an equally extensive cause of surplus and casual labour. A small master, working perhaps upon goods to be supplied at the lowest rates to wholesale warehousemen, will often contribute to this result by the way in which he brings up his children. It is less expensive to him to teach them his own business, and he may even reap a profit from their labour, than to have them brought up to some other calling. I met with an instance of this in an inquiry among the toy makers. A maker of common toys brought up 5 children to his own trade, for boys and girls can be made useful in such labour at an early age. His business fell off rapidly, which he attributed to the great and numerous packages of cheap toys imported from Germany, Holland, and France, after the lowering of the duty by Sir Robert Peel's tariff. The chief profit to the toy maker was derived from the labour, as the material was of trifling cost. He found, on the change in his trade, that he could not employ all his family. His fellow tradesmen, he said, were in the same predicament, and thus surplus hands were created, so leading to casualty in labour. The system which has, I believe, the worst effect on the women's trade in the boot and shoe business throughout England is, I said, in the Morning Chronicle, chamber mastering. There are between 300 and 400 chamber masters. Commonly the man has a wife and 3 or 4 children, 10 years old or upwards. The wife cuts out the work for the binders, the husband does the knife work, the children sew with uncommon rapidity. The husband, when the work is finished at night, goes out with it, though wet and cold and perhaps hungry, his wife and children waiting his return. He returns sometimes, having sold his work at cost price, and not cleared 1s. 6d. for the day's labour of himself and family. In the winter, by this means, the shopkeepers and warehouses can take the advantage of the chamber master, buying the work at their own price. By this means haberdashers' shops are supplied with boots, shoes, and slippers. They can sell women's boots at 1s. 9d. per pair, shoes 1s. 3d. per pair, children's 6d., 8d., and 9d. per pair, getting a good profit, having bought them of the poor chamber master for almost nothing, and he glad to sell them at any price late at night, his children wanting bread, and he having walked about for hours, in vain trying to get a fair price for them. Thus women and children labour as well as husbands and fathers, and with their combined labours they only obtain a miserable living. The labour of the wife, and indeed the whole family work as it is called, is attended with the same evil to a trade, introducing a large supply of fresh hands to the labour market, and so tending to glut with workpeople each trade into which they are introduced, and thus to increase the casual labour, and decrease the earnings of the whole. The only means of escape from the inevitable poverty, I said in the same letters, which sooner or later overwhelms those in connection with the cheap shoe trade, seems to the workman to be by the employment of his whole family as soon as his children are able to be put to the trade, and yet this only increases the very depression that he seeks to avoid. I give the statement of such a man residing in the suburbs of London, and working with 3 girls to help him. "I have known the business," he said, "many years, but was not brought up to it. I took it up because my wife's father was in the trade, and taught me. I was a weaver originally, but it is a bad business, and I have been in this trade 17 years. Then I had only my wife and myself able to work. At that time my wife and I, by hard work, could earn £1 a week. On the same work we could not now earn 12s. a week. As soon as the children grew old enough, the falling off in the wages compelled us to put them to work one by one, as soon as a child could make threads. One began to do that between 8 and 9. I have had a large family, and with very hard work too. We have had to lie on straw oft enough. Now 3 daughters, my wife and myself work together in chamber mastering. The whole of us may earn 1 week with another 28s. a week, and out of that I have 8 to support. Out of that 28s. I have to pay for grindery and candles, which cost me 1s. a week the year through. I now make children's shoes for the wholesale houses and anybody. About 2 years ago I travelled from Thomas Street, Bethnal Green, to Oxford Street, on the Hawk. I then positively had nothing in my inside, and in Holborn I had to lean against a house, through weakness from hunger. I was compelled, as I could sell nothing at that end of the town, to walk down to Whitechapel at 10 at night. I went into a shop near Mile End turnpike, and the same articles, children's patent leather shoes, that I received 8s. a dozen for from the wholesale houses, I was compelled to sell to a shopkeeper for 6s. 6d. This is a very frequent case, very frequent, with persons circumstanced as I am, and so trade is injured and only some hard man gains by it. Here is the statement of a worker at fancy cabinet work on the same subject. "The most on us has got large families. We put the children to work as soon as we can. My little girl began about 6, but about 8 or 9 is the usual age." "Oh, poor little things," said the wife, "they are obliged to begin the very minute they can use their fingers at all." "The most of the cabinet makers of the East End have from 5 to 6 in family, and they are generally all at work for them. The small masters mostly marry when they are turned of 20. You see our trade's coming to such a pass that unless a man has children to help him, he can't live at all. I've worked more than a month together, and the longest night's rest I've had has been an hour and a quarter. Aye, and I've been up 3 nights a week besides. I've had my children lying ill and been obliged to wait on them into the bargain. You see, we couldn't live if it wasn't for the labour of our children, though it makes 'em, poor little things, old people long afore they are growed up." "Why, I stood at this bench," said the wife, "with my child only 10 years of age, from 4 o'clock on Friday morning till 10 minutes past 7 in the evening, without a bit to eat or drink. I never sat down a minute from the time I began till I finished my work, and then I went out to sell what I had done. I walked all the way from here, Shoreditch, down to the Lowther Arcade, to get rid of the articles." Here she burst out in a violent flood of tears, saying, "Oh, sir, it is hard to be obliged to labour from morning till night as we do, all of us, little ones and all, and yet not be able to live by it either. And you see, the worst of it is, this here children's labour is of such value now in our trade that there's more brought into the business every year, so that it's really for all the world like breeding slaves. Without my children, I don't know how we should be able to get along." "There's that little thing," said the man, pointing to the girl 10 years of age before alluded to, as she sat at the edge of the bed. "Why, she works regularly every day from 6 in the morning till 10 at night. She never goes to school. We can't spare her. There's schools enough about here for a penny a week, but we could not afford to keep her without working. If I'd 10 more children, I should be obliged to employ them all the same way, and there's hundreds and thousands of children now slaving at this business. There's the M's. They have a family of 8, and the youngest to the oldest of all works at the bench, and the oldest ain't 14. I'm sure, of the 2,500 small masters in the cabinet line, you may safely say that 2,000 of them at the very least has from 5 to 6 in family, and that's upwards of 12,000 children that's been put to the trade since prices has come down. 20 years ago I don't think there was a child at work in our business, and I am sure there is not a small master now whose whole family doesn't assist him. But what I want to know is, what's to become of the 12,000 children when they're growed up and come regular into the trade? Here are all my young ones growing up without being taught anything but a business that I know they must starve at." In answer to my inquiry as to what dependence he had in case of sickness, "Oh, bless you," he said, "there's nothing but the parish for us. I did belong to a benefit society about 4 years ago, but I couldn't keep up my payments any longer. I was in the society above 25 year, and then was obliged to leave it after all. I don't know of one as belongs to any friendly society, and I don't think there is a man as can afford it in our trade now. They must all go to the workhouse when they're sick or old." The following is from a journeyman tailor concerning the employment of women in his trade. "When I first began working at this branch, there were but very few females employed in it. A few white waistcoats were given out to them, under the idea that women would make them cleaner than men, and so indeed they can. But since the last 5 years the sweaters have employed females upon cloth, silk, and satin waistcoats as well, and before that time the idea of a woman making a cloth waistcoat would have been scouted. But since the increase of the puffing and the sweating system, masters and sweaters have sought everywhere for such hands as would do the work below the regular ones. Hence the wife has been made to compete with the husband, and the daughter with the wife. They all learn the waistcoat business, and must all get a living. If the man will not reduce the price of his labour to that of the female, why he must remain unemployed, and if the full-grown woman will not take the work at the same price as the young girl, why she must remain without any. The female hands, I can confidently state, have been sought out and introduced to the business by the sweaters, from a desire on their part continually to ferret out hands who will do the work cheaper than others. The effect that this continual reduction has had upon me is this: before the year 1844 I could live comfortably and keep my wife and children, I had 5 in family, by my own labour. My wife then attended to her domestic and family duties, but since that time, owing to the reduction in prices, She has been compelled to resort to her needle, as well as myself, for her living. Note, on the table was a bundle of crape and bombazine, ready to be made up into a dress. End note. I cannot afford now to let her remain idle, that is, if I wish to live, and keep my children out of the streets, and pay my way. My wife's earnings are upon an average 8 shillings per week. She makes dresses. I never would teach her to make waistcoats, because I knew the introduction of female hands had been the ruin of my trade. With the labour of myself and wife, now I can only earn 32 shillings a week, and 6 years ago I could make my 36 shillings. If I had a daughter, I should be obliged to make her work as well, and then probably with the labour of the 3 of us, we could make up at the week's end as much money as up to 1844 I could get by my own single hands. My wife, since she took to dressmaking, has become sickly from over-exertion. Her work and her domestic and family duties altogether are too much for her. Last night I was up all night with her, and was compelled to call in a female to attend her as well. The over-exertion now necessary for us to maintain a decent appearance has so ruined her constitution that she is not the same woman as she was. In fact, ill as she is, she has been compelled to rise from her bed to finish a morning dress against time, and I myself have been obliged to give her a helping hand and turn to at women's work in the same manner as the women are turning to at men's work. The cause of the serious decrease in our trade, said another tailor to me, is the employment given to workmen at their own homes, or in other words, to the sweaters. The sweater is the greatest evil to us, as the sweating system increases the number of hands to an almost incredible extent, wives, sons, daughters, and extra women, all working long days, that is, labouring from 16 to 18 hours per day, and Sundays as well. I date the decrease in the wages of the workmen from the introduction of piecework and giving out garments to be made off the premises of the master, for the effect of this was that the workman making the garment, knowing that the master could not tell whom he got to do his work for him, employed women and children to help him, and paid them little or nothing for their labour. This was the beginning of the sweating system. The workmen gradually became transformed from journeymen into middlemen, living by the labour of others. Employers soon began to find that they could get garments made at a less sum than the regular price, and those tradesmen who were anxious to force their trade by underselling their more honourable neighbours, readily availed themselves of this means of obtaining cheap labour. The consequence was that the sweater sought out where he could get the work done the cheapest, and so introduced a fresh stock of hands into the trade. Female labour, of course, could be had cheaper than male, and the sweater readily availed himself of the services of women on that account. Hence the males who had formerly been employed upon the garments were thrown out of work by the females, and obliged to remain unemployed, unless they would reduce the price of their work to that of the women. It cannot therefore be said that the reduction of prices originally arose from there having been more workmen than there was work for them to do. There was no superabundance of hands until female labour was generally introduced, and even if the workmen had increased 25% more than what they were 20 years back, still that extra number of hands would be required now to make the same number of garments, owing to the work put into each article being at least 1/4 more than formerly. So far from the trade being overstocked with male hands, if the work were confined to the men or the master's premises, there would not be sufficient hands to do the whole. According to the last census, 1841 G.B., out of a population of 18,720,000, the proportions of the people occupied and unoccupied were as follows: occupied 7,800,000, unoccupied, including women and children, 10,920,000. Of those who were occupied, the following were the proportions: engaged in productive employments. Note, I have here included those engaged in trade and commerce, and employers as well as the employed among the producers. 5,350,000. Engaged in non-productive employments, 2,450,000. Of those who were engaged in productive employments, the proportion in round numbers ran as follows: men, 3,785,000, women, 660,000, boys and girls, 905,000. Here, then, we find nearly 1/5, or 20% of our producers to be boys and girls, and upwards of 10% to be women. Such was the state of things in 1841. In order to judge of the possible and probable condition of the labour market of the country, if this introduction of women and children into the ranks of the labourers be persisted in, let us see what were the proportions of the 10,920,000 men, women, and children who 10 years ago still remained unoccupied among us. The ratio was as follows: men, 275,000, women, 3,570,000, boys and girls, 7,075,000. Here the unoccupied men are about 5% of the whole, the children nearly 2/3, and the wives about 1/3. Now it appears that out of, say, 19 million people, 8 million were in 1841 occupied, and by far the greater number, 11 million, unoccupied. Who were the remaining 11 millions, and what were they doing? They of course consisted principally of the unemployed wives and children of the 8 millions of people before specified, 3 millions and a half of the number being females of 20 years of age and upwards, and 7 millions being children of both sexes under 20. Of these children, 4 millions, according to the age abstract, were under 10 years, so that we may fairly assume that at the time of taking the last census there were very nearly 7 millions of wives and children of a workable age still unoccupied. Let us suppose then that these 7 millions of people are brought in competition with the 5 million producers. What is to be the consequence? If the labour market be overstocked at present with only 5 millions of people working for the support of 19 millions, I speak according to the census of 1841, what would it be if another 7 millions were to be dragged into it? And if wages are low now, and employment is precarious on account of this, what will not both work and pay sink to when the number is again increased, and the people clamouring for employment are at least treble what they are at present? When the wife has been taught to compete for work with the husband, and son and daughter to undersell their own father, what will be the state of our labour market then? But the labour of wives and children and apprentices is not the only means of glutting a particular trade with hands. There is another system becoming every day more popular with our enterprising tradesmen, and this is the importation of foreign labourers. In the cheap tailoring this is made a regular practice. Cheap labour is regularly imported not only from Ireland, the wives of sweaters making visits to the Emerald Isle for the express purpose, but small armies of working tailors, ready to receive the lowest pittance, are continually being shipped into this country. That this is no exaggeration, let the following statement prove. I am a native of Pest, having left Hungary about 8 years ago. By the custom of the country I was compelled to travel 3 years in foreign parts before I could settle in my native place. I went to Paris after travelling about in the different countries of Germany. I stayed in Paris about 2 years. My father's wish was that I should visit England, and I came to London in June 1847. I first worked for a West End show shop, not directly for them, but through the person who is their middleman, getting work done at what rates he could for the firm, and obtaining the prices they allowed for making the garments. I once worked 4 days and a half for him, finding my own trimmings and so on, for 9 shillings. For this my employer would receive 12s. 6d. He then employed 190 hands. He has employed 300. Many of those so employed set their wives, children, and others to work, some employing as many as 5 hands this way. The middleman keeps his carriage and will give 50 guineas for a horse. I became unable to work from a pain in my back, from long sitting at my occupation. The doctor told me not to sit much, and so, as a countryman of mine was doing the same, I employed hands, making the best I could of their labour. I have now 4 young women, all Irish girls, so employed. Last week one of them received 4s, another 4s 2d, the other 2 5s each. They find their board and lodging, but I find them a place to work in, a small room, the rent of which I share with another tailor who works on his own account. There are not so many Jews come over from Hungary or Germany as from Poland. The law of travelling 3 years brings over many, but not more than it did. The revolutions have brought numbers this year and last. They are Jew tailors flying from Russian and Prussian Poland to avoid the conscription. I never knew any of these Jews go back again. There is a constant communication among the Jews, and when their friends in Poland and other places learn they are safe in England and in work and out of trouble, they come over too. I worked as a journeyman in Pest and got 2s 6d a week, my board and washing and lodging, for my labour. We lived well, everything being so cheap. The Jews come in the greatest number about Easter. They try to work their way here, most of them. Some save money here, but they never go back. If they leave England, it is to go to America. The labour market of a particular place, however, comes to be overstocked with hands, not only from the introduction of an inordinate number of apprentices and women and children into the trade, as well as the importation of workmen from abroad, but the same effect is produced by the migration of country labourers to towns. This, as I have before said, is specially the case in the printers' and carpenters' trades, where the cheap provincial work is executed chiefly by apprentices, who, when their time is up, flock to the principal towns, in the hopes of getting better wages than can be obtained in the country, owing to the prevalence of the apprentice system of work in those parts. The London carpenters suffer greatly from what are called improvers, who come up to town to get perfected in their art, and work for little or no wages. The work of some of the large houses is executed mainly in this way. That of Mr. Myers was, for instance, against whom the men lately struck. But the unskilled labour of towns suffers far more than the skilled from the above cause. The employment of unskilled labourers in towns is being constantly rendered more casual by the migration from the country parts. The peasants, owing to the insufficiency of their wages and the wretchedness of their dwellings and diets, in Wilts, Somerset, Dorset, and elsewhere, leave their native places without regret, and swell the sum of unskilled labour in towns. This is shown by the increase of population far beyond the excess of births over deaths in those counties where there are large manufacturing or commercial towns, whilst in purely agricultural counties the increase of population does not keep pace with the excess of births. Thus in Lancashire, writes Mr. Thornton in his work on overpopulation, the increase of the population in the 10 years ending in 1841 was 330,210, and in Cheshire 60,919, whilst the excess of births was only 150,150 in the former, and 28,000 in the latter. In particular towns the contrast is still more striking. In Liverpool and Bristol the annual deaths actually exceed the births, so that these towns are only saved from depopulation by their rural recruits. Yet the first increased the number of its inhabitants in 10 years by more than 1/3, and the other by more than 1/6. In Manchester the annual excess of births could only have added 19,390 to the population between 1831 and 1841. The actual increase was 68,375. The number of emigrants (immigrants) into Birmingham during the same period may in the same way be estimated at 40,000, into Leeds at 8,000, into the metropolis at 130,000. On the other hand, in Dorset, Somerset, and Devon, the actual addition to the population in the same decennial period was only 15,491, 31,802, and 39,253 respectively, although the excess of births over deaths in the same counties was about 20,000, 38,600 and 48,700. The unskilled labour market suffers again from the depression of almost any branch of skilled labour, for whatever branch of labour be depressed, and men so be deprived of a sufficiency of employment, one especial result ensues. The unskilled labour market is glutted. The skilled labourer, a tailor for instance, may be driven to work for the wretched pittance of an East End slop tailor, but he cannot turn his hand to any other description of skilled labour. He cannot say, I will make billiard tables, or bookcases, or boots, or razors, so that there is no resource for him but in unskilled labour. The Spitalfields weavers have often sought dock labour. The turners of the same locality, whose bobbins were once in great demand by the silk winders and for the fringes of upholsterers, have done the same, and in this way the increase of casual labour increases the poverty of the poor, and so tends directly to the increase of pauperism. We have now seen what a vast number of surplus labourers may be produced by an extension of time, rate, or mode of working, as well as by the increase of the hands, by other means than by the increase of the people themselves. If, however, we are increasing our workers at a greater rate than we are increasing the means of work, the excess of workmen must, of course, remain unemployed. But are we doing this? Let us test the matter on the surest data. In the first instance, let us estimate the increase of population, both according to the calculations of the late Mr. Rickman and the returns of the several censuses. The first census, I may observe, was taken in 1801, and has been regularly continued at intervals of 10 years. The table first given refers to the population of England and Wales. Increase in the population of England and Wales. Note, the amount of the population from 1570 to 1750, as here given, is copied from Rickman's tables, as published by the Registrar General. The population at the decennial term, as here given, is the amended calculation of the Registrar General, as given in the new census tables. End note. 1570. Population England and Wales 4,038,879. 1600. Population 4,811,718. Numerical increase 772,839. Increase per cent 19. Annual increase per cent 0.6. 1630. Population 5,601,517. Numerical increase 789,799. Increase per cent 16. Annual increase per cent 0.5. 1670. Population 5,773,646. Numerical increase 172,129. Increase per cent 3. Annual increase per cent 0.08. 1700. Population 6,045,008. Numerical increase 271,362. Increase per cent 5. Annual increase per cent 0.2. 1750. Population 6,517,035. Numerical increase 472,027. Increase per cent 8. Annual increase per cent 0.2. 1801. Population 8,892,536. Numerical increase 2,375,501. Increase per cent 37. Annual increase per cent 0.7. 1811. Population 10,164,068. Numerical increase 1,271,532. Increase per cent 14. Annual increase per cent 1.4. 1821. Population 11,999,322. Numerical increase 1,835,250. Increase percent 18. Annual increase percent 1.8. 1831. Population 13,896,797. Numerical increase 1,897,475. Increase percent 16. Annual increase percent 1.6. 1841. Population 15,914,148. Numerical increase 1,982,489. Increase percent 14. Annual increase percent 1.4. 1851. Population 17,922,768. Numerical increase 1,968,341. Increase percent 13. Annual increase percent 1.3. Increase percent in 50 years from 1801 to 1851 equals 101. Annual average increase percent 1.41. Increase in the population of Scotland. 1755. Note from returns furnished by the clergy. Population Scotland 1,265,380. 1801. Note the returns here cited are copied from those given by the Registrar General in the new census. Population 1,608,420. Numerical increase 343,040. Increase percent 27. Annual increase percent 0.6. 1811. Population 1,805,864. Numerical increase 197,444. Increase percent 12. Annual increase percent 1.3. 1821. Population 2,091,512. Numerical increase 285,657. Increase percent 16. Annual increase percent 1.6. 1831. Population 2,364,386. Numerical increase 272,865. Increase percent 13. Annual increase percent 1.3. 1841. Population 2,620,184. Numerical increase 255,798. Increase percent 11. Annual increase percent 1.1. 1851. Population 2,870,784. Numerical increase 245,237. Increase percent 10. Annual increase percent 1.0. Increase percent in 50 years from 1801 to 1851 equals 78. Annual rate of increase percent 1.16. Increase in the population of Ireland. 1731. Returns obtained through an inquiry instituted by the Irish House of Lords. Population Ireland 2,010,221. 1754. Note: the population from 1754 to 1788 is estimated from the hearth money returns. End note. Population 2,372,634. Numerical increase 362,413. Increase percent 19. 1767. Population 2,544,276. Numerical increase 171,642. Increase percent 7. 1777. Population 2,690,556. Numerical increase 146,280. Increase percent 6. 1785. Population 2,845,932. Numerical increase 155,376. Increase percent 6. 1788. Population 4,040,000. Numerical increase 1,194,068. Increase percent 42. 1805. Note Newnham's Inquiry into the Population of Ireland. End note. Population 5,395,456. Numerical increase 1,355,456. Increase percent 34. 1813. Estimate from incomplete census. Population 5,937,858. Numerical increase 542,402. Increase percent 10. 1821. First complete census. Population 6,801,827. Numerical increase 863,969. Increase percent 15. Annual rate of increase 1.4. 1831. Population 7,767,401. Numerical increase 965,574. Increase percent 14. Annual rate of increase percent 1.3. 1841. Population 8,175,124. Numerical increase 407,723. Increase percent 5. Annual rate of increase percent 0.5. 1851. Population 6,515,794. Numerical decrease 1,659,330. Decrease percent 20. Annual rate of decrease percent 1.8. Total decrease in 30 years from 1821 to 1851 equals 4%. Annual rate of decrease for 30 years from 1821 to 1851, 0.1%. Increase in the population of the United Kingdom. 1821. Population 20,892,670. 1831. Population 24,028,584. Numerical increase 3,135,914. Decennial increase percent 15. Annual increase percent 1.4. 1841. Population 26,709,456. Numerical increase 2,680,872. Decennial increase percent 11. Annual increase percent 1.1. 1851. Population 27,309,346. Numerical increase 599,890. Decennial increase percent 2. Annual increase percent 0.2. Increase in 30 years from 1821 to 1851 equals 31%. Annual rate of increase 0.9%. Discarding then all conjectural results and adhering solely to the returns of the censuses, we find that, according to the official numberings of the people throughout the kingdom, the increased rate of population is in round numbers 10% every 10 years. That is to say, where 100 persons were living in the United Kingdom in 1821, there are 130 living in the present year of 1851. The average increase in England and Wales for the last 50 years may, however, be said to be 1.5% per annum, the population having doubled itself during that period. How then does this rate of increase among the people, and consequently the labourers and artisans of the country, correspond with the rate of increase in the production of commodities, or in plain English, the means of employment? This is the main inquiry. The only means of determining the total amount of commodities produced, and consequently the quantity of work done in the country, is from official returns, submitted to the Parliament and the public as part of the revenue of the kingdom. These afford a broad and accurate basis for the necessary statistics, and to get rid of any speculating or calculating on the subject, I will confine my notice to such commodities, giving, however, further information bearing on the subject, but still derived from official sources, so that there may be no doubt on the matter. The facts in connection with this part of the subject are exhibited in the table given in the next page. The majority of the articles there specified supply the elements of trade and manufacture, in furnishing the materials of our clothing, in all the appliances of decency, comfort, and luxury. The table relates, moreover, to our commerce with other countries, to the ships which find profitable employment, and give such employment to our people in the aggregate commerce of the nation. Under almost every head, it will be seen, the increase in the means of labour has been more extensive than has the increase in the number of labourers. In some instances the difference is wide indeed. The annual rate of increase among the population has been 0.9%. From 1801 to 1841, the population of the kingdom at the outside cannot be said to have doubled itself. Yet the productions in cotton goods were not less than 10 times greater in 1851 than in 1801. The increase in the use of wool from 1821 to 1851 was more than sixfold. That of the population, I may repeat, not twofold. In 20 years, 1831 to 1851, the hides were more than doubled in amount as a means of production. In 50 years, the population has not increased to the same amount. Can anyone then contend that the labouring population has extended itself at a greater rate than the means of labour, or that the vast mass of surplus labour throughout the country is owing to the working classes having increased more rapidly than the means of employing them? Thus it is evident that the means of labour have increased at a more rapid pace than the labouring population, but the increase in property of the country, in that which is sometimes called the staple property, being the assured possessions of the class of proprietors or capitalists, as well as in the profits, prove that, if the labourers of the country have been hungering for want of employment, at least the wealth of the nation has kept pace with the increase of the people, while the profits of trade have exceeded it. End of section 60. Section 61 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Table showing the increase in the productions and commerce of the United Kingdom from 1801 to 1850. Soap, in pounds weight. 1801, 55,500,000. 1811, 80 million. Increase 44%. 1821, 97 million. Increase 21%. 1831, 127,500,000. Increase 31%. 1841, 127,500,000. Increase 31%. 1841, 170,500,000. Increase 34%. 1850, 205 million. Increase 20%. Total increase 269%. Average annual increase 5.3%. Cotton, in pounds weight, 1801, 56 million. 1811, 92 million. Increase 64%. 1821, 137 million. Increase 49%. 1831, 273 million and 9. Increase 99%. 1841, 437 million. Increase 60%. 1850, 664,700,000. Increase 52%. Total increase 1,087%. Average annual increase 21.7%. Wool, in pounds weight. 1801 and 1811, no information. 1821, 10 million. 1831, 30 million. increase 200%. 1841, 53 million, increase 77%. 1850, 72,675,000, increase 37%. Total increase 627%. Average annual increase 20.9%. Silk in pounds weight. 1801, 1 million. 1811, 1,500,000, increase 50%. 1821, 2,250,000, increase 50%. 1831, 4,250,000, increase 89%. 1841, 5 million, increase 18%. 1850, 7,159,000, increase 43%. Total increase 616%. Average annual increase 12.3%. Flax in pounds weight. 1801 and 1811, no information. 1821, 55 million. 1831, 104 million, increase 89%. 1841, 151 million, increase 45%. 1850, 204 million, increase 35%. Total increase 271%. Average annual increase 9.0%. Hemp in pounds weight. 1801, 1811 and 1821, no information. 1831, 56,500,000. 1841, 73 million, increase 29%. 1850, 117,447,000, increase 61%. Total increase 108%. Average annual increase 5.4%. Hides in pounds weight. 1801, 1811 and 1821, no information. 1831, 26 million. 1841, 51 million, increase 96%. 1850, 66,300,000, increase 30%. Total increase 155%. Average annual increase 7.7%. Official value of exports in pounds sterling. Note, the official value was established long ago. It represents a price put upon merchandise or commodities. It is in reality a fixed value and serves to indicate the relative extent of imports and exports in different years. The declared value is simply the marked price. End note. 1801, 24,500,000. 1811, 21,750,000. Decrease 11%. 1821, 40,250,000. Increase 85%. 1831, 60 million. Increase 49%. 1841, 101,750,000. Increase 70%. 1850, 197,309,000. Increase 94%. Total increase 705%. Average annual increase 14.1%. Official value of imports in pounds sterling. 1801, no information. 1811, 25,500,000. 1821, 29,750,000. Increase 17%. 1831, 48,250,000. Increase 62%. 1841, 62,750,000. Increase 30%. 1850, 100,460,000. Increase 60%. Total increase 294%. Average annual increase 7.3%. Tonnage of vessels belonging to British Empire. 1801 and 1811, no information. 1821, 2,560,203. 1831, 2,581,964. Increase 1%. 1841, 3,512,480. Increase 36%. 1850, 4,232,962, increase 21%. Total increase 65%. Average annual increase 2.2%. Tonnage of vessels entering ports. 1801 and 1811, no information. 1821, 1,895,000. 1831, 3,241,927, increase 71%. 1841, 4,652,376, increase 44%. 1850, 7,110,476, increase 53%. Total increase 274%. Average annual increase 9.1%. Amount of the property and income of Great Britain. Property assessed to property tax, 1815, £60 million sterling. 1842, 95,250,000. Increase 58%. Annual rate of increase 1.7%. Annual profits of trade, 1815, £37 million sterling. 1844, £60 million. Increase 62%. Annual rate of increase 1.7%. Here then we find that the property assessed to the property tax has increased £35,250,000 in 27 years from 1815 to 1842, or upwards of £1 million sterling a year. This is at the rate of 1.7% every year, whereas the population of Great Britain has increased at the rate of only 1.4% per annum. But the amount of assessment under the property tax, it should be borne in mind, does not represent the full value of the possessions, so that among this class of proprietors there is far greater wealth than the returns show. As regards the annual profits of trade, the increase between the years 1815 and 1844 has been £23 million in 29 years. This is at the rate of 1.7% per annum, and the annual increase in the population of Great Britain is only 1.4%. But the amount of the profits of trade is unquestionably greater than appears in the financial tables of the revenue of the country. Consequently, there is a greater increase of wealth over population than the figures indicate. The above returns show the following results. Population of the United Kingdom increase 0.9% per annum. Productions from 21 to 5% increase per annum. Exports 14% increase per annum. Imports 5% increase per annum. Shipping entering ports 9% increase per annum. Property 1.7% increase per annum. Profits of trade 1.7% increase per annum. Far, very far indeed then, beyond the increase of the population has been the increase of the wealth and work of the country. And now, after this imposing array of wealth, let us contemplate the reverse of the picture. Let us inquire if, while we have been increasing in riches and productions far more rapidly than we have been increasing in people and producers, let us inquire, I say, if we have been numerically increasing also in the sad long lists of paupers and criminals. Has our progress in poverty and crime been pari passu, or been more than commensurate in the rapidity of its strides? Table showing the number of paupers in England and Wales. Note, the official returns as to the number of paupers are most incomplete and unsatisfactory. In the 10th Annual Report of the Poor Law Commissioners, page 480, 1844, a table is printed which is said to give the returns from the earliest period for which authentic parliamentary documents have been received, and this sets forth the number of paupers in England and Wales for the entire 12 months in the years 1803, 1813, 1814, and 1815. Then comes a long interval of no returns, and after 1839 we have the numbers for only 3 months in each year, from 1840 up to 1843. In the first annual report, 1848, these returns for 1 quarter in each year are continued up to 1848, and then we get the returns for only 2 days in each year, the 1st of July and the 1st of January, so that to come to any conclusion amid so much inconsistency is utterly impossible. The numbers above given would have been continued to the present period could any comparison have been instituted. The numbers for the periods not above given are: number of paupers for the entire 12 months, 1803, 1,040,716, 1813, 1,426,065, 1814, 1,402,576, 1815, 1,319,851. The following are the number of paupers for 2 separate days in each year: 1849, 1st of January, 940,851, 1st of July, 846,988, 1850, 1st of January, 889,830, 1st of July, 796,318, 1851, 1st of January, 829,440. Endnote. Number of paupers relieved, quarters ending Lady Day, 1840, 1,199,529, 1841, 1,299,048, numerical increase 99,519, annual increase 8%, 1842, 1,427,187, numerical increase 128,139, annual increase 10%, 1843, 1,539,490, numerical increase 112,303, annual increase 8%, 1844, 1,477,561, numerical increase 938,071, annual increase 60%, 1845, 1,470,970, numerical decrease 6,591, annual decrease 0.4%, 1846, 1,332,089, numerical decrease 38,881, annual decrease 3%, 1847, 1,721,350, numerical increase 389,261, annual increase 29%, 1848, 1,876,541, numerical increase 155,191, annual increase 9%. Increase percent from 1840 to 1848 equals 56, annual increase 7%. Here then we have an increase of 56% in less than 10 years, though the increase of the population of England and Wales in the same time was but 13%. And let it be remembered that the increase of upwards of 650,000 paupers in 9 years has accrued since the new Poor Law has been in what may be considered full working, a law which many were confident would result in a diminution of pauperism, and which certainly cannot be charged with offering the least encouragement to it. Still, in 9 years, our poverty increases while our wealth increases, and our paupers grow nearly 4 times as quick as our people, while the profits on trade nearly double themselves in little more than a quarter of a century. We now come to the records of criminality. Table showing the increase in the number of criminals in England and Wales from 1805 to 1850. Annual average number of criminals committed: 1805, 4,605, 1811, 5,375, numerical increase 770, decennial increase 17%, annual increase 2.8%. 1821, 9,783, numerical increase 4,408, decennial increase 82%, annual increase 8.2%. 1831, 15,318, numerical increase 5,535, decennial increase 57%, annual increase 5.7%. 1841, 22,305, numerical increase 6,987, decennial increase 46%, annual increase 4.6%. 1850, 27,814, numerical increase 5,509, decennial increase 25%, annual increase 3.6%. Increase in the 43 years 504%, annual average increase 11.7%. From these results, and such figures are facts and therefore stubborn things, the people cannot be said to have increased beyond the wealth or the means of employing them, for it is evident that we increase in poverty and crime as we increase in wealth, and in both far beyond our increase in numbers. The above are the bare facts of the country. It is for the reader to explain them as he pleases. As yet, we have dealt with those causes of casual labour only which may induce a surplusage of labourers without any decrease taking place in the quantity of work. We have seen first how the number of the unemployed may be increased either by altering the hours, rate, or mode of working, or else by changing the term of hiring, and this while the number of labourers remains the same. And secondly, we have seen how the same results may ensue from increasing the number of labourers while the conditions of working and hiring are unaltered. Under both these circumstances, however, the actual quantity of work to be done in the country has been supposed to undergo no change whatever, and at present we have to point out not only how the amount of surplus, and consequently of casual, labour in the kingdom may be increased by a decrease of the work, but also how the work itself may be made to decrease. To know the causes of the one, we must ascertain the antecedents of the other. What then are the circumstances inducing a decrease in the quantity of work? And consequently, what the circumstances inducing an increase in the amount of surplus and casual labour? In the first place, we may induce a large amount of casual labour in particular districts, not by decreasing the gross quantity of work required by the country, but by merely shifting the work into new quarters, and so decreasing the quantity in the ordinary localities. The West of England, says Mr. Dodd, in his account of the textile manufactures of Great Britain, was formerly, and continued to be, till a comparatively recent period, the most important clothing district in England. The changes which the woolen manufacture, as respects both localization and mode of management, has been and is now undergoing, are very remarkable. Some years ago, the West of England cloths were the test of excellence in this manufacture, while the productions of Yorkshire were deemed of a coarser and cheaper character. At present, although the western counties have not deteriorated in their product, the West Riding of Yorkshire has made giant strides, by which equal skill in every department has been attained, while the commercial advantages resulting from coal mines, from water power, from canals and railroads, and from vicinage to the eastern port of Hull and the western port of Liverpool, give to the West Riding a power which Gloucestershire and Somersetshire cannot equal. The steam engine too, and various machines for facilitating some of the manufacturing processes, have been more readily introduced into the former than into the latter, a circumstance which, even without reference to other points of comparison, is sufficient to account for much of the recent advance in the north. Of late years, the products of many of the West of England clothing districts have considerably declined. Shepton Mallet, Frome, and Trowbridge, for instance, which were at one time the seats of a flourishing manufacture for cloth, have now but little employment for the workmen in those parts, and so with other towns. At several places in Wiltshire, Somersetshire, and Gloucestershire, and others of the western counties, says Mr. Thornton, most of the cottagers 50 years ago were weavers, whose chief dependence was their looms, though they worked in the field at harvest time and other busy seasons. By so doing, they kept down the wages of agricultural labourers who had no other employment, and now that they have themselves become dependent upon agriculture in consequence of the removal of the woolen manufacture from the cottage to the factory, note, as well as to the north of England, end note, these reduced wages have become their own portion also. Or, in other words, since the shifting of the woolen manufacture in these parts, the quantity of casual labour in the cultivation of the land has been augmented. The same effect takes place, of course, if the work be shifted to the continent, instead of merely to another part of our own country. This has been the main cause of the misery of the straw platters of Buckinghamshire and Bedfordshire. During the last war, says the author before quoted, there were examples of women, the wives and children of labouring men, earning as much as 22 shillings a week. The profits of this employment have been so much reduced by the competition of leghorn hats and bonnets, that a straw platter cannot earn much more than 2 shillings 6pence in the week. But the work of particular localities may not only decrease, and the casual labour in those parts increase in the same proportion, by shifting it to other localities, either at home or abroad, even while the gross quantity of work required by the nation remains the same. But the quantity of work may be less than ordinary at a particular time, even while the same gross quantity annually required undergoes no change. This is the case in those periodical gluts which arise from overproduction in the cotton and other trades. The manufacturers in such cases have been increasing the supplies at a too rapid rate in proportion to the demand of the markets, so that, though there be no decrease in the requirements of the country, there ultimately accrues such a surplus of commodities beyond the wants and means of the people, that the manufacturers are compelled to stop producing until such time as the regular demand carries off the extra supply. And during all this time, either the labourers have to work half-time at half-pay, or else they are thrown out of employment altogether. Thus far we have proceeded in the assumption that the actual quantity of work required by the nation does not decrease in the aggregate, but only in particular places or at particular times, owing to a greater quantity than usual being done in other places or at other times. Note, it might at first appear that when the work is shifted to the continent, there would be a proportionate decrease of the aggregate quantity at home, but a little reflection will teach us that the foreigners must take something from us in exchange for their work, and so increase the quantity of our work in certain respects as much as they depress it in others. End note. We have still to consider what are the circumstances which tend to diminish the gross quantity of work required by the country. To understand these, we must know the conditions on which all work depends. These are simply the conditions of demand and supply, and hence to know what it is that regulates the demand for commodities, and what it is that regulates the supply of them, is also to know what it is that regulates the quantity of work required by the nation. Let me begin with the decrease of work arising from a decrease of the demand for certain commodities. This decrease of demand may proceed from one of three causes. 1. An increase of cost. 2. A change of taste or fashion. 3. A change of circumstances. The increase of cost may be brought about either by an increase in the expense of production or by a tax laid upon the article, as in the case of hair powder before quoted. Of the change of taste or fashion, as a means of decreasing the demand for a certain article of manufacture, and consequently of a particular form of labour. Many instances have already been given. To these the following may be added. In Dorsetshire, says Mr. Thornton, the making of wire shirt buttons, now in a great measure superseded by the use of mother of pearl, once employed great numbers of women and children. So it has been with the manufacture of metal coat buttons. The change to silk has impoverished hundreds. The decrease of work arising from a change of circumstances may be seen in the fluctuations of the iron trade. In the railway excitement, the demand for labour in the iron districts was at least tenfold as great as it is at present, and so again with the demand for arms during wartime. At such periods, the quantity of work in that particular line at Birmingham is necessarily increased, while the contrary effects, of course, ensue immediately the requirements cease, and a large mass of surplus and casual hands is the result. It is the same with the soldiers themselves, as with the gun and sword makers. On the disbanding of certain portions of the army at the conclusion of a war, a vast amount of surplus labourers are poured into the country to compete with those already in work, and either to drag down their weekly earnings, or else, by obtaining casual employment in their stead, to reduce the gross quantity of work accruing to each, and so to render their incomes not only less in amount, but less constant and regular. Within the last few weeks, no less than 1,000 policemen employed during the exhibition have been discharged, of course with a like result to the labour market. The circumstances tending to diminish the supply of certain commodities are 1. Want of capital, 2. Want of materials, 3. Want of labourers, 4. Want of opportunity. The decrease of the quantity of capital in a trade may be brought about by several means. It may be produced by a want of security felt among the moneyed classes, as at the time of revolutions, political agitations, commercial depressions, or panics. Or it may be produced by a deficiency of enterprise after the bursting of certain commercial bubbles, or the decline of particular manias for speculation, as on the cessation of the railway excitement. So again it may be brought about by a failure of the ordinary produce of the year, as with bad harvests. The decrease of the quantity of materials, as tending to diminish the supply of certain commodities, may be seen in the failure of the cotton crops, which of course deprive the cotton manufacturers of their ordinary quantity of work. The same diminution in the ordinary supply of particular articles ensues when the men engaged in the production of them strike, either for an advance of wages, or more generally to resist the attempt of some cutting employer to reduce their ordinary earnings. And lastly, a like decrease of work necessarily ensues when the opportunity of working is changed. Some kinds of work, as we have already seen, depend on the weather, on either the wind, rain, or temperature, while other kinds can only be pursued at certain seasons of the year, as brick-making, building, and the like. Hence, on the cessation of the opportunities for working in these trades, there is necessarily a great decrease in the quantity of work, and consequently a large increase in the amount of surplus and therefore casual labour. We have now, I believe, exhausted the several causes of that vast national evil, casual labour. We have seen that it depends, first, upon certain times and seasons, fashions and accidents, which tend to cause a periodical briskness or slackness in different employments, and secondly, upon the number of surplus labourers in the country. The circumstances inducing surplus labour we have likewise ascertained to be three: 1. An alteration in the hours, rate, or mode of working, as well as in the mode of hiring. 2. An increase of the hands. 3. A decrease of the work, either in particular places at particular times, or in the aggregate, owing to a decrease either in the demand or means of supply. Any one of these causes, it has been demonstrated, must necessarily tend to induce an oversupply of labourers, and consequently a casualty of labour, for it has been pointed out that an oversupply of labourers does not depend solely on an increase of the workers beyond the means of working, but that a decrease of the ordinary quantity of work, or a general increase of the hours or rate of working, or an extension of the system of production, or even a diminution of the term of hiring, will also be attended with the same result, facts which should be borne steadily in mind by all those who would understand the difficulties of the times, and which the economists invariably ignore. On a careful revision of the whole of the circumstances before detailed, I am led to believe that there is considerable truth in the statement lately put forward by the working classes, that only 1/3 of the operatives of this country are fully employed, while another third are partially employed, and the remaining third wholly unemployed. That is to say, estimating the working classes as being between 4 and 5 millions in number, I think we may safely assert, considering how many depend for their employment on particular times, seasons, fashions, and accidents, and the vast quantity of overwork and scamp work in nearly all the cheap trades of the present day, the number of women and children who are being continually drafted into the different handicrafts with the view of reducing the earnings of the men, the displacement of human labour in some cases by machinery, and the tendency to increase the division of labour and to extend the large system of production beyond the requirements of the markets, as well as the temporary mode of hiring. All these things being considered, I believe we may safely conclude that out of the 4,500,000 people who have to depend on their industry for the livelihood of themselves and families, there is, owing to the extraordinary means of economizing labour which have been developed of late years, and the discovery as to how to do the work of the nation with fewer people, barely sufficient work for the regular employment of half of our labourers, so that only 1,500,000 are fully and constantly employed, while 1,500,000 more are employed only half their time, and the remaining 1,500,000 wholly unemployed, obtaining a day's work occasionally by the displacement of some of the others. Adopt what explanation we will of this appalling deficiency of employment, one thing at least is certain: we cannot, consistently with the facts of the country, ascribe it to an increase of the population beyond the means of labour, for we have seen that while the people have increased during the last 50 years at the rate of 0.9% per annum, the wealth and productions of the kingdom have far exceeded that amount. Of the casual labourers among the rubbish carters. The casual labour of so large a body of men as the rubbish carters is a question of high importance, for it affects the whole unskilled labour market, and this is one of the circumstances distinguishing unskilled from skilled labour. Unemployed cabinet makers, for instance, do not apply for work to a tailor, so that with skilled labourers only one trade is affected in the slack season by the scarcity of employment among its operatives. With unskilled labourers it is otherwise. If in the course of next week 100 rubbish carters were from any cause to be thrown out of employment, and found an impossibility to obtain work at rubbish carting, there would be 100 fresh applicants for employment among the bricklayers, labourers, scavengers, nightmen, sewermen, dock workers, lumpers, and so on. Many of the 100 thus unemployed would of course be willing to work at reduced wages, merely that they might subsist, and thus the hands employed by the regular and honourable part of those trades are exposed to the risk of being underworked, as regards wages, from the surplusage of labour in other unskilled occupations. The employment of the rubbish carters depends in the first instance upon the season. The services of the men are called into requisition when houses are being built or removed. In the one case, the rubbish carters cart away the refuse earth; in the other, they remove the old materials. The brisk season for the builders, and consequently for the rubbish carters, is, as I heard several of them express it, when days are long. From about the middle of April to the middle of October is the brisk season of the rubbish carters, for during those 6 months more buildings are erected than in the winter half of the year. There is an advantage in fine weather in the masonry becoming set, and efforts are generally made to complete at least the carcass of a house before the end of October at the latest. I am informed that the difference in the employment of labourers about buildings is 30%. One builder estimated it at 50%, less in winter than in summer, from the circumstance of fewer buildings being then in the course of erection. It may be thought that as rubbish carters are employed frequently on the foundation of buildings, their business would not be greatly affected by the season or the weather, but the work is often more difficult in wet weather, the ground being heavier, so that a smaller extent of work only can be accomplished compared to what can be done in fine weather, and an employer may decline to pay 6 days' wages for work in winter, which he might get done in 5 days in summer. If the men work by the piece or the load, the result is the same. The rubbish carter's employer has a smaller return, for there is less work to be charged to the customer, while the cost in keeping the horses is the same. Thus it appears that under the most favourable circumstances, about 1/4 of the rubbish carters, even in the honourable trade, may be exposed to the evils of non-employment merely from the state of the weather influencing, more or less, the custom of the trade, and this even during the 6 months' employment out of the year, after which the men must find some other means of earning a livelihood. There are in round numbers 850 operative rubbish carters employed in the brisk season throughout the metropolis. Hence 212 men at this calculation would be regularly deprived of work every year for 6 months out of the 12. It will be seen, however, on reference to the table here given, that the average number of weeks each of the rubbish carters is employed throughout the 12 months is far below 26. Indeed, many have but 3 and 4 weeks' work out of the 52. By an analysis of the returns I have collected on this subject, I find the following to have been the actual term of employment for the several rubbish carters in the course of last year. 9 men had 39 weeks' employment, or 9 months. 214 men had 26 weeks' employment, or 6 months. 4 men had 20 weeks' employment, or 5 months. 10 men had 18 weeks' employment. 28 men had 16 weeks' employment, or 4 months. 8 men had 14 weeks' employment. 353 had 13 weeks' employment, or 3 months. 4 men had 12 weeks' employment. 34 had 10 weeks' employment. 29 had 9 weeks' employment. 38 had 8 weeks' employment, or 2 months. 38 had 6 weeks' employment. 27 had 5 weeks' employment. 45 had 4 weeks' employment, or 1 month. 15 had 3 weeks' employment. Total number of men 856. Hence, about 1/4 of the trade appear to have been employed for 6 months, while upwards of 1/2 had work for only 3 months or less throughout the year, many being at work only 3 days in the week during that time. The rubbish carter is exposed to another casualty over which he can no more exercise control than he can over the weather. I mean to what is generally called speculation, or a rage for building. This is evoked by the state of the money market and other causes upon which I need not dilate. But the effect of it upon the labourers I am describing is this. Capitalists may in 1 year embark sufficient means in building speculations to erect, say, 500 new houses in any particular district. In the following year they may not erect more than 200, if any, and thus, as there is the same extent of unskilled labour in the market, the number of hands required is, if the trade be generally less speculative, less in 1 year than in its predecessor by the number of rubbish carters required to work at the foundations of 300 houses. Such a cause may be exceptional, but during the last 10 years the inhabited houses in the 5 districts of the Registrar General have increased to the extent of 45,000, or from 262,737 in 1841 to 307,722 in 1851. It appears then that the annual increase of our metropolitan houses, concluding that the increase in a regular yearly ratio, is 4,500. Last year, however, as I am informed by an experienced builder, there were rather fewer buildings erected. He spoke only from his own observations and personal knowledge of the business, than the yearly average of the decennial term. The casual and constant wages of the rubbish carters may be thus detailed. The whole system of the labour, I may again state, must be regarded as casual, or, as the word imports in its derivation from the Latin casus, a chance, the labour of men who are occasionally employed. Some of the most respectable and industrious rubbish carters with whom I met told me they generally might make up their minds, though they might have excellent masters, to be 6 months of the year unemployed at rubbish carting. This too is less than the average of this chance employment. Calculating then the rubbish carter's receipt of nominal wages at 18 shillings and his actual wages at 20 shillings in the honourable trade, I find the following amount to be paid. By nominal wages, I have before explained, I mean what a man is said to receive, or has been promised that he shall be paid weekly. Actual wages, on the other hand, are what a man positively receives, there being sometimes additions in the form of perquisites or allowances, sometimes deductions in the way of fines and stoppages. The additions in the rubbish carting trade appear to average about 2 shillings a week, but these actual wages are received only so long as the men are employed, that is to say, they are the casual rather than the constant earnings of the men working at a trade which is essentially of an occasional or temporary character, the average employment at rubbish carting being only 3 months in the year. Let us see, therefore, what would be the constant earnings or income of the men working at the better paid portion of the trade. The gross actual wages of 10 rubbish carters casually employed for 39 weeks at 20 shillings per week amount to £390. The gross actual wages of 250 rubbish carters casually employed for 26 weeks at 20 shillings per week, £6,500. The gross actual wages of 360 rubbish carters casually employed for 13 weeks at 20 shillings per week, £4,600. Total gross actual wages of 620 of the better paid rubbish carters, £11,490. But this, as I said before, represents only the casual wages of the better paid operatives. That is to say, it shows the amount of money or money's worth that is positively received by the men while they are in employment. To understand what are the constant wages of these men, we must divide their gross casual earnings by 52, the number of weeks in the year. Thus we find the constant wages of the 10 men who were employed for 39 weeks were 15 shillings instead of 20 shillings per week. That is to say, their wages equally divided throughout the year would have yielded that constant weekly income. By the same reasoning, the 20 shillings per week casual wages of the 250 men employed for 26 weeks out of the 52 were equal to only 10 shillings constant weekly wages. And so the 360 men who had 20 shillings per week casually for only 3 months in the year had but 5 shillings a week constantly throughout the whole year. Hence we see the enormous difference there may be between a man's casual and his constant earnings at a given trade. The next question which forces itself on the mind is, how do the rubbish carters live when no longer employed at this kind of work? When the slack season among the rubbish carters commences, nearly 1/5 of the operatives are discharged. These take to scavenging or dustman's work, as well as that of navigators, or indeed any form of unskilled labour, some obtaining full employ, but the greater part being able to get a job only now and then. Those masters who keep their men on throughout the year are some of them large dust contractors, some carmen, some dairymen, and, in one or two instances in the suburbs, as at Hackney, small farmers. The dust contractors and carmen, who are by far the more numerous, find employment for the men employed by them as rubbish carters in the season, either at the dust yard or carrying sand, or indeed carting any materials they may have to move, the wages to the men remaining the same. Indeed, such is the transient character of the rubbish carting trade that there are no masters or operatives who devote themselves solely to the business. End of section 61. Section 62 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. The effects of casual labour in general. Having now pointed out the causes of casual labour, I proceed to set forth its effects. All casual labour, as I have said, is necessarily uncertain labour, and wherever uncertainty exists, there can be no foresight or providence. Had the succession of events in nature been irregular, had it been ordained by the Creator that similar causes under similar circumstances should not be attended with similar effects, it would have been impossible for us to have had any knowledge of the future, or to have made any preparations concerning it. Had the seasons followed each other fitfully, had the sequences in the external world been variable instead of invariable, and what are now termed constants, from the regularity of their succession, been changed into inconstants, what provision could even the most prudent of us have made? Where all was dark and unstable, we could only have guessed instead of reasoned as to what was to come, and who would have deprived himself of present enjoyments to avoid future privations, which could appear neither probable nor even possible to him. Providence, therefore, is simply the result of certainty, and whatever tends to increase our faith in the uniform sequences of outward events, as well as our reliance on the means we have of avoiding the evils connected with them, necessarily tends to make us more prudent. Where the means of sustenance and comfort are fixed, the human being becomes conscious of what he has to depend upon, and if he feel assured that such means may fail him in old age or in sickness, and be fully impressed with the certainty of suffering from either, he will immediately proceed to make some provision against the time of adversity or infirmity. If, however, his means be uncertain, abundant at one time and deficient at another, a spirit of speculation or gambling with the future will be induced, and the individual gets to believe in luck and fate as the arbiters of his happiness, rather than to look upon himself as the architect of his fortunes, trusting to chance rather than his own powers and foresight to relieve him at the hour of necessity. The same result will necessarily ensue if, from defective reasoning powers, the ordinary course of nature be not sufficiently apparent to him, or if, being in good health, he grow too confident upon its continuance, and either from this or other causes is led to believe that death will overtake him before his powers of self-support decay. The ordinary effects of uncertain labour, then, are to drive the labourers to improvidence, recklessness, and pauperism. Even in the classes which we do not rank among labourers, as for instance authors, artists, musicians, actors, uncertainty or irregularity of employment and remuneration produces a spirit of wastefulness and carelessness. The steady and daily accruing gains of trade and of some of the professions form a certain and staple income, while in other professions, where a large sum may be realized at one time, and then no money be earned until after an interval, incomings are rapidly spent, and the interval is one of suffering. This is part of the very nature, the very essence of the casualty of employment, and the delay of remuneration. The past privation gives a zest to the present enjoyment, while the present enjoyment renders the past privation faint as a remembrance, and unimpressive as a warning. Want of providence, writes Mr. Porter, on the part of those who live by the labour of their hands, and whose employments so often depend upon circumstances beyond their control, is a theme which is constantly brought forward by many whose lot in life has been cast beyond the reach of want. It is indeed greatly to be wished for their own sakes that the habit were general among the labouring classes of saving some part of their wages when fully employed against less prosperous times. But it is difficult for those who are placed in circumstances of ease to estimate the amount of virtue that is implied in this self-denial. It must be a hard trial for one who has recently, perhaps, seen his family enduring want, to deny them the small amount of indulgences which are at the best of times placed within their reach. It is easy enough for men in smooth circumstances to say, the privation is a man's own fault, since to avoid it he has but to apportion the sum he may receive in a lump over the interval of non-recompense which he knows will follow. Such a course as this, experience and human nature have shown not to be easy, perhaps with a few exceptions not to be possible. It is the starving and not the well-fed man that is in danger of surfeiting himself. When pestilence or revolution are rendering life and property casualties in a country, the same spirit of improvident recklessness breaks forth. In London, on the last visitation of the plague, in the reign of Charles II, a sort of plague club indulged in the wildest excesses in the very heart of the pestilence. To these orgies no one was admitted who had not been bereft of some relative by the pest. In Paris, during the reign of terror in the first revolution, the famous Guillotine Club was composed of none but those who had lost some near relative by the guillotine. When they met for their half-frantic revels, every one wore some symbol of death, breastpins in the form of guillotines, rings with death's heads, and such like. The duration of their own lives these guillotine clubbists knew to be uncertain, not merely in the ordinary uncertainty of nature, but from the character of the times, and this feeling of the jeopardy of existence, from the practice of violence and bloodshed, wrought the effects I have described. Life was more than naturally casual. When the famine was at the worst in Ireland, it was remarked in the Cork Examiner that in that city there never had been seen more street larking or street gambling among the poor lads and young men who were really starving. This was a natural result of the casualty of labour and the consequent casualty of food. Persons, it should be remembered, do not insure houses or shops that are doubly or trebly hazardous. They gamble on the uncertainty. Mr. Porter, in his Progress of the Nation, cites a fact bearing immediately upon the present subject. The formation of a canal which has been in progress during the last 5 years in the north of Ireland, this was written in 1847, has afforded steady employment to a portion of the peasantry, who before that time were suffering all the evils so common in that country which result from the precariousness of employment. Such work as they could previously get came at uncertain intervals, and was sought by so many competitors that the remuneration was of the scantiest amount. In this condition of things the men were improvident to recklessness. Their wages, insufficient for the comfortable sustenance of their families, were wasted in procuring for themselves a temporary forgetfulness of their misery at the whisky shop, and the men appeared to be sunk into a state of hopeless degradation. From the moment, however, that work was offered to them which was constant in its nature and certain in its duration, and on which their weekly earnings would be sufficient to provide for their comfortable support, men who had been idle and dissolute were converted into sober, hard-working labourers, and proved themselves kind and careful husbands and fathers. And it is stated as a fact that notwithstanding the distribution of several £100 weekly in wages, the whole of which must be considered as so much additional money placed in their hands, the consumption of whisky was absolutely and permanently diminished in the district. During the comparatively short period in which the construction of this canal was in progress, some of the most careful labourers, men who most probably before then never knew what it was to possess 5 shillings at any one time, saved sufficient money to enable them to emigrate to Canada. There can hardly be a stronger illustration of the blessing of constant and the curse of casual labour. We have competence and frugality as the results of one system, poverty and extravagance as the results of the other, and among the very same individuals. In the evidence given by Mr. Galloway, the engineer, before a parliamentary committee, he remarks that when employers are competent to show their men that their business is steady and certain, and when men find that they are likely to have permanent employment, they have always better habits and more settled notions, which will make them better men and better workmen, and will produce great benefits to all who are interested in their employment. Moreover, even if payment be assured to a working man regularly, but deferred for long intervals, so as to make the returns lose all appearance of regularity, he will rarely be found able to resist the temptation of a tavern, and perhaps a long-continued carouse, or of some other extravagance to his taste, when he receives a month's dues at once. I give an instance of this in the following statement. For some years after the peace of 1815, the staffs of the militias were kept up, but not in any active service. During the war, the militias performed what are now the functions of the regular troops in the three kingdoms, their stations being changed more frequently than those of any of the regular regiments at the present day. Indeed, they only differed from the regulars in name. There was the same military discipline, and the sole difference was that the militiamen, who were balloted for periodically, could not, by the laws regulating their embodiment, be sent out of the United Kingdom for purposes of warfare. The militias were embodied for 28 days' training, once in 4 years, seldom less, after the peace, and the staff acted as the drill sergeants. They were usually steady, orderly men, working at their respective crafts when not on duty after the militia's disembodiment, and some who had not been brought up to any handicraft turned out, perhaps from their military habits of early rising and orderliness, very good gardeners, both on their own account and as assistants in gentlemen's grounds. No few of them saved money. Yet these men, with very few exceptions, when they received a month's pay, fooled away a part of it in tippling and idleness, to which they were not at all addicted when attending regularly to their work with its regular returns. If they got into any trouble in consequence of their carousing, it was looked upon as a sort of legitimate excuse. "Why, you see, sir, it was the 24th," the 24th of each month being the pension day. The thoughtless extravagance of sailors, when on their return to port they receive in one sum the wages they have earned by severe toil amid storms and dangers during a long voyage, I need not speak of. It is a thing well known. These soldiers and seamen cannot be said to have been casually employed, but the results were the same as if they had been so employed. The money came to them in a lump, at so long an interval as to appear uncertain, and was consequently squandered. I may cite the following example as to the effects of uncertain earnings upon the household outlay of labourers who suffer from the casualties of employment induced by the season of the year. "In the long fine days of summer, the little daughter of a working brickmaker," I was told, "used to order chops and other choice dainties of a butcher, saying, 'Please, sir, father don't care for the price just now, but he must have his chops good. Line chops, sir, and tender, please, 'cause he's a brickmaker.' In the winter it was, 'Oh, please, sir, here's a fourpenny bit, and you must send father something cheap. He don't care what it is, so long as it's cheap. It's winter, and he hasn't no work, sir, 'cause he's a brickmaker.'" I have spoken of the tendency of casual labour to induce intemperate habits. In confirmation of this, I am enabled to give the following account as to the increase of the sale of malt liquor in the metropolis, consequent upon wet weather. The account is derived from the personal observations of a gentleman long familiar with the brewing trade, in connection with one of the largest houses. In short, I may state that the account is given on the very best authority. There are 9 large brewers in London. Of these, the 2 firms transacting the greatest extent of business supply daily 1,000 barrels each firm to their customers. The 7 others among them dispose altogether of 3,000 barrels daily. All these 5,000 barrels a day are solely for town consumption, and this may be said to be the average supply the year through, but the public house sale is far from regular. After a wet day, the sale of malt liquor, principally beer, porter, to the metropolitan retailers is from 500 to 1,000 barrels more than when a wet day has not occurred. That is to say, the supply increases from 5,000 barrels to 5,500 and 6,000. Such of the publicans as keep small stocks go the next day to their brewers to order a further supply. Those who have better furnished cellars may not go for 2 or 3 days after, but the result is the same. The reason for this increased consumption is obvious. When the weather prevents workmen from prosecuting their respective callings in the open air, they have recourse to drinking to pass away the idle time. Anyone who has made himself familiar with the habits of the working classes has often found them crowding a public house during a hard rain, especially in the neighbourhood of new buildings or any public open-air work. The street sellers, themselves prevented from plying their trades outside, are busy in such times in the publics, offering for sale braces, belts, hose, tobacco boxes, nuts of different kinds, apples, and so on. A bargain may then be struck for so much and a half pint of beer, and so the consumption is augmented by the trade in other matters. Now, taking 750 barrels as the average of the extra sale of beer in consequence of wet weather, we have a consumption beyond the demands of the ordinary trade in malt liquor of 27,000 gallons, or 216,000 pints. This, at 2d. a pint, is 3,000 pounds for a day's needless and often prejudicial outlay caused by the casualty of the weather and the consequent casualty of labour. A censor of morals might say that these men should go home under such circumstances, but their homes may be at a distance and may present no great attractions. The single men among them may have no homes, merely sleeping places, and even the most prudent may think it advisable to wait a while under shelter in hopes of the weather improving so that they could resume their labour, and only an hour or so be deducted from their wages. Besides, there is the attraction to the labourer of the warmth, discussion, freedom, and excitement of the public house. That the great bulk of the consumers of this additional beer are of the classes I have mentioned is, I think, plain enough from the increase being experienced only in that beverage, the consumption of gin being little affected by the same means. Indeed, the statistics showing the ratio of beer and gin drinking are curious enough, were this the place to enter into them, the most gin as a general rule being consumed in the most depressed years. It is a fact worth notice, said a statistical journal entitled Facts and Figures, published in 1841, as illustrative of the tendency of the times of pressure to increase spirit drinking, that whilst under the privations of last year, 1840, the poorer classes paid £2,628,286 tax for spirits. In 1836, a year of the greatest prosperity, the tax on British spirits amounted only to £2,390,188. So true is it that to impoverish is to demoralise. The numbers who imbibe, in the course of a wet day, these 750 barrels, cannot of course be ascertained, but the following calculations may be presented. The class of men I have described rarely have spare money, but if known to a landlord, they probably may obtain credit until the Saturday night. Now, putting their extra beer drinking on wet days, for on fine days there is generally a pint or more consumed daily per working man, putting, I say, the extra potations at a pot, quart, each man, we find 108,000 consumers out of 2,000,000 people, or discarding the women and children, not 1,000,000. A number doubling and trebling and quadrupling the male adult population of many a splendid continental city. Of the data I have given, I may repeat, no doubt can be entertained, nor, as it seems to me, can any doubt be entertained that the increased consumption is directly attributable to the casualty of labour. Note, the Great Exhibition, I am informed, produced a very small effect on the consumption of porter, and according to the official returns, 160,000 gallons less spirits were consumed in the first 9 months of the present year than in the corresponding months of the last, thus showing that any occupation of mind or body is incompatible with intemperate habits, for drunkenness is essentially the vice of idleness, or want of something better to do. End note. Of the scurf trade among the rubbish carters. Before proceeding to treat of the cheap or scurf labourers among the rubbish carters, I shall do as I have done in connection with the casual labourers of the same trade, say a few words on that kind of labour in general, both as to the means by which it is usually obtained, and as to the distinctive qualities of the scurf or low-priced labourers. For experience teaches me that the mode by which labour is cheapened is more or less similar in all trades, and it will therefore save much time and space if I here, as with the casual labourers, give the general facts in connection with this part of my subject. In the first place, then, there are but 2 direct modes of cheapening labour, namely, 1. By making the workmen do more work for the same pay; 2. By making them do the same work for less pay. The first of these modes is what is technically termed driving, especially when effected by compulsory overwork, and it is called the economy of labour when brought about by more elaborate and refined processes, such as the division of labour, the large system of production, the invention of machinery, and the temporary, as contradistinguished from the permanent, mode of hiring. Each of these modes of making workmen do more work for the same pay can have but the same depressing effect on the labour market, for not only is the rate of remuneration, or ratio of the work to the pay, reduced when the operative is made to do a greater quantity of work for the same amount of money, but unless the means of disposing of the extra products be proportionately increased, it is evident that just as many workmen must be displaced thereby, as the increased term or rate of working exceeds the extension of the markets. That is to say, if 4,000 workpeople be made to produce each twice as many as formerly, either by extending the hours of labour or increasing their rate of labouring, then if the markets or means of disposing of the extra products be increased only 1/2, 1,000 hands must, according to Cocker, be deprived of their ordinary employment, and these competing with those who are in work will immediately tend to reduce the wages of the trade generally, so that not only will the rate of wages be decreased, since each will have more work to do, but the actual earnings of the workman will be diminished likewise. Of the economy of labour itself as a means of cheapening work, there is no necessity for me to speak here. It is indeed generally admitted that to economise labour without proportionally extending the markets for the products of such labour is to deprive a certain number of workmen of their ordinary means of living, and under the head of casual labour so many instances have been given of this principle that it would be wearisome to the reader were I to do other than allude to the matter at present. There are, however, several other means of causing a workman to do more than his ordinary quantity of work. These are 1. by extra supervision when the workmen are paid by the day. Of this mode of increased production an instance has already been cited in the account of the strapping shops, given at page 304, Vol. 2. 2. By increasing the workman's interest in his work, as in piecework, where the payment of the operative is made proportional to the quantity of work done by him. Of this mode examples have already been given at page 303, Vol. 2. 3. By large quantities of work given out at one time, as in lump work and contract work. 4. By the domestic system of work, or giving out materials to be made up at the homes of the workpeople. 5. By the middleman system of labour. 6. By the prevalence of small masters. 7. By a reduced rate of pay, as forcing operatives to labour both longer and quicker, in order to make up the same amount of income. Of several of these modes of work I have already spoken, citing facts as to their pernicious influence upon the greater portion of those trades where they are found to prevail. I have already shown how, by extra supervision, by increased interest in the work, as well as by decreased pay, operatives can be made to do more work than they otherwise would, and so be the cause, unless the market be proportionately extended, of depriving some of their fellow labourers of their fair share of employment. It now only remains for me to set forth the effect of those modes of employment which have not yet been described, namely, the domestic system, the middleman system, and the contract and lump system, as well as the small master system of work. Let me begin with the first of the last mentioned modes of cheapening labour, namely, the domestic system of work. I find by investigation that in trades where the system of working on the master's premises has been departed from, and a man is allowed to take his work home, there is invariably a tendency to cheapen labour. These home workers, whenever opportunity offers, will use other men's ill-paid labour, or else employ the members of their family to enhance their own profits. The domestic system, moreover, naturally induces overwork and Sunday work, as well as tends to change journeymen into trading operatives, living on the labour of their fellow workmen. When the work is executed off the master's premises, of course there are neither definite hours nor days for labour, and the consequence is, the generality of home workers labour early and late, Sundays as well as work-days, availing themselves at the same time of the co-operation of their wives and children. Thus the trade becomes overstocked with work-people by the introduction of a vast number of new hands into it, as well as by the overwork of the men themselves who thus obtain employment. When I was among the tailors, I received from a journeyman to whom I was referred by the Trade Society, as the one best able to explain the cause of the decline of that trade, the following lucid account of the evils of this system of labour. The principal cause of the decline of our trade is the employment given to workmen at their own homes, or in other words, to the sweaters. The sweater is the greatest evil in the trade, as the sweating system increases the number of hands to an almost incredible extent. Wives, sons, daughters, and extra women, all working long days, that is, labouring from 16 to 18 hours per day, and Sundays as well. By this system 2 men obtain as much work as would give employment to 3 or 4 men working regular hours in the shop. Consequently, the sweater being enabled to get the work done by women and children at a lower price than the regular workman, obtains the greater part of the garments to be made, while men who depend upon the shop for their living are obliged to walk about idle. A greater quantity of work is done under the sweating system at a lower price. I consider that the decline of my trade dates from the change of day work into piecework. According to the old system, the journeyman was paid by the day, and consequently must have done his work under the eye of his employer. It is true that work was given out by the master before the change from day work to piecework was regularly acknowledged in the trade, but still it was morally impossible for work to be given out and not be paid by the piece. Hence I date the decrease in the wages of the workman from the introduction of piecework, and giving out garments to be made off the premises of the master. The effect of this was, that the workman making the garment, knowing that the master could not tell whom he got to do his work for him, employed women and children to help him, and paid them little or nothing for their labour. This was the beginning of the sweating system. The workmen gradually became transformed from journeymen into middlemen, living by the labour of others. Employers soon began to find that they could get garments made at a less sum than the regular price, and those tradesmen who were anxious to force their trade by underselling their more honourable neighbours, readily availed themselves of this means of obtaining cheap labour. The middleman system of work is so much akin to the domestic system, of which indeed it is but a necessary result, that it forms a natural addendum to the above. Of this indirect mode of employing workmen, I said in the Chronicle when treating of the timber porters at the docks, quote, "The middleman system is the one crying evil of the day. Whether he goes by the name of sweater, chambermaster, lumper, or contractor, it is this trading operative who is the great means of reducing the wages of his fellow working men. To make a profit out of the employment of his brother operatives, he must of course obtain a lower class, and consequently cheaper labour. Hence it becomes a business with him to hunt out the lowest grades of working men, that is to say, those who are either morally or intellectually inferior in the craft, the drunken, the dishonest, the idle, the vagabond, and the unskilful. These are the instruments that he seeks, because these, being unable to obtain employment at the regular wages of the sober, honest, industrious, and skilful portion of the trade, he can obtain their labour at a lower rate than what is usually paid. Hence drunkards, tramps, men without character or station, apprentices, children, all suit him. Indeed, the more degraded the labourers, the better they answer his purpose, for the cheaper he can get their work, and consequently the more he can make out of it." "Boy labour or thief labour," said a middleman on a large scale to me, "what do I care so long as I can get my work done cheap?" That this seeking out of cheap and inferior labour really takes place, and is a necessary consequence of the middleman system, we have merely to look into the conditions of any trade where it is extensively pursued. I have shown in my account of the tailor's trade printed in the Chronicle, that the wives of the sweaters not only parade the streets of London on the look-out for youths raw from the country, but that they make periodical trips to the poorest provinces of Ireland in order to obtain workmen at the lowest possible rate. I have shown moreover that foreigners are annually imported from the continent for the same purpose, and that among the chamber masters in the shoe trade, the child market at Bethnal Green, as well as the workhouses, are continually ransacked for the means of obtaining a cheaper kind of labour. All my investigations go to prove that it is chiefly by means of this middleman system that the wages of the working men are reduced. It is this contractor, this trading operative, who is invariably the prime mover in the reduction of the wages of his fellow workmen. He uses the most degraded of the class as a means of underselling the worthy and skilful labourers, and of ultimately dragging the better down to the abasement of the worst. He cares not whether the trade to which he belongs is already overstocked with hands, for be those hands as many as they may, and the ordinary wages of his craft down to bare subsistence point, it matters not a jot to him. He can live solely by reducing them still lower, and so he immediately sets about drafting or importing a fresh and cheaper stock into the trade. If men cannot subsist on lower prices, then he takes apprentices, or hires children. If women of chastity cannot afford to labour at the price he gives, then he has recourse to prostitutes. Or if workmen of character and worth refuse to work at less than the ordinary rate, then he seeks out the moral refuse of the trade, those whom none else will employ. Or else he flies, to find labour meet for his purpose, to the workhouse and the jail. Backed by this cheap and refuse labour, he offers his work at lower prices, and so keeps on reducing and reducing the wages of his brethren, until all sink in poverty, wretchedness, and vice. Go where we will, look into whatever poorly paid craft we please, we shall find this trading operative, this middleman or contractor, at the bottom of the degradation. The contract system, or lump work as it is called, is but a corollary, as it were, of the foregoing, for it is an essential part of the middleman system that the work should be obtained by the trading operative in large quantities, so that those upon whose labour he lives should be kept continually occupied, and the more of course that he can obtain work for, the greater his profit. When a quantity of work, usually paid for by the piece, is given out at one time, the natural tendency is for the piecework to pass into lump work. That is to say, if there be in a trade a number of distinct parts, each requiring perhaps, from the division of labour, a distinct hand for the execution of it, or if each of these parts bear a different price, it is frequently the case that the master will contract with some one workman for the execution of the whole, agreeing to give a certain price for the job in the lump, and allowing the workman to get whom he pleases to execute it. This is the case with the piece-working masters in the coach-building trade, but it is not essential to the contract or lump system of work that other hands should be employed, the main distinction between it and piecework being that the work is given out in large quantities, and a certain allowance or reduction of price effected from that cause alone. It is this contract or lump work which constitutes the great evil of the carpenters as well as of many other trades. And as in those crafts, so in this, we find that the lower the wages are reduced, the greater becomes the number of trading operatives or middlemen. For it is when workmen find the difficulty of living by their labour increased that they take to scheming and trading upon the labour of their fellows. In the slop trade, where the pay is the worst, these creatures abound the most. And so in the carpenter's trade, where the wages are the lowest, as among the speculative builders, there the system of contracting and subcontracting is found in full force. Of this contract or lump work I received the following account from the foreman to a large speculating builder, when I was inquiring into the condition of the London carpenters. The way in which the work is done is mostly by letting and subletting. The masters usually prefer to let work because it takes all the trouble off their hands. They know what they are to get for the job, and of course they let it as much under that figure as they possibly can, all of which is clear gain without the least trouble. How the work is done or by whom, it's no matter to them, so long as they can make what they want out of the job and have no bother about it. Some of our largest builders are taking to this plan, and a party who used to have one of the largest shops in London has within the last 3 years discharged all the men in his employ, he had 200 at least, and has now merely an office, and none but clerks and accountants in his pay. He has taken to letting his work out instead of doing it at home. The parties to whom the work is let by the speculating builders are generally working men, and these men in their turn look out for other working men, who will take the job cheaper than they will. And so I leave you, sir, and the public to judge what the party who really executes the work gets for his labour, and what is the quality of work that he is likely to put into it. The speculating builder generally employs an overlooker to see that the work is done sufficiently well to pass the surveyor. That's all he cares about. Whether it's done by thieves or drunkards or boys, it's no matter to him. The overlooker, of course, sees after the first party to whom the work is let, and this party in his turn looks after the several hands that he has sublet it to. The first man who agrees to take the job takes it in the lump, and he again lets it to others in the piece. I have known instances of its having been let again a third time, but this is not usual. The party who takes the job in the lump from the speculator usually employs a foreman, whose duty it is to give out the materials and to make working drawings. The men to whom it is sublet only find labour, while the lumper or first contractor agrees for both labour and materials. It is usual in contract work for the first party who takes the job to be bound in a large sum for the due and faithful performance of his contract. He then in his turn finds out a subcontractor who is mostly a small builder, who will also bind himself that the work shall be properly executed, and there the binding ceases, those party to whom the job is afterwards let or sublet, employing foremen or overlookers to see that their contract is carried out. The first contractor has scarcely any trouble whatsoever. He merely engages a gentleman who rides about in a gig to see that what is done is likely to pass muster. The subcontractor has a little more trouble, and so it goes on as it gets down and down. Of course, I need not tell you that the first contractor, who does the least of all, gets the most of all, while the poor wretch of a working man, who positively executes the job, is obliged to slave away every hour, night after night, to get a bare living out of it, and this is the contract system. A tradesman or a speculator will contract for a certain sum to complete the skeleton of a house and render it fit for habitation. He will sublet the flooring to some working joiner, who will in very many cases take it on such terms as to allow himself, by working early and late, the regular journeyman's wages of 30s. a week, or perhaps rather more. Now this subcontractor cannot complete the work within the requisite time by his own unaided industry, and he employs men to assist him, often subletting again, and such assistant men will earn perhaps but 4s. a day. It is the same with the doors, the staircases, the balustrades, the window frames, the room skirtings, the closets, in short, all parts of the building. The subletting is accomplished without difficulty. Old men are sometimes employed in such work, and will be glad of any remuneration to escape the workhouse, while stronger workmen are usually sanguine that by extra exertion, though the figure is low, they may make a tidy thing out of it after all. In this way labour is cheapened. Lump work, piece work, work by the job, are all portions of the contract system. The principle is the same. Here is this work to be done. What will you undertake to do it for? In number after number of The Builder will be found statements headed Blind Builders. One firm, responding to an advertisement for estimates of the building of a church, sends in an offer to execute the work in the best style for £5,000. Another firm may offer to do it for somewhere about £3,000. The first mentioned firm would do the work well, paying the honourable rate of wages. The underworking firm must resort to the scamping and subletting system I have alluded to. It appears that the building of churches and chapels of all denominations is one of the greatest encouragements to slop, or scamp, or underpaid work. The same system prevails in many trades, with equally pernicious effects. "If you will allow me," says a correspondent, "I would state that there is one cause of hardship and suffering to the labouring or handicraftsman, which to my mind is far more productive of distress and poor grinding than any other, or than all the causes put together. I allude to the contract system, and especially in reference to printing. Depend upon it, sir, the father of wickedness himself could not devise a more malevolent or dishonest course than that now very generally pursued by those who should be, of all others, the friends of the poor and working man. The Government and the great West End clubs have reduced their transactions to such a low level in this respect that it seems to be the only question with them who will work lowest or supply goods at the lowest figure, and this too totally irrespective of the circumstance whether it may not reduce wages or bankrupt the contractor. No matter whether a party who has executed the work required for years be noted for paying a fair and remunerating price to his workmen or sub-tradesmen, and bears the character of a responsible and trustworthy man, all this is as nothing. For somebody who may be, for aught that is cared, deficient in all these points, will do what is needful at so much less, and then, unless willing to reduce the wages of his work-people, the long-employed tradesman has but the alternative of losing his business or cheating his creditors. And then, to give a smack to the whole affair, the stationery office of the Government or the committee of the club will congratulate themselves and their auditors on the fact that a diminution in expenses has been effected, a result commemorated perhaps by an addition of salary to the officials in the former case, and of a cordial vote of thanks in the latter. I do not write without book, I can assure you, on these matters, for I have long and earnestly watched the subject, and could fill many a page with the details. Of the ruinous effects of the contract system in connection with the army clothing, Mr. Pierce, the army clothier, gave the following evidence before the Select Committee on Army and Navy Appointments. Quote, "When the contract for soldiers' great coats was opened, Mr. Maberly took it at the same price, 13s, in December 1808. This shows the effect of wild competition. In February following, Esdale's house, who were accoutrement makers and not clothiers, got knowledge of what was Mr. Maberly's price, and they tendered at 12s. 6d. halfpenny a month afterwards. It was evidently then a struggle for the price, and how the quality, the least good, if we may use such a term, could pass. Mr. Maberly did not like to be outbidden by Esdale's. Esdale's stopped subsequently, and Mr. Maberly bid 12s. 6d. 3 months after, and Mr. Dixon bid again and got the contract for 11s. 3d. in October, and in December of that year another public tender took place, and Messrs. A and D Cock took it at 11s. 5d. halfpenny, and they subsequently broke. It went on in this sort of way, changing hands every 2 or every 3 months by bidding against each other. Presently, though it was calculated that the great coat was to wear 4 years, it was found that those great coats were so inferior in quality that they wore only 2 years, and representations were accordingly made to the Commander-in-Chief, when it was found necessary that great care should be taken to go back to the original good quality that had been established by the Duke of York." End quote. Mr. Shaw, another army clothier, and a gentleman with whose friendship I am proud to say I have been honoured since the commencement of my inquiries, a gentleman actuated by the most kindly and Christian impulses, and of whom the workpeople speak in terms of the highest admiration and regard. This gentleman, impressed with a deep sense of the evils of the contract system to the underpaid and overworked operatives of his trade, addressed a letter to the chairman of the Committee on Army, Navy and Ordnance Estimates, from which the following are extracts. Quote, "My Lord, my object more particularly is to request your Lordship will submit to the Committee, as an evidence of the evils of contracts, the great coat sent herewith, made similar to those supplied to the Army, and I would respectfully appeal to them as men, gentlemen, as Christians, whether 5d., the price now being given to poor females for making up these coats, is a fair and just price for 6, 7, and 8 hours' work. My Lord, the misery amongst the workpeople is most distressing, of a mass of people willing to work who cannot obtain it, and of a mass, especially women, most iniquitously paid for their labour, who are in a state of oppression disgraceful to the legislature, the government, the church, and the consuming public. I would therefore most humbly and earnestly call upon your Lordship and the other members of the Committee to recommend an immediate stop to be put to the system of contracting now pursued by the different government departments, as being one of false economy, as a system most oppressive to the poor, and being most injurious in every way to the best interests of the country." End quote. In another place the same excellent gentleman says, quote, "I could refer to the screwing down of other things by the government authorities, but the above will be sufficient to show how cruelly the workpeople employed in making up this clothing are oppressed, and some of the men will tell you they are tired of life. Last week I found one man making a country police coat, who said his wife and child were out begging." End quote. The last mentioned of the several modes of cheapening labour is the small master system of work. That is to say, the operatives taking to make up materials on their own account rather than for capitalist employers. In every trade where there are small masters, trades into which it requires but little capital to embark, there is certain to be a cheapening of labour. Such a man works himself, and to get work, to meet the exigencies of the rent and the demands of the collectors of the parliamentary and parochial taxes, he will often underwork the very journeyman whom he occasionally employs, doing the job in such cases with the assistance of his family and apprentices, at a less rate of profit than the amount of journeyman's wages. Concerning these garret masters, I said, when treating of the cabinet trade in the Chronicle, quote, "The cause of the extraordinary decline of wages in the cabinet trade, even though the hands decreased and the work increased to an unprecedented extent, will be found to consist in the increase that has taken place within the last 20 years of what are called garret masters in the cabinet trade. These garret masters are a class of small trade-working masters, the same as the chamber masters in the shoe trade, supplying both capital and labour. They are in manufacture what the peasant proprietors are in agriculture, their own employers and their own workmen. There is, however, this one marked distinction between the two classes. The garret master cannot, like the peasant proprietor, eat what he produces. The consequence is that he is obliged to convert each article into food immediately he manufactures it, no matter what the state of the market may be. The capital of the garret master being generally sufficient to find him in materials for the manufacture of only one article at a time, and his savings being but barely enough for his subsistence while he is engaged in putting those materials together, he is compelled, the moment the work is completed, to part with it for whatever he can get. He cannot afford to keep it even a day, for to do so is generally to remain a day unfed. Hence, if the market be at all slack, he has to force a sale by offering his goods at the lowest possible price. What wonder, then, that the necessities of such a class of individuals should have created a special race of employers, known by the significant name of slaughterhouse men, or that these, being aware of the inability of the garret masters to hold out against any offer, no matter how slight a remuneration it affords for their labour, should continually lower and lower their prices, until the entire body of the competitive portion of the cabinet trade is sunk into utter destitution and misery. Moreover, it is well known how strong is the stimulus among peasant proprietors, or indeed any class working for themselves, to extra production. So it is indeed with the garret masters. Their industry is almost incessant, and hence a greater quantity of work is turned out by them, and continually forced into the market, than there would otherwise be. What though there be a brisk and a slack season in the cabinet maker's trade, as in the majority of others? Slack or brisk, the garret masters must produce the same excessive quantity of goods. In the hope of extricating himself from his overwhelming poverty, he toils on, producing more and more, and yet the more he produces, the more hopeless does his position become, for the greater the stock that he thrusts into the market, the lower does the price of his labour fall, until at last he and his whole family work for less than half what he himself could earn a few years back by his own unaided labour." End quote. The small master system of work leads, like the domestic system, with which indeed it is intimately connected, to the employment of wives, children, and apprentices as a means of assistance and extra production. For as the prices decline, so do the small masters strive by further labour to compensate for their loss of income. End of section 62. Section 63 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. The effects of casual labour in general. Part 2. Such then are the several modes of work by which labour is cheapened. There are, as we have seen, but two ways of directly effecting this, namely, first by making men do more work for the same pay, and secondly, by making them do the same work for less pay. The way in which men are made to do more, it has been pointed out, is by causing them either to work longer or quicker, or else by employing fewer hands in proportion to the work, or engaging them only for such time as their services are required, and discharging them immediately afterwards. These constitute the several modes of economizing labour, which lowers the rate of remuneration, the ratio of the pay to the work, rather than the pay itself. The several means by which this result is attained are termed systems of work, production, or engagement, and such are those above detailed. Now, it is a necessity of these several systems, though the actual amount of remuneration is not directly reduced by them, that a cheaper labour should be obtained for carrying them out. Thus, in contract or lump work perhaps, the price may not be immediately lowered, the saving to the employer consisting chiefly in supervision, he having in such a case only one man to look to, instead of perhaps 100. The contractor or lumper, however, is differently situated. He, in order to reap any benefit from the contract, must, since he cannot do the whole work himself, employ others to help him, and to reap any benefit from the contract, this of course must be done at a lower price than he himself receives. So it is with the middleman system, where a profit is derived from the labour of other operatives. So again with the domestic system of work, where the several members of the family, or cheaper labourers, are generally employed as assistants. And even so is it with the small master system, where the labour of apprentices and wives and children is the principal means of help. Hence the operatives adopting these several systems of work are rather the instruments by which cheap labour is obtained than the cheap labourers themselves. It is true that a sweater, a chamber master or garret master, a lumper or contractor, or a home worker generally works cheaper than the ordinary operatives, but this he does chiefly by the cheap labourers he employs, and then finding that he is able to underwork the rest of the trade, and that the more hands he employs the greater becomes his profit, he offers to do work at less than the usual rate. It is not a necessity of the system that the middleman operative, the domestic worker, the lumper or garret master, should be himself underpaid, but simply that he should employ others who are so. And it is thus that such systems of work tend to cheapen the labour of those trades in which they are found to prevail. Who then are the cheap labourers? Who the individuals, by means of whose services the sweater, the smaller master, the lumper and others, is enabled to underwork the rest of his trade? What the general characteristics of those who, in the majority of handicrafts, are found ready to do the same work for less pay? And how are these usually distinguished from such as obtain the higher rate of remuneration? The cheap workmen in all trades, I find, are divisible into 3 classes. 1. The unskilful. 2. The untrustworthy. 3. The inexpensive. First, as regards the unskilful. Long ago it has been noticed how frequently boys were put to trades to which their tastes and temperaments were antagonistic. Gay, who in his quiet, unpretending style often elicited a truth, tells how a century and a half ago the generality of parents never considered for what business a boy was best adapted. But even in infancy decree what this or t'other son shall be. A boy thus brought up to a craft for which he entertains a dislike can hardly become a proficient in it. At the present time thousands of parents are glad to have their sons reared to any business which their means or opportunities place within their reach, even though the lad be altogether unsuited to the craft. The consequence is that these boys often grow up to be unskilful workmen. There are technical terms for them in different trades, but perhaps the generic appellation is muffs. Such workmen, however well conducted, can rarely obtain employment in a good shop at good wages, and are compelled therefore to accept second, third, and fourth-rate wages, and are often driven to slop work. Other causes may be cited as tending to form unskilful workmen. The neglect of masters or foremen, or their incapacity to teach apprentices, irregular habits in the learner, and insufficient practice during a master's paucity of employment. I am assured, moreover, that hundreds of mechanics yearly come to London from the country parts, whose skill is altogether inadequate to the demands of the honourable trade. Of course, during the finishing of their education, they can only work for inferior shops at inferior wages. Hence another cause of cheap labour. Of this I will cite an instance. A bootmaker, who for years had worked for first-rate West End shops, told me that when he came to London from a country town, he was sanguine of success, because he knew that he was a ready man, a quick workman. He very soon found out, however, he said, that as he aspired to do the best work, he had his business to learn all over again, and until he attained the requisite skill, he worked for just what he could get. He was a cheap, because then an unskilful, labourer. There is moreover the cheaper labour of apprentices, the great prop of many a slop trader. For as such traders disregard all the niceties of work, as they disregard also the solidity and perfect finish of any work, finishing it, as it was once described to me, just to the eye, a lad is soon made useful, and his labour remunerative to his master as far as slop remuneration goes, which, though small in a small business, is wealth in a monster business. There are again the improvers. These are the most frequent in the dressmaking and millinery business, as young women find it impossible to form a good connection among a wealthier class of ladies in any country town, unless the patronesses are satisfied that their skill and taste have been perfected in London. In my inquiry, in the course of 2 letters in the Morning Chronicle, into the condition of the workwomen in this calling, I was told by a retired dressmaker, who had for upwards of 20 years carried on business in the neighbourhood of Grosvenor Square, that she had sometimes met with improvers so tasteful and quick, from a good provincial tuition, that they had really little or nothing to learn in London, and yet their services were secured for 1 and oftener for 2 years merely for board and lodging, while others employed in the same establishment had not only board and lodging, but handsome salaries. The improvers, then, is generally a cheap labour, and often a very cheap labour too. The same form of cheap labour prevails in the carpenter's trade. There is, moreover, the labour of old men. A tailor, for instance, who may have executed the most skilled work of his craft, in his old age, or before the period of old age, finds his eyesight fail him, finds his tremulous fingers have not a full and rapid mastery of the needle, and he then labours, at greatly reduced rates of payment, on the making of soldiers' clothing, seine work, as it is called, or on any ill-paid and therefore ill-wrought labour. Note, the term seine in seine work is the Norman word for blood, Latin sanguis, French sang, so that seine work means literally bloody work. This called either from the sanguinary trade of the soldier, or from the blood-red colour of the cloth. End note. The inferior, as regards the quality of the work, and underpaid class of women, in tailoring, for example, again cheapen labour. It is cheapened also by the employment of Irishmen, in perhaps all branches of skilled or unskilled labour, and of foreigners, more especially of Poles, who are inferior workmen to the English, and who will work very cheap, thus supplying a low-price labour to those who seek it. I may remark further that if a first-rate workman be driven to slop work, he soon loses his skill. He can only work slop. This has been shown over and over again, and so his labour becomes cheap in the market. 2. Of untrustworthy labour. As a cause of cheap labour, I need not say much. It is obvious that a drunken, idle, or dishonest workman or workwoman, when pressed by want, will and must labour, not for the recompense the labour merits, but for whatever pittance an employer will accord. There is no reliance to be placed in him. Such a man cannot hold out for terms, for he is perhaps starving, and it is known that he cannot be depended upon. In the sweeps trade, many of those who work at a lower rate than the rest of the trade are men who have lost their regular work by dishonesty. 3. The inexpensive class of work people are very numerous. They consist of 3 subdivisions. A. Those who have been accustomed to a coarser kind of diet, and who consequently, requiring less, can afford to work for less. B. Those who derive their subsistence from other sources, and who consequently do not live by their labour. C. Those who are in receipt of certain aids to their wages, or who have other means of living beside their work. Of course, these causes can alone have influence where the wages are minimised or reduced to the lowest ebb of subsistence, in which case they become so many means of driving down the price of labour still lower. A. Those who, being what is designated hard-reared, that is to say, accustomed to a scantier or coarser diet, and who therefore can do with a less quantity or less expensive quality of food than the average run of labourers, can of course live at a lower cost, and so afford to work at a lower rate. Among such unskilled labourers are the peasants from many of the counties, who seek to amend their condition by obtaining employment in the towns. I will instance the agricultural labourers of Dorsetshire. "Bread and potatoes," writes Mr. Thornton, in his work on Overpopulation and its Remedy, page 21, "do really form the staple of their food. As for meat, most of them would not know its taste, if, once or twice in the course of their lives, on the squire's having a son and heir born to him, or on the young gentleman's coming of age, they were not regaled with a dinner of what the newspapers call Old English fare. Some of them contrive to have a little bacon in the proportion, it seems, of half a pound a week to a dozen persons. But they more commonly use fat to give the potatoes a relish, and as one of them said to Mr. Austin, a commissioner, they don't always go without cheese." With many poor Irishmen the rearing has been still harder. I had some conversation with an Irish rubbish carter, who had been thrown out of work and was entitled to no allowance from any trade society, in consequence of a strike by Mr. Myers' men. On my asking him how he subsisted in Ireland, "Well then, sir," he said, "and it's God's truth, I once lived for days on green things I picked up by the roadside, and the turnips and that sort of mate I stole from the fields. It was called stealing, but it was the hunger, 'deed was it. That was in the county Limerick, sir, in the famine and viction times, and glory be to God, I escaped when others didn't." I may observe that the chief local paper, the Limerick and Clare Examiner, published twice a week, gave twice a week at the period of the famine and evictions statements similar to that of my informant. Now, would not a poor man, reared as the Limerick peasant I have spoken of, who was actually driven to eat the grass, which biblical history shows was once a signal punishment to a great offender, would not such a man work for the veriest dole, rather than again be subjected to the pangs of hunger? In my inquiries among the costermongers, one of them said of the Irish in his trade, and without any bitterness, "They'll work for nothing, and live on less." The meaning is obvious enough, although the assertion is of course a contradiction in itself. "This department of labour," says Mr. Baines in his History of the Handloom Weavers, "is greatly overstocked, and the price necessarily falls. The evil is aggravated by the multitudes of Irish who have flocked into Lancashire, some of whom, having been linen weavers, naturally resort to the loom, and others learn to weave as the easiest employment they can adopt. Accustomed to a wretched mode of living in their own country, they are contented with wages that would starve an English labourer. They have, in fact, so lowered the rate of wages as to drive many of the English out of the employment, and to drag down those who remain in it to their own level." B. Those who derive their subsistence from other sources can of course afford to work cheaper than those who have to live by their labour. To this class belongs the labour of wives and children, who, being supposed to be maintained by the toil of the husband, are never paid living wages for what they do, and hence the misery of the great mass of needlewomen, widows, unmarried and friendless females, and the like, who, having none to assist them, are forced to starve upon the pittance they receive for their work. The labour of those who are in prisons, workhouses, and asylums, and who consequently have their subsistence found them in such places, as well as the work of prostitutes, who obtain their living by other means than work, all come under the category of those who can afford to labour at a lower rate than such as are condemned to toil for an honest living. It is the same with apprentices and improvers, for whose labour the instruction received is generally considered to be either a sufficient or partial recompense, and who consequently look to other means for their support. Under the same head, too, may be cited the labour of amateurs, that is to say, of persons who either are not, or who are too proud to acknowledge themselves, regular members of the trade at which they work. Such is the case with very many of the daughters of tradesmen, and of many who are considered genteel people. These young women, residing with their parents, and often in comfortable homes, at no cost to themselves, will and do undersell the regular needlewomen. The one works merely for pocket money, often to possess herself of some article of finery, while the other works for what is called the bare life. C. The last mentioned class, or those who are in possession of what may be called aids to wages, are differently circumstanced. Such are the men who have other employment besides that for which they accept less than the ordinary pay, as is the case with those who attend at gentlemen's houses for 1 or 2 hours every morning, cleaning boots, brushing clothes, and so on, and who, having the remainder of the day at their own disposal, can afford to work at any calling cheaper than others, because not solely dependent upon it for their living. The Army and Navy pensioners, non-commissioned officers and privates, were at one period, on the disbanding of the militia and other forces, a very numerous body, but it was chiefly the military pensioners whose position had an effect upon the labour of the country. The naval pensioners found employment as fishermen, or in some avocation connected with the sea. The military pensioners, however, were men who, after a career of soldiership, were not generally disposed to settle down into the drudgery of regular work, even if it were in their power to do so. And so, as they always had their pensions to depend upon, they were a sort of universal jobbers, and jobbed cheaply. At the present time, however, this means of cheap labour is greatly restricted compared with what was the case, the number of the pensioners being considerably diminished. Many of the army pensioners turn the wheels for turners at present. The allotment of gardens, which yield a partial support to the allottee, are another means of cheap labour. The allotment demands a certain portion of time, but is by no means a thorough employment, but merely an aid, and consequently a means to low wages. Such a man has the advantage of obtaining his potatoes and vegetables at the cheapest rate, and so can afford to work cheaper than other men of his class. It was the same formerly with those who received relief under the old poor law. And even under the present system it has been found that the same practice is attended with the same result. In the 6th Annual Report of the Poor Law Commissioners, 1840, at page 31, there are the following remarks on the subject. Quote, "Whilst upon the subject of relief to widows in aid of wages, we must not omit to bring under your Lordship's notice an illustration of the depressing effect which is produced by the practice of giving relief in aid of wages to widows upon the earnings of females. Colonel Accord states, "As regards females, the instance to which I have alluded presents itself in the Portsea Island Union, where, from the insufficiency of workhouse accommodation, as well as from benevolent feelings, small allowances of 1s. 6d. or 2s. a week are given to widows with or without small children, or to married women deserted by their husbands. Having this certain income, however small, they are enabled to work at lower wages than those who do not possess this advantage. The consequence is that competition has enabled the shirt and stay manufacturers, who abound in the Union, and who furnish in great measure the London as well as many foreign markets with these articles of their trade, to get their work done at the extraordinary low prices of stays complete 9d, shirts from 1s. to 1s. 6d. per dozen. The women all declare that they cannot possibly, after working from 12 to 15 hours per day, earn more than 1s. 6d. per week. The manufacturers assert that by steady work 4s. to 6s. a week may be earned under ordinary circumstances. In the meantime, the demand for workwomen increases, and it is by no means unusual to see handbills posted over the town requiring from 500 to 1000 additional stitchers." Such, then, is the character of the cheap workers in all trades. Go where we will, we shall find the low-priced labour of the trade to consist of either one or other of the three classes above mentioned, while the means by which this labour is brought into operation will be generally by one of the systems of work before specified. The cheap labour of the rubbish carter's trade appears to be a consequence of two distinct antecedents, namely casual labour and the prevalence of the contract system among builders' work. The small master system also appears to have some influence upon it. First, as regards the influence of casual labour in reducing the ordinary rate of wages. The tables given at page 290, Vol. 2, showing the wages paid to the rubbish carters, present what appears, and indeed is, a strange discrepancy of payment to the labourers in rubbish carting. About 3/4 of the rubbish carters throughout London receive 18s. weekly when in work. In Hampstead, however, the rate of their wages is uniformly 20s. a week. In Lambeth, but less uniformly, it is 19s. In Wandsworth, 17s. In Islington, 16s. and in Greenwich, 14s. and 12s. The character of the work, whether executed for 12s. or 20s. weekly, is the same. Why, then, can a rubbish carter who works at Hampstead earn 8s. a week more than one who works at Greenwich? An employer of rubbish carters and of similar labourers on a large scale, a gentleman thoroughly conversant with the subject in all its industrial bearings, accounts for the discrepancy in this manner. After the corn and the hop harvests have terminated, there is always an influx of unskilled labourers into Gravesend, Woolwich, and Greenwich. These are the men who, from the natural bent of their dispositions, or from the necessity of their circumstances, resort to the casual labour afforded by the revolution of the seasons, when to gather the crops before the weather may render the harvest precarious and its produce unsound, is a matter of paramount necessity, and the increase of hands employed during this season is, as a consequence, proportionately great. The chief scene of such labour in the neighbourhood of the metropolis is in the county of Kent, and on the cessation of this work, of course there is a large amount of labour turned adrift, to seek, the next few days, for any casual employment that may turn up. In this way, I am assured, a large amount of cheap and unskilled labour is being constantly placed at the command of those masters who, so to speak, occupy the line of march to London, and are therefore first applied to for employment by casual labourers, who, when engaged, are employed as inferior or unskilful workmen at an inferior rate of remuneration. Greenwich may be looked upon as the first stage or halt for casual labourers on their way to London. My informant assured me, as the result of his own observations, that an English labourer would, as a general rule, execute more work by 1/6 in a week than an Irish labourer. A large proportion of the casual hands are Irish. That is, the extent of work which would occupy the Irishman 6 would occupy the Englishman but 5 days, were it so calculated. The Englishman was, however, usually more skilled and persevering, and far more to be depended upon. So different was the amount of work, even in rubbish carting, between an able and experienced hand and one unused to the toil, or one inadequate from want of alertness or body strength, or any other cause, to its full and quick execution, that 2 good men in a week have done as much work as 3 indifferent hands. Thus 2 men at 18s. weekly each are as cheap, only employers cannot always see it, when they are thorough masters of their business, as 3 unready hands at 12s. a week each. The misfortune, however, is that the 12s. a week men have a tendency to reduce the 16s. to their level. With regard to the difference between the wages of Hampstead and Greenwich, I am informed that stationary working rubbish carters are not too numerous in Hampstead, which is considered as rather out of the way, and as that metropolitan suburb is surrounded in every direction by pasture land and woodland, it is not in the line of resort of the class of men who seek the casual labour in harvesting and so on, of which I have spoken. It is rarely visited by them, and consequently the regular hands are less interfered with than elsewhere, and wages have not been deteriorated. The mode of work among the scurf labourers differs somewhat from that of the honourable part of the trade, the work executed by the scurf masters being for the most part on a more limited scale than that of the others. To meet the demands of builders, or of employers generally when time is an object, demands the use of relays of men, and of strong horses. This demand the smaller or scurf master cannot always meet. He may find men, but not always horses and carts, and he will often enough undertake work beyond his means, and endeavour to aggrandise his profits by screwing his labourers. The hours of scurf-employed labour are nominally the same as the regular trade, but, as an Irish carter said, "It's rarely the hours the master pleases, and they're often as long as it's light." The scurf labourer is often paid by the day, with a day's hire and no notice beyond. I am informed that scurf labourers generally work an hour a day, without extra remuneration, longer than those in the honourable trade. The rubbish carters employed by the scurf masters are not as a body, I am assured, so badly paid as they were a few years back. It is rarely that labouring men can advance any feasible reason for the changes in their trade. One of the main causes of the deteriorated wages of the rubbish carters is the system of contracting and subletting. This, however, is but a branch of the ramified system of subletting in the construction of the scamped houses of the speculative builders. The building of such houses is sublet, literally from cellar to chimney. The rubbish carting may be contracted for at a certain sum. The contractor may sublet it to men who will do it for 1/4 less, perhaps, and who may sublet the labour in their turn. For instance, the calculation may be founded on the working men's receiving 15s. weekly. A contractor, a man possessing a horse perhaps, and a couple of carts, and hiring another horse, will undertake it on the knowledge of his being able to engage men at 12s. or 13s. weekly, and so obtain a profit. Indeed, the reduction of price in such cases must all come out of the labour. This subletting, I say, is but a small part of the gigantic system, and it is an unquestionable cause of the grinding down of the rubbish carters' wages, and that by a class who have generally been working men themselves, and risen to be the owners of 1 or 2 carts and horses. From one of these men, now a working carter, I had the following account, which further illustrates the mode of labour as well as of employment. "I got a little ahead," he stated, "from railway jobbing and such like, and my father-in-law, as soon as I got married, made me a present of £20, unexpected. I started for myself, thinking to get on by degrees, and get a fresh horse and cart every year. But it couldn't be done, sir. If I offered to take a contract to cart the rubbish and dig it, a builder would say, 'I can't wait. You haven't carts and horses enough from your own account, and I can't wait. If you have to hire them, I can do that myself.' I was too honest, sir, in telling the plain truth, or I might have got more jobs. It's not a good trade in a small way, for if your horses aren't at work, They're eating their heads off, and you're fretting your heart out. Then I got to do subcontracting, as you call it. No, it weren't that, it was underworking. I'd go to Mr. V, as I knew, and say, 'You're on such a place, sir. Have you room for me?' 'I think not,' he'd say. 'I've only the regular thing and no advantages. 10 shillings 6pence for a day's work, horse and cart, or 4 shillings a load. Those are the regular terms. Then I'd say, 'Well, sir, I'll do it for 8 shillings 6pence, and be my own carman.' And so perhaps I'd get the job. And masters often say, 'I know I shall lose at 10 shillings 6pence, but if I don't, you shall have something over.' Get anything over? Of course not, sir. I could have lived if I had constant work for 2 horses and carts, for I would have got a cheap man, such as me must get cheap men, to drive the second cart, and under my own eye, whenever I could. But one of my poor horses broke his leg, and had to be sent to the knackers, and I sold the other and my carts, and have worked ever since as a labouring man, mainly at pipe work. Oh yes, and rubbish carting. I get 18 shillings a week now, but not regular. Well, sir, I'm sure I can't say, and I think no man could say, how much there's doing in subcontracting. If I'm at work in Cannon Street, I don't know what's doing at Notting Hill, or beyond Bow and Stratford. No, I'm satisfied there's not so much of it as there was, but it's done so on the sly. Who knows how much is done still, or how little? It's a system as may be carried on a long time, and is carried on as far as men's labour goes, but it's different where there's horses and stable rent. They can't be screwed or underfed beyond a certain pitch, or they couldn't work at all, and so there's not as much underwork about horse labour. These small men are among the scurf and petty rubbish carters, and are often the means of depressing the class to which they have belonged. The employment in the honourable trade at rubbish carting would be one of the best among unskilled labourers were it continuous, but it is not continuous, and 3/4 of those engaged in it have only 6 months' work at it in the year. In the scurf master's employ the work is really casual, or, as I heard it quite as often described, chance. In both departments of this trade the men out of work look for a job in scavagery, and very generally in night work, or indeed in any labour that offers. The Irish rubbish carters will readily become hawkers of apples, oranges, walnuts, and even nuts, when out of employ, so working in concert with their wives. I heard of only 4 instances of a similar resource by the English rubbish carters. What I have said of the education, religion, politics, concubinage, and so on, of the better paid rubbish carters would have but to be repeated if I described those of the underpaid. The latter may be more reckless when they have the means of enjoyment, but their diet, amusements, and expenditure would be the same, were their means commensurate. As it is, they sometimes live very barely, and have hardly any amusements at their command. Their dinners, when single men, are often bread and a saveloy; when married, sometimes tea and bread and butter, and occasionally some block ornaments, the Irish being the principal consumers of cheap fish. The labour of the wives of rubbish carters is far more frequently that of charwomen than of needlewomen, for the great majority of these women before their marriage were servant maids. All the information I received was concurrent in that respect. The wife of a carman who keeps a chandler's shop near the Edgware Road, greatly resorted to by the class to which her husband belonged, told me that, out of somewhere about 25 wives of rubbish carters or similar workmen whom she knew, 20 had been domestic servants. What the others had been she did not know. "I can tell you, sir," said the woman, "charing is far better than needlework, far. If a young woman has conducted herself well in service, she can get charing, and then if she conducts herself well again, she makes good friends. That's of course if they're honest, sir. I know it from experience. My husband, before we were able to open this shop, was in the hospital a long time, and I went out charing, and did far better than a sister I have who is a capital shirt maker. There's broken victuals sometimes for your children. It's a hard world, sir, but there's a many good people in it." One woman before mentioned earned not less than 5 shillings weekly in superior shirt-making, as it was described to me, which was evidently looked upon as a handsome remuneration for such toil. Another earned 3s. 6d., another 2s. 6d., and others with uncertain employ 2s., 1s. 6d., and in some weeks nothing. Needlework, however, is, I am informed, not the work of 1/10 of the rubbish carters' wives, whatever the earnings of the husband. From all I could learn, too, the wives of the underpaid rubbish carters earned more, by from 10 to 20%, than those of the better paid. The earnings of a charwoman in average employ as regards the wives of the rubbish carters is about 4 shillings weekly, without the exhausting toil of the needlewoman, and with the advantage of sometimes receiving broken meat, dripping, fat, and so on and so on. The wives of the Irish labourers in this trade are often all the year street sellers, some of wash leathers, some of cabbage nets, and some of fruit, clearing perhaps from 6d. to 9d. a day, if used to street trading, as the majority of them are. The underpaid labourers in this trade are chiefly poor Irishmen. The Irish workmen in this branch of the trade have generally been brought up on the land, as they call it, in their own country, and after the sufferings of many of them during the famine, 12 shillings a week is regarded as a rise in the world. From one of this class I learned the following particulars. He seemed a man of 26 or 28. "I was brought up on the land, sir," he said, "not far from Cullen, in the county Wexford. I lived with my father and mother, and sure we were badly off, sure than we were. Father and mother, the heaven be their bed, died one soon after another, and some friends raised me the mains to come to this country. Well then indeed, sir, and I can't say how they raised them, God reward them. I got to Liverpool and walked to London, where I had some relations. I sold oranges in the streets the first day I was in London. God help me, I was glad to do anything to get a meal's mate. I've lived on 6d. a day sometimes, I have indeed. There was 2d. for the lodging, and 4d. for the mate, the tay, and bread and butter. Did I live harder than that in Ireland, your honour? Well then I have. I've lived on a dish of potatoes that might cost a penny there, where things is beautiful and cheap. Not like this country, no, no. I wouldn't care to go back. I have no friends there now. Then I got engaged by a man, yes, he was a rubbish carter, to help him to fill his cart, and then we shot it on some new garden grounds, and had to shovel it about to make the grounds level, afore the topsoil was put on, for the beautiful flowers and the gravel walks. Tim, yes, he was a countryman of mine, but a Cork man, said he'd made a bad bargain, for he was bad off, and he only cleared 4d. a load, and he'd divide it with me. We did 6 loads in a day, and I got 1 shilling every night for a week. That was a rise. But one Sunday evening I was standing talking with people as lived in the same court, and I told how I was helping Tim, and 2 Englishmen came to find 4 men as they wanted for work, and old Regan told them what I was working for, and one of them said I was a Irish fool, and old Regan said so, and words came on, and then there was a fight, and the police came, and then the fight was harder. I was taken to the station and had a month. I had 2 black eyes next morning, but was willing to forget and forgive. No, I'm not fond of fighting. I'm a paceable man, glory be to God, and I think I was put on. Oh yes, and indeed then, your honour, it was a fair fight. I inquired of an English rubbish carter as to these fair fights. He knew nothing of the one in question, but had seen such fights. They were usually among the Irish themselves, but sometimes Englishmen were drawn into them. Fair fights, sir, he said. Why, the Irishes don't stand up to you like men. They don't fight like Christians, sir, not a bit of it. They kick and scratch and bite and tear like devils or cats or women. They're soon settled if you can get an honest knock at them, but it isn't easy. I served my month, continued my Irish informant, and it ain't a bad place at all, the prison. I told the gentleman that had charge of us that I was a Roman Catholic, God be praised,
and couldn't go to his prayers. 'Oh, very well, Pat,' says he. And next day the priest came, and we were shown in to him, and very angry he was, and said our conduct was a disgrace to religion, and to our country, and to him. Do I think he was right, sir? God knows he was, or he wouldn't have said so. I hadn't been out of prison 2 hours before I was hired for a job at 10 shillings a week. It was in the city, and I carried old bricks and rubbish along planks from the inside of a place as was pulled down, but the outside, all but the roof, was standing until the window frames and the doorposts and what other timber there was sold. It was dreadful hard work, carrying the basket of rubbish on your back to the cart. The dust came through and stuck to my neck, for I was wet all over with sweating so. Every man was allowed a pint of beer a day, and I thought never anything was so sweet. I don't know who gave it, the master, I suppose. Well then, sir, I don't know who was the master. It was John Riley as engaged me, but he's no master. Yes then, and I've been working that way ever since. I've sometimes had 14 shillings a week, and sometimes 10 shillings, and sometimes 12 shillings. A man like me must take what he can get, and I will take it. I've been out of work sometimes, but not so much as some, for I'm young and strong. No, I can't save no money, and I have nothing just now to save it for. When I'm out of work, I sell fruit in the streets. This statement, then, as regards the Irish labourers, shows the quality of the class employed. The English labourers, working on the same terms, are of the usual class of men so working, broken-down men, unable, or accounting themselves unable, to do better, and so accepting any offer affording the means of their daily bread. End of section 63. Section 64 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the London Chimney Sweepers. Chimney sweepers are a consequence of two things, chimneys and the use of coals as fuel, and these are both commodities of comparatively recent introduction. It is generally admitted that the earliest mention of chimneys is in an Italian manuscript, preserved in Venice, in which it is recorded that chimneys were thrown down in that city from the shock of an earthquake in 1347. In England, down even to the commencement of the reign of Elizabeth, the greater part of the houses in our towns had no chimneys. The fire was kindled on a hearthstone on the floor, or on a raised grate against the wall or in the centre of the apartment, and the smoke found its way out of the doors, windows, or casements. During the long and, as regards civil strife, generally peaceful, reign of Elizabeth, the use of chimneys increased. In a discourse prefixed to an edition of Holinshed's Chronicles in 1577, Harrison, the writer, complains, among other things, marvellously altered for the worse in England, of the multitude of chimneys erected of late. Now we have many chimneys, he says, and our tenderlings complain of rheums, catarrhs, and poses. Then we had none but reridoses, and our heads did never ache. Note, reredos, docile, retable, French, postergule, Italian, according to Parker's Glossary of Architecture, was the wall or screen at the back of an altar, seat, and so on. It was usually ornamented with panelling and so on, especially behind an altar, and sometimes was enriched with a profusion of niches, buttresses, pinnacles, statues, and other decorations, which were often painted with brilliant colours. The open fire hearth, frequently used in ancient domestic halls, was likewise called a reredos. In the description of Britain prefixed to Holinshed's Chronicles, we are told that formerly, before chimneys were common in mean houses, each man made his fire against a reredos in the hall, where he dined and dressed his meat. The original word would appear to be docile, or reredocile, for Kelham, in his Norman Dictionary, explains the word doser or docile to signify a hanging or canopy of silk, silver, or gold work, under which kings or great personages sit. Also the back of a chair of state, the word being probably a derivative of the Latin dorsum, the back. Dos, in slang, means a bed, a dossing crib being a sleeping place, and has clearly the same origin. A reredos or reredossal would thus appear to have been a screen placed behind anything. I am told that in the old houses in the north of England, erections at the back of the fire may to this day occasionally be seen, with an aperture behind for the insertion of plates and such other things as may require warming. A correspondent says there is a reredos or open fire hearth now to be seen in the extensive and beautiful ruins of the Abbey of St Agatha in the North Riding of Yorkshire. The ivy now hangs over and partially conceals this reredos, but its form is tolerably perfect, and the stones are still coloured by the action of the fire, which was extinguished, I need hardly say, by the cold water thrown on such places by Henry VIII. End note. He demurs, too, to the change in the material of which the houses were constructed. Houses were once builded of willow, then we had oaken men, but now houses are made of oak, and our men not only become willow, but a great many altogether of straw, which is a sore alteration. In Shakespeare's time, the chimney sweepers seem to have become a recognised class of public cleansers, for in Cymbeline the poet says, "Fear no more the heat o' the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust." In this beautiful passage there is an intimation by the chimney sweepers, being contrasted with the golden lads and girls, that their employment was regarded as of the meanest, a repute it bears to the present day. But chimneys seem, like the sweeps or sweepers, to have been a necessity of a change of fuel. In the days of reredoses, our ancestors burnt only wood, so that they were not subjected to so great an inconvenience as we should be were our fires kindled without the vent of the chimney. Our fuel is coal, which produces a greater quantity of soot and of black smoke, which is the result of imperfect combustion, than any other fuel, the smoke from wood being thin and pure in comparison. The first mention of the use of coal as fuel occurs in a charter of Henry III, granting licence to the burgesses of Newcastle to dig for coal. In 1281 Newcastle is said to have had some slight trade in this article. Shortly afterwards coal began to be imported into London for the use of smiths, brewers, dyers, soap boilers, and so on. In 1316, during the reign of Edward I, its use in London was prohibited because of the supposed injurious influence of the smoke. In 1600, the use of coal in the metropolis became universal. About 200 vessels were employed in the London trade, and about 200,000 chaldrons annually imported. In 1848, however, there were, besides the railway-borne coals, 12,267 cargoes imported, or 3,418,340 tons. The London coal trade now employs 2,700 vessels and 21,600 seamen, and constitutes 1/4 of the whole general trade of the Thames. To understand the necessity for chimney sweepers, and the extent of the work for them to do, that is to say, the quantity of soot deposited in our chimneys during the combustion of the 3.5 millions of tons of coals that are now annually consumed in London, we must first comprehend the conditions upon which the evolution of soot depends, soot being simply the fine carbonaceous particles condensed from the smoke of coal fuel, and deposited against the sides of the chimneys during its ascent between the walls to the tops of our houses. These conditions appear to have been determined somewhat accurately during the investigations of the Smoke Prevention Committee. There are two kinds of smoke from the ordinary materials of combustion: A. Opaque or black smoke, B. Transparent or invisible smoke. A. The opaque smoke, though the most offensive and annoying from its dirtying properties, is, like the muddiest water, the least injurious to animal or vegetable health. It consists of the particles of unconsumed carbon that have not been deposited in the form of soot in the flue or chimney. This is the black smoke which will be further described. B. Transparent smoke is composed of gases which are for the most part invisible, such as carbonic acid and carbonic oxide, also of sulphurous acid, but smokes with that component are both visible and invisible. The sulphurous acid is said by Professor Brand to destroy vegetation, for it has long been a cause of wonder why vegetation in towns did not flourish, since carbonic acid, which is so largely produced from the action of our fires, is the vital air of trees, shrubs, and plants. Note, it has been notorious for many years that flowers will not bloom in any natural luxuriance, and that fruit will not properly ripen in the heart of the city. Whilst this is an unquestionable fact, it is also a fact that greatly as suburban dwellings have increased, and truly as London may be said to have gone into the country, the greater quantity of the large, excellent, unfailing, and cheap supply of the fruits and vegetables in the London green markets are grown within a circle of from 10 to 12 miles from St. Paul's. In the course of my inquiries, in the series of letters on Labour and the Poor in the Morning Chronicle, into the supply and so on to the green markets of the metropolis, I was told by an experienced market gardener who had friends and connections in several of the suburbs, that he fancied, and others in the trade were of the same opinion, that no gardening could be anything but a failure if attempted within where the fogs went. My informant explained to me that the fogs, so peculiar to London, did not usually extend beyond 3 or 4 miles from the heart of the city. He was satisfied, he said, that within half a mile or so of this reach of fog, the gardener's labours might be crowned with success. He knew nothing of any scientific reason for his opinion, but as far as a purely London fog extended, without regard to any mist pervading the whole country as well as the neighbourhood of the capital, he thought it was the boundary within which there could be no proper growth of fruit or flowers. That the London fog has its limits as regards the manifestation of its greatest density, there can be no doubt. My informant was frequently asked, when on his way home, by omnibus drivers and others whom he knew, and met on their way to town, a few miles from it, "How's the fog, sir? How far?" The extent of the London fog, then, if the information I have cited be correct, may be considered as indicating that portion of the metropolis where the population, and consequently the smoke, is the thickest, and within which agricultural and horticultural labours cannot meet with success. "The nuisance of a November fog in London," Mr. Booth stated to the Smoke Committee, "is most assuredly increased by the smoke of the town, arising from furnaces and private fires. It is vapour saturated with particles of carbon which causes all that uneasiness and pain in the lungs, and the uneasy sensations which we experience in our heads. I have no doubt of the density of these fogs arriving from this carbonaceous matter." The loss from the impossibility of promoting vegetation in the district most subjected to the fog is nothing, as the whole ground is already occupied for the 1,000 purposes of a great commercial city. The matter is, however, highly curious, as a result of the London smoke. Concerning the frequency of fogs in the district of the immediate neighbourhood of the metropolis, it is stated in Wheel's London that fogs appear to be owing, first, to the presence of the river, and secondly, to the fact that the superior temperature of the town produces results precisely similar to those we find to occur upon rivers and lakes. The cold, damp currents of the atmosphere, which cannot act upon the air of the country districts, owing to the equality of their specific gravity, when they encounter the warmer and lighter strata over the town, displace the latter, intermixing with it and condensing the moisture. Fogs thus are often to be observed in London, whilst the surrounding country is entirely free from them. The peculiar colour of the London fogs appears to be owing to the fact that, during their prevalence, the ascent of the coal smoke is impeded, and that it is thus mixed with the condensed moisture of the atmosphere. As is well known, they are often so dense as to require the gas to be lighted in mid-day, and they cover the town with a most dingy and depressing pall. They also frequently exhibit the peculiarity of increasing density after their first formation, which appears to be owing to the descent of fresh currents of cold air towards the lighter regions of the atmosphere. They do not occur when the wind is in a dry quarter, as for instance when it is in the east, notwithstanding that there may be very considerable difference in the temperature of the air and of the water or the ground. The peculiar odour which attends the London fogs has not yet been satisfactorily explained, although the uniformity of its recurrence and its very marked character would appear to challenge elaborate examination. End note. I may here observe that several of the scientific men who gave the results of years of observation and study in their evidence to the Committee of the House of Commons remarked on the popular misunderstanding of what smoke was, it being generally regarded as something visible. But in the composition of smoke it appears one product may be visible and another invisible, and both offensive, while occasionally you may have from the same materials varieties of products all invisible according to the manner to which they are supplied with air. The committee requested Dr. Reid to prepare a definition of smoke, and more especially of black smoke. The following is the substance of the doctor's definition, or rather description. 1. Black smoke consists essentially of carbon separated by heat from coal or other combustible bodies. If this smoke be produced at a very high temperature, the carbon forms a loose and powdery soot, comparatively free from other substances. While the lower the temperature at which black soot is formed, the larger is the amount of other substances with which it is mingled, among which are the following: carbon, water, resin, oily and other inflammable products of various volatilities, ammonia, and carbonate of ammonia. When the carbon, oils, resin, and water are associated together in certain proportions, they constitute tar. Soft pitch is produced if the tar be so far heated that the water is expelled, and hard pitch, resin blackened by carbon, when the oils are volatilized. In all cases of ordinary combustion, carbonic acid is formed by the red-hot cinders, or by gases or other compounds containing carbon, acting on the oxygen of the air. This carbonic acid is discharged in general as an invisible gas. If the carbonic acid pass through red-hot cinders or any carbonaceous smoke at a high temperature, it loses one particle of oxygen and becomes carbonic oxide gas. The lost oxygen, uniting with carbon, forms an additional amount of carbonic oxide gas, which passes to the external atmosphere as an invisible gas, unless kindled in its progress, or at the top of the chimney, when its temperature is sufficiently elevated by the action of air. Carbonic oxide gas burns with a blue flame and produces carbonic acid gas. Black smoke is always associated with carburetted hydrogen gases. These may be mechanically blended with the oils and resins, but must be carefully distinguished from them. They form more essentially, when in a state of combustion, the inflammable matters that constitute flame. 2. Smoke from charcoal, coke, and anthracite is always invisible if the material be dry. A flame may appear, however, if carbonic oxide be formed. 3. Wood or pyroligneous smoke is rarely black. Water and carbonic acid are the products of the full combustion of wood, omitting the consideration of the ash that remains. 4. Sulphurous smokes. Tons of sulphur are annually evolved in various conditions from copper works. Offensive sulphurous smokes are often evolved from various chemical works as gas works, acid works, and so on. 5. Hydrochloric acid smoke is evolved in general in large quantities from alkali works. 6. Metallic smokes, when ores of lead, copper, arsenic, and so on are used, often contain offensive matter in a minute state of division, and suspended in the smoke evolved from the furnaces. 7. Putrescent smokes, loaded with the products of decayed animal and vegetable matter, are evolved at times from drains in visible vapours, more especially in damp weather. The fetid particles, when associated with moisture in this smoke, are entirely decomposed when subjected to heat. Dr. Ure says, speaking of the cause of the ordinary black smoke above described, "The inevitable conversion of atmospheric air into carbonic acid has been hitherto the radical defect of almost all furnaces. The consequence is that this gaseous matter is mixed with an atmosphere containing far too little oxygen, and instead of burning the carbon and hydrogen, which constitute the coal gases, the carbon is deposited partly in a pulverized form, constituting smoke or soot, and a great deal of the carbon gets half burnt, and forms what is well known under the name of carbonic oxide, which is half burnt charcoal. The ordinary smoke," Professor Faraday said in his examination before the committee, "is the visible black part of the products, the unburnt portions of the carbon. If you prevent the production of carbonic oxide or carbonic acid, you increase the production of smoke. You must with coal fuel either have carbonic acid or oxide, or else black smoke. Which is the least noxious?" he was asked, and answered, "As far as regards health, carbonic acid and carbonic oxide are most noxious to health. But it is not so much a question of health as of cleanliness and comfort, because I believe that this town is as healthy as other places where there are not these fires. It is partly the impure coal gas evolved after the fresh charge of coal which originates the smoke when not properly supplied with air. But it is a very mixed question. When a fresh charge of coal is put upon the fire, a great quantity of evaporable matter, which would be called impure coal gas, according to the language of the question, is produced, and as that matter travels on in the heated place, if there be a sufficient supply of air, both the hydrogen and the carbon are entirely burnt. But if there be an insufficient supply of air, the hydrogen is taken possession of first, and the carbon is set free in its black and solid form, and if that goes into the cool part of the chimney before fresh air gets to it, that carbon is so carried out into the atmosphere, and is the smoke in question. Generally speaking, the great rush of smoke is when coal is first put on the fire, and that from the want of a sufficient supply of oxygen at the right time, because the carbon is cooled so low as not to take fire." This eminent chemist stated also that there was no difference in the ultimate chemical effect upon the air between a wood fire and a coal fire, but with wood there was not so much smoke set free in the heated place, which caused a difference in the gaseous products of wood combustion and of coal combustion. He thought that perhaps wood was the fuel which would be most favourable to health as affecting the atmosphere, inasmuch as it produced more water and less carbonic acid as the product of combustion. What may be called the peculiarities of a smoky and sooty atmosphere are, of course, more strongly developed in London than elsewhere, as the following curious statements show. Dr. Reid, in describing metropolitan smoke, spoke of "those black portions of soot that every one is familiar with, which annoy us, for instance, at the Houses of Parliament, to such an extent that I have been under the necessity of putting up a veil, about 40 feet long and 12 feet deep, on which on a single evening, taking the worst kind of weather for the production of soot, we can count occasionally 200,000 visible portions of soot excluded at a single sitting. We count with the naked eye the number of pieces entangled upon a square inch. I have examined the amount deposited on different occasions in different parts of London at the tops of some houses, and on one occasion at the Horse Guards the amount of soot deposited was so great that it formed a complete and continuous film, so that when I walked upon it I saw the impression of my foot left as distinctly on that occasion as when snow lies upon the ground. The film was exceedingly thin, but I could discover no want of continuity. On other occasions I have noticed in London that the quantity that escapes into individual houses is so great that in a single night I have observed a mixture of soot and of hoar frost collecting at the edge of the door, and forming a stripe 3/4 of an inch in breadth,
and bearing an exact resemblance to a pepper and salt grey cloth. Those that I refer to are extreme occasions." Mr. Booth mentioned that one of the gardeners of the Botanic Garden in the Regent's Park could tell the number of days sheep had been in the park from the blackness of their wool, its oleaginous power retaining the black. Dr. Ure informed the committee that a column of smoke might be seen extending in different directions round London, according to the way of the wind, for a distance of from 20 to 30 miles, and that Sir William Herschel had told him that when the wind blew from London he could not use his great telescope at Slough. It was stated, moreover, that when a respirator is washed, the water is rendered dirty by the particles of soot adhering to the wire gauze, and which, but for this, would have entered the mouth. Professor Brand said on the subject of the public health being affected by smoke, "I cannot say that my opinion is that smoke produces any unhealthiness in London. It is a great nuisance certainly, but I do not think we have any good evidence that it produces disease of any kind." "This committee," said Mr. Beckett, "have been told that by the mechanical effects of smoke upon the chest and lungs disease takes place, that is, by swallowing a certain quantity of smoke, the respiratory organs are injured. Can you give any opinion upon that?" "One would conceive," replied the Professor, "that this is the case, but when we compare the health of London with that of any other town or place where they are comparatively free or quite free from smoke, we do not find that difference which we should expect in regard to health." Mr. E. Solly, lecturer on chemistry at the Royal Institution, expressed his opinion of the effect of smoke upon the health of towns. "My impression is," he said, "that it produces decided evil in 2 or 3 ways. First, mechanically. The solid black carbonaceous matter produces a great deal of disease. It occasions dirt amongst the lower orders, and if they will not take pains to remove it, it engenders disease. If we could do away the smoke nuisance, I believe a great deal of that disease would be put an end to. But there is another point, and that is the bad effects produced by the gases, sulphurous acid, and other compounds of that nature, which are given out. If we do away with smoke, we shall still have those gases, and I have no doubt that those gases produce a great part of the disease that is produced by smoke." On the other hand, Dr. Reid thought that smoke was more injurious from the dirt it created than from causing impurity in the atmosphere, although "it was obvious enough that the inspiration of a sooty atmosphere must be injurious to persons of a delicate constitution." Dr. Ure pronounced smoke, in the common sense of visible black smoke, unwholesome, but not so eminently as the French imagine. Many witnesses stated their conviction that where poor people resided amongst smoke, they felt it impossible to preserve cleanliness in their persons or their dwellings, and that made them careless of their homes and indifferent to a decency of appearance, so that the public house, and places where cleanliness and propriety were in no great estimation, became places of frequent resort, on the plain principle that if a man's home were uncomfortable, he was not likely to stay in it. "I think," said Mr. Booth, "one great effect of the evil of smoke is upon the dwellings of the poor. It renders them less attentive to their personal appearance, and in consequence to their social condition." It was also stated that there were certain districts inhabited by the poor, where they will not hang out their clothes to be cleansed. They say it is of no use to do it, they will become dirty as before, and consequently they do not have their clothes washed. The districts specified as presenting this characteristic are St. George's in the East, and the neighbourhood of Old Street, St. Luke's. It must not be lost sight of that whatever evils, moral or physical, without regarding merely pecuniary losses, are inflicted by the excess of smoke, they fall upon the poor, and almost solely on the poor. It is the poor who must reside, as was said, and with a literality not often applicable to popular phrases, in the thick of it, and consequently there must either be increased washing or increased dirt. To effect the mitigation of the nuisance of smoke, 2 points were considered. A. The substitution of some other material containing less bituminous matter for the Newcastle coal. B. The combustion of the smoke before its emission into the atmospheric air by means of mechanical contrivances founded on scientific principles. As regards the first consideration, A, it was recommended that anthracite, or stone Welsh coal, which is a smokeless fuel, should be used instead of the Newcastle coal. This coal is almost the sole fuel in Philadelphia, a city of Quaker neatness beyond any in the United States of North America, and sometimes represented as the cleanest in the world. The anthracite coal is somewhat dearer than Newcastle coal in London, but only in a small degree. Coke was also recommended as a substitute for coal in private dwellings. "Are you of opinion," Dr. Reid was asked, "that smoke may be in a great measure prevented by extending the use of gas and coke?" He answered, "In numerous cities, where large quantities of gas are produced, coke is very frequently the principal fuel of the poor, and the difficulty of lighting that coke, and the difficulty of having heat developed by it in sufficient quantity, necessarily led me to look at the construction of the fireplaces adapted for it; and, on a general review of the question, I do entertain the opinion that if education were more extended amongst the humblest classes with respect to the economy of their own fireside, I mean literally the fireplace, at present, and if gas were greatly extended so that they did not drain the coal of the gasworks of the last dregs of gaseous matter, which are of very little use as gas, and more to be considered as adding to the bulk for sale than as valuable gas, that a coke might be left which would be easily ascendable, which would be economical, and which, if introduced into fireplaces where an open fire is desired, would entirely remove the necessity of sweeping chimneys even with machines, and would at the same time give as economical a fire as any ordinary fireplace can produce, for an ordinary coal fire rarely is powerful in its calorific emanations till the mass of gas has been expelled, and we see the cherry-red fire. The amount of gas that has escaped previously to the production or coking of the fire is the gas that is valuable in a manufactory, and if therefore the individual consumer could have not the hard-burnt stony coke, but the soft coke, in the condition that would give at once a cherry-red fire, we should attain the two great objects, of economizing gas, and at the same time of having a lively, cheerful fire. This then led me to look particularly at the price of a gas lamp for a poor man. In a poor man's family, where the breakfast, the tea, and dinner require the principal attention, and he has some plain cooking utensils, in the heat of summer I believe that he will produce as much heat as he wants for those purposes from a single burner, which can be turned on and left all day, which shall not risk any boiling over, and by having this pure heat directed to the object to be warmed, instead of having a heavy iron grate, this plan would, if gas were generally introduced even into the humblest apartments, prove a great source of economy in summer. Dr. Reid also told the committee that there was a great prejudice against the use of coke, many persons considering that it produced a sulphurous smell. But as all ordinary coal cooked itself, or became coke in an open fire, and was never powerfully calorific till it became coke, the prejudice would die away. Very little is said in the report about the smoke of private houses. An allusion, however, is made to that portion of the investigation. Your committee have received the most gratifying assurances of the confident hope entertained by several of the highest scientific authorities examined by them, that the black smoke proceeding from fires in private dwellings and all other places may eventually be entirely prevented, either by the adoption of stoves and grates, formed for a perfect combustion of the common bituminous coal, or by the use of coke or of anthracite. But they are of opinion that the present knowledge on that subject is not such as to justify any legislative interference with these smaller fires. I should, in prospect, Professor Faraday said to the committee,
look forward to the possibility of a great reduction of the smoke from coal fires in houses, but my impression is that in the present state of things it would be tyrannical to determine that that must be done which at present we do not know can be done. Still, I think there is reason to believe that it can be effected in a very high degree." Dr. Ure also thought that to extend any smoke enactment to private dwellings might be tyrannical in the present state of the chimneys, but he had no doubt that smoke might be consumed in fires in private dwellings. Such, then, are the causes and remedies for smoke, and consequently of soot. For smoke, or rather opaque smoke, consists, as we have seen, of merely the gases of combustion, with minute particles of carbon diffused throughout them, and as smoke is the result of the imperfect burning of our coals, it follows that chimney sweepers are but a consequence of our ignorance, and that as we grow wiser in the art of economizing our fuel, we shall be gradually displacing this branch of labourers, the means of preventing smoke being simply the mode of displacing the chimney sweepers, and this is another of the many facts to teach us that not only are we doubling our population in 40 years, but we are likewise learning every year how to do our work with a less number of workers, either by inventing some piece of mechanism that will enable one hand to do as much as 100, or else doing away with some branch of labour altogether. Here lies the great difficulty of the time. A new element, science, with its offspring, steam, has been introduced into our society within the last century, decreasing labour at a time when the number of our labourers has been increasing at a rate unexampled in history. And the problem is, how to reconcile the new social element with the old social institutions, doing as little injury as possible to the community. Suppose, for instance, the smoke nuisance entirely prevented, and that Professor Faraday's prophecy as to the great reduction of the smoke from coal fires in houses were fulfilled, and that the expectations of the sanguine and intense committee, who tell us that they have received the most gratifying assurances of the confident hope entertained by several of the highest scientific authorities, that the black smoke proceeding from fires in private dwellings and all other places may be eventually entirely prevented. Suppose that these expectations, I say, be realized, and there appears to be little doubt of the matter, what is to become of the 1,000 to 1,500 sweeps, who live, as it were, upon this very smoke? Surely the whole community should not suffer for them, it will be said. True, but unfortunately the same argument is being applied to each particular section of the labouring class, and the labourers make up by far the greater part of the community. If we are daily displacing 1,000 labourers by the annihilation of this process, and another 1,000 by the improvement of that, what is to be the fate of those we put on one side? And where shall we find employment for the 100,000 new hands that are daily coming into existence among us? This is the great problem for earnest, thoughtful men to work out. But we have to deal here with the chimney sweepers as they are, and not as they may be in a more scientific age. And first, as to the quantity of soot annually deposited at present in the London chimneys. The quantity of soot produced in the metropolis every year may be ascertained in the following manner. The larger houses are swept in some instances once a month, but generally once in 3 months, and yield on an average 6 bushels of soot per year. A moderate-sized house belonging to the middle class is usually swept 4 times a year, and gives about 5 bushels of soot per annum, while houses occupied by the working and poorer classes are seldom swept more than twice, and sometimes only once, in the 12-month, and yield about 2 bushels of soot annually. The larger houses, the residences of noblemen and the more wealthy gentry, may then be said to produce an average of 6 bushels of soot annually, the houses of the more prosperous tradesmen about 5 bushels, while those of the humbler classes appear to yield only 2 bushels of soot per annum. There are, according to the last returns, in round numbers 300,000 inhabited houses at present in the metropolis, and these, from the reports of the income and property tax, may be said to consist, as regards the average rentals, of the proportions given in the next page. Table showing the number of houses at different average rentals throughout the metropolis. Number of houses whose average rental is above £50. Hanover Square, Mayfair. Average rental £150, 8,795 houses. St James's, £128, 3,460 houses. St Martin's, £119, 2,323 houses. London City, £117, 7,329 houses. Marylebone, £71, 15,955 houses. Strand, £66, 3,938 houses. West London, £65, 2,745 houses. St Giles's, £60, 4,778 houses. Holborn, £52, 4,517 houses. Total number of houses whose average rental is above £50, 53,840. Number of houses whose average rental is above £30 and below £50. Poplar, average rental £44, 6,882 houses. Pancras, £41, 18,731 houses. Hampstead, £40, 1,719 houses. Kensington, £40, 17,292 houses. Clerkenwell, £38, 7,259 houses. East London, £38, 4,785 houses. St Saviour's, £36, 4,613 houses. Westminster, £36, 6,647 houses. St Olave's, £35, 2,365 houses. Islington, £35, 13,558 houses. St George's in the East, £32, 6,151 houses. Total number of houses whose average rental is above £30 and below £50, 9,002. Number of houses whose average rental is below £30. Chelsea, average rental £29, 7,629 houses. Wandsworth, £29, 8,290 houses. St Luke's, £28, 6,421 houses. Lambeth, £28, 20,520 houses. Lewisham, £27, 5,936 houses. Whitechapel, £26, 8,832 houses. Hackney, £25, 9,861 houses. Camberwell, £25, 9,417 houses. Rotherhithe, £23, 2,834 houses. St George's, Southwark, £22, 7,005 houses. Newington, £22, 10,468 houses. Greenwich, £22, 14,423 houses. Shoreditch, £20, 15,433 houses. Stepney, £20, 16,346 houses. Bermondsey, £18, 7,095 houses. Bethnal Green, £9, 13,370 houses. Total number of houses whose average rental is below £30, 163,880. Here we see that the number of houses whose average rental is above £50 is 53,840, while those whose average rental is above £30 and below £50 are 90,002 in number, and those whose rental is below £30 are as many as 163,880. The average rental for all London, £40. Now, adopting the estimate before given as to the proportionate yield of soot from each of these three classes of houses, we have the following items. 53,840 houses at a yearly rental above £50, producing 6 bushels of soot each per annum, gives 323,040 bushels of soot per annum. 90,002 houses at a yearly rental above £30 and below £50, producing 5 bushels of soot each per annum, gives 450,010 bushels of soot per annum. 163,880 houses at a yearly rental below £30, producing 2 bushels of soot each per annum, gives 327,760 bushels of soot per annum. Total number of bushels of soot annually produced throughout London, 1,100,810. This calculation will be found to be nearly correct if tried by another mode. The quantity of soot depends greatly upon the amount of volatile or bituminous matter in the coals used. By a table given at page 169 of the second volume of this work, it will be seen that the proportion of volatile matter contained in the several kinds of coal are as follows. Cannel or gas coals contain 40 to 60% of volatile matter. Newcastle or house coals about 37%. Lancashire and Yorkshire coals 35 to 40%. South Welsh or steam coals 11 to 15%. Anthracite or stone coals none. The house coals are those chiefly used throughout London, so that every ton of such coals contains about 800 pounds of volatile matter, a considerable proportion of which appears in the form of smoke. But what proportion and what is the weight of the carbonaceous particles or soot evolved in a given quantity of smoke, I know of no means of judging. I am informed, however, by those practically acquainted with the subject, that a ton of ordinary house coals will produce between a fourth and a half of a bushel of soot. Note: the quantity of soot deposited depends greatly on the length, draught, and irregular surface of the chimney. The kitchen flue yields by far the most soot for an equal quantity of coals burnt, because it is of greater length. The quantity above cited is the average yield from the several chimneys of a house. It will be seen hereafter that the quantity collected is only 800,000 bushels, a great proportion of the chimneys of the poor being seldom swept, and some cleansed by themselves. End note. Now there are, say, 3,500,000 tons of coal consumed annually in London, but a large proportion of this quantity is used for the purposes of gas, for factories, breweries, chemical works, and steamboats. The consumption of coal for the making of gas in London in 1849 was 380,000 tons, so that, including the quantity used in factories, breweries, and so on, we may perhaps estimate the domestic consumption of the metropolis at 2,500,000 tons yearly, which for 300,000 houses would give 8 tons per house. And when we remember the amount used in large houses and in hotels, as well as by the smaller houses, where each room often contains a different family, this does not appear to be too high an average. Mr. McCulloch estimates the domestic consumption at 1 ton per head, men, women, and children, and since the number of persons to each house in London is 7.5, this would give nearly the same result. Estimating the yield of soot to be 3/8 of a bushel per ton, we have in round numbers 1,000,000 bushels of soot as the gross quantity deposited in the metropolitan chimneys every year. Or to check the estimate another way, there are 350 master sweepers throughout London. A master sweeper in a large way of business collects, I am informed, one day with another, from 30 to 40 bushels of soot. On the other hand, a small master or single-handed chimney sweeper is able to gather only about 5 bushels, and scarcely that. One master sweeper said that about 10 bushels a day would, he thought, be a fair average quantity for all the masters, reckoning one day with another. So that at this rate we should have 1,095,500 bushels for the gross quantity of soot annually collected throughout the metropolis. We may therefore assume the aggregate yield of soot throughout London to be 1,000,000 bushels per annum. Now, what is done with this immense mass of refuse matter? Of what use is it? The soot is purchased from the masters, whose perquisite it is, by the farmers and dealers. It is used by them principally for meadow land, and frequently for land where wheat is grown. Not so much, I understand, as a manure, as for some quality in it which destroys slugs and other insects injurious to the crops. Note: soot of coal is said by Dr. Ure in his admirable Dictionary of Arts and Manufactures to contain sulphate and carbonate of ammonia, along with bituminous matter. End note. Lincolnshire is one of the great marts for the London soot, whither it is transported by railway. In Hertfordshire, Cambridge, Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex and Kent, however, and many other parts, London soot is used in large quantities. There are persons who have large stores for its reception, who purchase it from the master sweepers, and afterwards sell it to the farmers, and send it as per order to its destination. These are generally the manure merchants, of whom the Post Office Directory gives 26 names, 8 being marked as dealers in guano. I was told by a sweeper in a large way of business that he thought these men bought from a half to 3/4 of the soot, the remainder being bought by the land cultivators in the neighbourhood of London. Soot is often used by gardeners to keep down the insects which infest their gardens. The value of the soot collected throughout London is the next subject to engage our attention. Many sweepers have represented it as a very curious fact, and one for which they could advance no sufficient reason, that the price of a bushel of soot was regulated by the price of the quartern loaf, so that you had only to know that the quartern loaf was 5d. To know that such was the price of a bushel of soot. This, however, is hardly the case at present. The price of the quartern loaf, not regarding the seconds or inferior bread, is now, at the end of December 1851, 5d. to 6d. according to quality. The price of soot per bushel is but 5d., and sometimes but 4d. halfpenny, but 5d. may be taken as an average. Now, 1,000,000 bushels of soot at 5d. will be found to yield £20,833 6s. 8d. per annum. But the whole of this quantity is not collected by the chimney sweepers, for many of the poorer persons seldom have their chimneys swept, and by the table given in another place, it will be seen that not more than 800,000 bushels are obtained in the course of the year by the London sweeps. Hence we may say that there are 800,000 bushels of soot annually collected from the London chimneys, and that this is worth not less than £16,500 per annum. The next question is, how many people are employed in collecting this quantity of refuse matter, and how do they collect it, and what do they get, individually and collectively, for so doing? To begin with, the number of master and journeyman sweepers employed in removing these 800,000 bushels of soot from our chimneys. According to the census returns, the number of sweeps in the metropolis in the years 1841 and 1831 were as follows: chimney sweepers, males, 20 years and upwards, 1841, 619, 1831, 421, increase in 10 years, 198. Males under 20 years, 1841, 370, 1831, no returns. Females 20 years and upwards, 1841, 44, 1831, no returns. Total in 1841, 1,033. But these returns, such as they are, include both employers and employed in one confused mass. To disentangle the economical knot, we must endeavour to separate the number of master sweepers from the journeymen. According to the Post Office Directory, the master sweepers amount to no more than 32, and thus there would be one more than 1,000 for the number of the metropolitan journeyman sweepers. These statements, however, appear to be very wide of the truth. In 1816 it was represented to the House of Commons that there were within the bills of mortality 200 masters, all, except the great gentlemen, as one witness described them, who were about 20 in number, themselves working at the business, and that they had 150 journeymen and upwards of 500 apprentices, so that there must then have been 850 working sweepers altogether, young and old. These numbers, it must be borne in mind, were comprised in the limits of the bills of mortality 34 years ago. The parishes in the old bills of mortality were 148. There are now in the metropolis proper 176, and as a whole the area is much more densely covered with dwelling houses. Taking but the last 10 years, 1841 to 1851, the inhabited houses have increased from 262,737 to 307,722, or in round numbers 45,000. Now, in 1811, the number of inhabited houses in the metropolis was 146,019, and in 1821 it was 164,948. Hence, in 1816, we may assume the inhabited houses to have been about 155,000, and since this number required 850 working sweepers to cleanse the London chimneys, it is but a rule of 3 sum to find how many would have been required for the same purpose in 1841, when the inhabited houses had increased to 262,737. This, according to Cocker, is about 1,400, so that we must come to the conclusion either that the number of working sweepers had not kept pace with the increase of houses, or that the returns of the census were as defective in this respect as we have found them to be concerning the street sellers, dustmen, and scavengers. Were we to pursue the same mode of calculation, we should find that if 850 sweepers were required to cleanse the chimneys of 155,000 houses, there should be 1,687 such labourers in London, now that the houses are 307,722 in number. But it will be seen that in 1816 more than one half, or 500 out of 850, of the working chimney sweepers were apprentices, and in 1841 the chimney sweepers under 20 years of age, if we are to believe the census, constituted more than 1/3 of the whole body, or 370 out of 1,033. Now, as the use of climbing boys was prohibited in 1842, of course this large proportion of the trade has been rendered useless, so that, estimating the master and journeyman sweepers at 250 in 1816, it would appear that about 500 would be required to sweep the chimneys of the metropolis at present. To these, of course, must be added the extra number of journeymen necessary for managing the machines. And considering the journeymen to have increased threefold since the abolition of the climbing boys, we must add 300 to the above number, which will make the sum total of the individuals employed in this trade to amount to very nearly 800. By inquiries throughout the several districts of the metropolis, I find that there are altogether 350 master sweepers at present in London. 106 of these are large masters, who seldom go out on a round, but work to order, having a regular custom among the more wealthy classes, while the younger 244 consist of 92 small masters and 152 single-handed masters, who travel on various rounds both in London and the suburbs, seeking custom. Of the whole number, 19 reside within the city boundaries, from 90 to 100 live on the Surrey side, and 235 on the Middlesex side of the Thames, without the city boundaries. A large master employs from 2 to 10 men and 2 boys.
and a small one only 2 men, or sometimes 1 man and a boy, while a single-handed master employs no men nor boys at all, but does all the work himself. The 198 masters employ among them 12 foremen, 399 journeymen, and 62 boys, or 473 hands, and adding to them the single-handed mastermen who work at the business themselves, we have 823 working men in all, so that on the whole there are not less than between 800 and 900 persons employed in cleansing the London chimneys of their soot. The next point that presents itself in due order to the mind is as to the mode of working among the chimney sweepers. That is to say, how are the 800,000 bushels of soot collected from the 300,000 houses by these 820 working sweepers? But this involves a short history of the trade.
End of section 64. Section 65 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie.
Of the sweepers of old and the climbing boys. Formerly the chimneys used to be cleansed by the house servants, for a person could easily stand erect in the huge old-fashioned constructions and thrust up a broom as far as his strength would permit. Sometimes, however, straw was kindled at the mouth of the chimney, and in that way the soot was consumed or brought down to the ground by the action of the fire. But that there were also regular chimney sweepers in the latter part of the 16th century is unquestionable, for in the days of the first James and Charles, poor Piedmontese, and more especially Savoyards, resorted to England for the express purpose. How long they laboured in this vocation is unknown. The Savoyards, indeed, were then the general showmen and sweeps of Europe, and so they are still in some of the cities of Italy and France. As regards the first introduction of English children into chimneys, the establishment of the use of climbing boys, nothing appears, according to the representations made to Parliament on several occasions, to be known, and little attention seems to have been paid to the condition of these infants, some were but little better, until about 1780, when the benevolent Jonas Hanway, who is said, but not uncontradictedly, to have been the first person who regularly used an umbrella in the streets of London, called public attention to the matter. In 1788 Mr. Hanway and others brought a bill into Parliament for the better protection of the climbing boys, requiring, among other provisions, all master sweepers to be licensed, and the names and ages of all their apprentices registered. The House of Lords, however, rejected this bill, and the 28th George III, c. 48, was passed in preference. The chief alterations sought to be effected by the new Act were that no sweeper should have more than 6 apprentices, and that no boy should be apprenticed at a tenderer age than 8 years. Previously there were no restrictions in either of those respects. These provisions were, however, very generally violated by one of those flaws or omissions, so very common and so little creditable to our legislation. It was found that there was no prohibition to a sweeper's employing his own children at what age he pleased, and some or several, for I find both words used, employed their sons, and occasionally their daughters, in chimney climbing at the ages of 6, 5, and even between 4 and 5 years. The children of others, too, were continually being apprenticed at illegal ages, for no inquiry was made into the lad's age beyond the statement of his parents, or in the case of parish apprentices, beyond the, in those days, not more trustworthy word of the overseers. Thus boys of 6 were apprenticed, for apprenticeship was almost universal, as boys of 8 by their parents, while parish officers and magistrates consigned the workhouse orphans, as a thing of course, to the starvation and tyranny which they must have known were very often in store for them when apprenticed to sweepers.
The following evidence was adduced before Parliament on the subject of infant labour in this trade. Mr. John Cook, a master sweeper then of Great Windmill Street and Kentish Town, the first who persevered in the use of the machine years before its use was compulsory, stated that it was common for parents in the business to employ their own children, under the age of 7, in climbing, and that as far as he knew, he himself was only between 6 and 7 when he came to it, and that almost all master sweepers had got it in their bills that they kept small boys for register stoves and such like as that. Mr. T. Allen, another master sweeper, was between 4 and 5 when articled to an uncle. Mr. B. M. Foster, a private gentleman, a member of the Committee to Promote the Superseding of Climbing Boys, said, "Some are put to the employment very young, one instance of which occurred to a child in the neighbourhood of Shoreditch, who was put to the trade at 4 1/4 years or thereabouts. The father of a child in Whitechapel told me last week that his son began climbing when he was 4 years and 8 months old. I have heard of some still younger, but only from vague report." This sufficiently proves at what infantine years children were exposed to toils of exceeding painfulness. The smaller and the more slenderly formed the child, the more valuable was he for the sweeping of flues, the interior of some of them, to be ascended and swept, being but 7 inches square. I have mentioned the employment of female children in the very unsuitable labour of climbing chimneys. The following is all the information given on the subject. Mr. Tooke was asked, "Have you ever heard of female children being so employed?" and replied, "I have heard of cases at Hadley, Barnet, Windsor, and Uxbridge, and I know a case at Witham near Colchester of that sort." Mr. B. M. Forster said, "Another circumstance which has not been mentioned to the committee is that there are several little girls employed. There are 2 of the name of Morgan at Windsor, daughters of the chimney sweeper who is employed to sweep the chimneys of the castle. Another instance at Uxbridge, and at Brighton and at Whitechapel, which was some years ago, and at Headley near Barnet, and Witham in Essex, and elsewhere." He then stated, on being asked, "Do you not think that girls were employed from their physical form being smaller and thinner than boys, and therefore could get up narrower flues?" "The reason that I have understood was because their parents had not a sufficient number of boys to bring up to the business." Mr. Foster did not know the ages of these girls. The inquiry by a committee of the House of Commons, which led more than any other to the prohibition of this infant and yet painful labour in chimney sweeping, was held in 1817, and they recommended the preventing the further use of climbing boys in sweeping of chimneys, a recommendation not carried into effect until 1832. The matter was, during the interval, frequently agitated in Parliament, but there were no later investigations by committees. I will adduce specifically the grievances, according to the report of 1817, of the climbing boys, but will first present the following extract from the evidence of Mr. W. Tooke, a gentleman who, in accordance with the Hon. Henry Grey Bennet, MP, and others, exerted himself on the behoof of the climbing boys. When he gave his evidence, Mr. Tooke was the secretary to a society whose object was to supersede the necessity of employing climbing boys. He said, quote, "In the year 1800, the Society for Bettering the Condition of the Poor took up the subject, but little or nothing appears to have been done upon that occasion, except that the most respectable master chimney sweepers entered into an association and subscription for promoting the cleanliness and health of the boys in their respective services. The institution of which I am treasurer, and which is now existing, was formed in February 1803. In consequence of an anonymous advertisement, a large meeting was held at the London Coffee House, and the society was established. Immediate steps were then taken to ascertain the state of the trade. Inspectors were appointed to give an account of all the master chimney sweepers within the bills of mortality, their general character, their conduct towards their apprentices, and the number of those apprentices.
It was ascertained that the total number of master chimney sweepers within the bills of mortality might be estimated at 200, who had among them 500 apprentices, that not above 20 of those masters were reputable tradesmen in easy circumstances, who appeared generally to conform to the provisions of the Act, and which 20 had, upon an average, from 4 to 5 apprentices each. We found about 90 of an inferior class of master chimney sweepers, who averaged 3 apprentices each, and who were extremely negligent both of the health, morals, and education of those apprentices. And about 90, the remainder of the 200 masters, were a class of chimney sweepers recently journeymen, who took up the trade because they had no other resource. They picked up boys as they could, who lodged with themselves in huts, sheds, and cellars, in the outskirts of the town, occasionally wandering into the villages round, where they slept on soot bags and lived in the grossest filth." End quote. The grievances I have spoken of were thus summed up by the Parliamentary Committee. After referring to the ill usage and hardships sustained by the climbing boys, the figures being now introduced for the sake of distinctness, it is stated, quote, "It is in evidence that 1. They are stolen from (and sold by) their parents, and inveigled out of workhouses. 2. That in order to conquer the natural repugnance of the infants to ascend the narrow and dangerous chimneys to clean which their labour is required, blows are used. That pins are forced into their feet by the boy that follows them up the chimney, in order to compel them to ascend it, and that lighted straw has been applied for that purpose. 3. That the children are subject to sores and bruises, and wounds and burns on their thighs, knees, and elbows, and that it will require many months before the extremities of the elbows and knees become sufficiently hard to resist the excoriations to which they are at first subject." End quote. 1. With regard to the stealing or kidnapping of children, for there was often a difficulty in procuring climbing boys, I find mention in the evidence as of a matter, but not a very frequent matter, of notoriety. One stolen child was sold to a master sweeper for £8 8s. Mr. G. Reveley said, "I wish to state to the committee that case in particular, because it comes home to the better sort of persons in higher life. It seems that the child, upon being asked various questions, had been taken away. The child was questioned how he came into that situation. He said all that he could recollect was, as I heard it told at that time, that he and his sister, with another brother, were together somewhere, but he could not tell where. But not being able to run so well as the other two, he was caught by a woman, and carried away, and was sold, and came afterwards into the hands of a chimney sweeper. He was not afterwards restored to his family, and the mystery was never unravelled. But he was advertised, and a lady took charge of him. This child in 1804 was forced up a chimney at Bridlington in Yorkshire by a big boy, the younger boy being apparently but 4 years old. He fell and bruised his legs terribly against the grate. The Mrs. Auckland of Boynton, who had heard of the child and went to see him, became interested by his manners, and they took him home with them, the chimney sweeper, who perhaps got alarmed, being glad to part with him. Soon after he got to Boynton, the seat of Sir George Strickland, a plate with something to eat was brought him. On seeing a silver fork, he was quite delighted, and said, "Papa had such forks as those." He also said the carpet in the drawing-room was like papa's. The housekeeper showed him a silver watch. He asked what sort it was. Papa's was a gold watch. He then pressed the handle and said, "Papa's watch rings. Why does not yours?" Sir George Strickland, on being told this circumstance, showed him a gold repeater. The little boy pressed the spring, and when it struck, he jumped about the room, saying, "Papa's watch rings so." At night, when he was going to bed, he said he could not go to bed until he had said his prayers. He then repeated the Lord's Prayer almost perfectly. The account he gave of himself was that he was gathering flowers in his mamma's garden, and that the woman who sold him to the sweeper came in and asked him if he liked riding. He said yes,
and she told him he should ride with her. She put him on a horse, after which they got into a vessel, and the sails were put up, and away we went. He had no recollection of his name or where he lived, and was too young to think his father could have any other name than that of Papa. He started whenever he heard a servant in the family at Boynton called George, and looked as if he expected to see somebody he knew. On inquiry, he said he had an Uncle George whom he loved dearly. He says his mamma is dead, and it is thought his father may be abroad. From many things he says, he seems to have lived chiefly with an uncle and aunt, whom he invariably says were called Mr. and Mrs. Flamborough. From various circumstances it is thought impossible he should be the child of the woman who sold him, his manners being very civilized, quite those of a child well educated. His dialect is good, and that of the south of England. This little boy, when first discovered, was conjectured to be about 4 years old, and is described as having beautiful black eyes and eyelashes, a high nose, and a delicate soft skin. Mr. J. Harding, a master sweeper, had a fellow apprentice who had been enticed away from his parents. "It is a case of common occurrence," he said, "for children stolen to be employed in this way. Yes, and children in particular are enticed out of workhouses. There are a great many who come out of workhouses." The following cases were also submitted to the committee. A poor woman had been obliged by sickness to go into a hospital, and while she was there her child was stolen from her house, taken into Staffordshire, and there apprenticed to a chimney sweeper. By some happy circumstance she learned his fate. She followed him and succeeded in rescuing him from his forlorn situation. Another child, who was an orphan, was tricked into following the same wretched employment by a chimney sweeper who gave him a shilling, and made him believe that by receiving it he became his apprentice. The poor boy, either discovering or suspecting that he had been deceived, anxiously endeavoured to speak to a magistrate who happened to come to the house in which he was sweeping chimneys, but his master watched him so closely that he could not succeed. He at last contrived to tell his story to a blind soldier, who determined to right the poor boy, and by great exertions succeeded in procuring him his liberty. It was in country places, however, that the stealing and kidnapping of children was the most frequent, and the threat of "the sweeps will get you" was often held out to deter children from wandering. These stolen infants, it is stated, were usually conveyed to some distance by the vagrants who had secured them, and sold to some master sweeper, being apprenticed as the child of the vendors, for it was difficult for sweepers in thinly peopled places to get a supply of climbing boys. It was shown about the time of the parliamentary inquiry, in the course of a trial at the Lancaster Assizes, that a boy had been apprenticed to a sweeper by 2 travelling tinkers, man and woman, who informed him that the child was stolen from another traveller 80 miles away, who was too fond of it to make it a sweep. The price of the child was not mentioned. Respecting the sale of children to be apprenticed to sweepers, Mr. Tooke was able to state that, although in 1816 the practice had very much diminished of late, parents in many instances still sold their children for 3, 4, or 5 guineas. This sum was generally paid under the guise of an apprentice fee, but it was known to be, and was called, a sale, for the parents, real or nominal, never interfered with the master subsequently, but left the infant to its fate. 2. I find the following account of the means resorted to in order to induce, or more frequently compel, these wretched infants to work. The boy in the first instance went for a month, or any term agreed upon, on trial, or to see how he would suit for the business. During this period of probation he was usually well treated and well fed, whatever the character of the master, with little to do beyond running errands and observing the mode of work of the experienced climbers. When, however, he was bound as an apprentice, he was put with another lad who had been for some time at the business. The new boy was sent first up the chimney, and immediately followed by the other, who instructed him how to ascend. This was accomplished by the pressure of the knees and the elbows against the sides of the flue. By pressing the knees tightly the child managed to raise his arms somewhat higher, and then by pressing his elbows in like manner, he contrived to draw up his legs, and so on. The inside of the flue presented a smooth surface, and there were no inequalities where the fingers or toes could be inserted. Should the young beginner fall, he was sure to light upon the shoulders of the boy beneath him, who always kept himself firmly fixed, in expectation of such a mishap, and then the novice had to commence anew. In this manner the twain reached the top by degrees, sweeping down the soot, and descended by the same method. This practice was very severe, especially on new boys, whose knees and elbows were torn by the pressure and the slipping down continually, the skin being stripped off, and frequently breaking out in frightful sores from the constant abrasions, and from the soot and dirt getting into them. In his evidence before Parliament in 1817, for there had been previous inquiries, Mr. Cook gave an account of the training of these boys, and on being asked, "Do the elbows and knees of the boys, when they first begin the business, become very sore, and afterwards get callous? And are those boys employed in sweeping chimneys during the soreness of those parts?" Answered, "It depends upon the sort of masters they have got. Some are obliged to put them to work sooner than others. You must keep them a little at it, or they will never learn their business, even during the sores." He stated further that the skin broke generally, and that the boys could not ascend chimneys during the sores without very great pain. "The way that I learn boys is," he continued, "to put some cloths over their elbows and over their knees till they get the nature of the chimney, till they get a little used to it. We call it padding then, and then we take them off, and they get very little grazed indeed, after they have got the art. But very few will take that trouble. Some boys' flesh is far worse than others, and it takes more time to harden them." He was then asked, "Do those persons still continue to employ them to climb chimneys?" And the answer was, "Some do. It depends on the character of the master. None of them of that class keep them till they get well, none. They are obliged to climb with those sores upon them. I never had one of my own apprentices do that." This system of padding, however, was but little practised, but in what proportion it was practised, unless by the respectable masters, who were then but few in number, the parliamentary papers, the only information on the subject now attainable, do not state. The inference is that the majority, out of but 20 of these masters, with some 80 or 100 apprentices, did treat them well, and what was so accounted. The customary way of training these boys then was such as I have described. Some even of the better masters, whose boys were in the comparison well lodged and fed, and sent to the Sunday school, which seems to have comprised all needful education, considered padding and such like to be new-fangled nonsense. I may add also that although the boy carried up a brush with him, it was used but occasionally, only when there were turns or defects in the chimney, the soot being brought down by the action of the shoulders and limbs. The climber wore a cap to protect his eyes and mouth from the soot, and a sort of flannel tunic, his feet, legs, and arms being bare. Some of these lads were surprisingly quick. One man told me that, when in his prime as a climbing boy, he could reach the top of a chimney about as quickly as a person could go upstairs to the attics. The following is from the evidence of Mr. Cook, frequently cited as an excellent master. "What mode do you adopt to get the boy to go up the chimney in the first instance?" "We persuade him as well as we can. We generally practise him in one of our own chimneys first. One of the boys who knows the trade goes up behind him, and when he has practised it perhaps 10 times, though some will require 20 times, they generally can manage it. The boy goes up with him to keep him from falling. After that the boy will manage to go up with himself, after going up and down several times with one under him. We do this because if he happens to make a slip, he will be caught by the other." "Do you find many boys show repugnance to go up at first?" "Yes, most of them." "And if they resist and reject, in what way do you force them up?" by telling them we must take them back again to their father and mother and give them up again, and their parents are generally people who cannot maintain them. So that they are afraid of going back to their parents for fear of being starved? Yes, they go through a deal of hardship before they come to our trade. Did you use any more violent means? Sometimes a rod. Did you ever hear of straw being lighted under them? Never. You never heard of any means being made use of except being beat and being sent home? No, no other. You are aware, of course, that those means, being gentle or harsh, must depend very much upon the character of the individual master. It does. Of course you must know that there are persons of harsh and cruel disposition. Have you not often heard of masters treating their apprentices with great cruelty, particularly the little boys, in forcing them to go up those small flues, which the boys were unwilling to ascend? Yes, I have forced up many a one myself. By what means? By threatenings, and by giving them a kick or a slap. It was also stated that the journeymen used the boys with greater cruelty than did the masters. Indeed, a delegated tyranny is often the worst. That for very little faults they kicked and slapped the children, and sometimes flogged them with a cat made of rope, hard at each end, and as thick as your thumb. Mr. John Fisher, a master chimney sweeper, said, "Many masters are very severe with their children. To make them go up the chimneys, I have seen them make them strip themselves naked. I have been obliged myself to go up a chimney naked." As respects the cruelties of driving boys up chimneys by kindling straw beneath their feet, or thrusting pins into the soles of their feet, I find the following statements given on the authority of B. M. Foster, Esquire, a private gentleman residing in Walthamstow. "A lad was ordered to sweep a chimney at Wandsworth. He came down after endeavouring to ascend, and this occurred several times before he gave up the point. At last the journeyman took some straw or hay and lighted it under him to drive him up. When he endeavoured to get up the last time, he found there was a bar across the chimney which he could not pass. He was obliged in consequence to come down, and the journeyman beat him so cruelly, to use his own expression, that he could not stand for a fortnight. In the whole city of Norwich I could find only 9 climbing boys, 2 of whom I questioned on many particulars. One was with respect to the manner in which they are taught to climb. They both agreed in that particular, that a larger boy was sent up behind them to prick their feet, if they did not climb properly. I purposely avoided mentioning about pricking them with pins, but asked them how they did it. They said that they thrust the pins into the soles of their feet. A third instance occurred at Walthamstow. A man told me that some he knew had been taught in the same way. I believe it to be common, but I cannot state any more instances from authority. 3. On the subject of the sores, bruises, wounds, burns, and diseases, to which chimney sweepers in their apprenticeships were not only exposed, but, as it were, condemned. Mr. R. Wright, a surgeon, on being examined before the committee, said, "I shall begin with deformity. I am well persuaded that the deformity of the spine, legs, arms, and so on, of chimney sweepers, generally, if not wholly, proceeds from the circumstance of their being obliged not only to go up chimneys at an age when their bones are in a soft and growing state, but likewise from their being compelled by their too merciless masters and mistresses to carry bags of soot, and those very frequently for a great length of distance and time, by far too heavy for their tender years and limbs. The knees and ankle joints mostly become deformed, in the first instance, from the position they are obliged to put them in order to support themselves, not only while climbing up the chimney, but more particularly so in that of coming down, when they rest solely on the lower extremities. Sore eyes and eyelids are the next to be considered. Chimney sweepers are very subject to inflammation of the eyelids, and not unfrequently weakness of sight, in consequence of such inflammation. This I attribute to the circumstance of the soot lodging on the eyelids, which first produces irritability of the part, and the constantly rubbing them with their dirty hands, instead of alleviating, increases the disease. For I have observed in a number of cases, when the patient has ceased for a time to follow the business, and of course the original cause has been removed, that with washing and keeping clean they were soon got well. Sores, for the same reasons, are generally a long time in healing. Cancer is another and a most formidable disease, which chimney sweepers in particular are liable to, especially that of the scrotum, from which circumstance, by way of distinction, it is called the chimney sweeper's cancer. Of this sort of cancer I have seen several instances, some of which have been operated on, but in general they are apt to let them go too far before they apply for relief. Cancers of the lips are not so general as cancers of the scrotum. I never saw but 2 instances of the former, and several of the latter. The chimney sweeper's cancer was always lectured upon as a separate disease at Guy's and Bartholomew's hospitals, and on the question being put to Mr. Wright, do the physicians who are entrusted with the care and management of those hospitals think that disease of such common occurrence that it is necessary to make it a part of surgical education? He replied, "Most assuredly. I remember Mr. Klein and Mr. Cooper were particular on that subject, and having 1 or 2 cases of the kind in the hospital, it struck my mind very forcibly. With the permission of the committee, I will relate a case that occurred lately, which I had from one of the pupils at St. Thomas's Hospital. He informed me that they recently had a case of a chimney sweeper's cancer, which was to have been operated on that week, but the man brushed, to use their expression, or rather walked off. He would not submit to the operation. Similar instances of which I have known myself. They dread so much the knife, in consequence of foolish persons telling them it is so formidable an operation, and that they will die under it. I conceive without the operation it is death. For cancers are of that nature, that unless you extricate them entirely, they will never be cured." Of the chimney sweeper's cancer, the following statement is given in the report. "Mr. Klein informed your committee by letter that this disease is rarely seen in any other persons than chimney sweepers, and in them cannot be considered as frequent, for during his practice in St. Thomas's Hospital for more than 40 years, the number of those could not exceed 20. But your committee have been informed that the dread of the operation which it is necessary to perform deters many from submitting to it, and from the evidence of persons engaged in the trade, it appears to be much more common than Mr. Klein seems to be aware of. Cough and asthma. Chimney sweepers are, from their being out at all hours and in all weathers, very liable to cough and inflammation of the chest. Burns. They are very subject to burns, from their being forced up chimneys while on fire, or soon after they have been on fire, and while overheated. And however they may cry out, their inhuman masters pay not the least attention, but compel them, too often with horrid imprecations, to proceed. Stunted growth, in this unfortunate race of the community, is attributed in a great measure to their being brought into the business at a very early age. To accidents they were frequently liable in the pursuit of their callings, and sometimes these accidents were the being jammed or fixed, or as it was called in the trade, stuck, in narrow and heated flues, sometimes for hours, and until death. Among these hapless lads were indeed many deaths from accidents, cruelty, privation, and exhaustion, but it does not appear that the number was ever ascertained. There were also many narrow escapes from dreadful deaths. I give instances of each. Quote, "On Monday morning, the 29th of March, 1813, a chimney sweeper of the name of Griggs attended to sweep a small chimney in the brewhouse of Messrs. Calvert and Co. in Upper Thames Street. He was accompanied by one of his boys, a lad of about 8 years of age, of the name of Thomas Pitt. The fire had been lighted as early as 2 o'clock the same morning, and was burning on the arrival of Griggs and his little boy at 8. The fireplace was small, and an iron pipe projected from the grate some little distance into the flue. This the master was acquainted with, having swept the chimneys in the brewhouse for some years, and therefore had a tile or two taken from the roof, in order that the boy might descend the chimney. He had no sooner extinguished the fire than he suffered the lad to go down, and the consequence, as might be expected, was his almost immediate death, in a state no doubt of inexpressible agony. The flue was of the narrowest description, and must have retained heat sufficient to have prevented the child's return to the top, even supposing he had not approached the pipe belonging to the grate, which must have been nearly red hot. This, however, was not clearly ascertained on the inquest, though the appearance of the body would induce an opinion that he had been unavoidably pressed against the pipe. Soon after his descent, the master, who remained on the top, was apprehensive that something had happened, and therefore desired him to come up. The answer of the boy was, "I cannot come up, master. I must die here." An alarm was given in the brewhouse immediately that he had stuck in the chimney, and a bricklayer who was at work near the spot attended, and after knocking down part of the brickwork of the chimney just above the fireplace, made a hole sufficiently large to draw him through. A surgeon attended, but all attempts to restore life were ineffectual. On inspecting the body, various burns appeared. The fleshy part of the legs, and a great part of the feet more particularly, were injured. Those parts, too, by which climbing boys most effectually ascend or descend chimneys, namely the elbows and knees, seemed burnt to the bone, from which it must be evident that the unhappy sufferer made some attempts to return as soon as the horrors of his situation became apparent. In the improvement made some years since by the Bank of England in Lothbury, a chimney belonging to Mr. Mildrum, a baker, was taken down, but before he began to bake, in order to see that the rest of the flue was clear, a boy was sent up, and after remaining some time, and not answering to the call of his master, another boy was ordered to descend from the top of the flue and to meet him half-way, but this being found impracticable, they opened the brickwork in the lower part of the flue, and found the first-mentioned boy dead. In the meantime, the boy in the upper part of the flue called out for relief, saying he was completely jammed in the rubbish, and was unable to extricate himself. Upon this a bricklayer was employed with the utmost expedition, but he succeeded only in obtaining a lifeless body. The bodies were sent to St. Margaret's Church, Lothbury, and a coroner's inquest, which sat upon them, returned the verdict accidental death. In the beginning of the year 1808, a chimney-sweeper's boy, being employed to sweep a chimney in Marsh Street, Walthamstow, in the house of Mr. Geoffrey, carpenter, unfortunately, in his attempt to get down, stuck in the flue and was unable to extricate himself. Mr. Geoffrey, being within hearing of the boy, immediately procured assistance. As the chimney was low, and the top of it easily accessible from without, the boy was taken out in about 10 minutes, the chimney pot and several rows of bricks having been previously removed. If he had remained in that dreadful situation many minutes longer, he must have died. His master was sent for, and he arrived soon after the boy had been released. He abused him for the accident, and, after striking him, sent him with a bag of soot to sweep another chimney. The child appeared so very weak when taken out that he could scarcely stand, and yet this wretched being, who had been up ever since 3 o'clock, had before been sent by his master to Wanstead, which, with his walk to Marsh Street, made about 5 miles. In May 1817, a boy employed in sweeping a chimney in Sheffield got wedged fast in one of the flues, and remained in that situation near 2 hours before he could be extricated, which was at length accomplished by pulling down part of the chimney. On one occasion, a child remained above 2 hours in some danger in a chimney, rather than venture down and encounter his master's anger. The man was held to bail, which he could not procure. As in the cases I have described, at Messrs. Calvert's and in Lothbury, the verdict was usually accidental death, or something equivalent. It was otherwise, however, where wilful cruelty was proven. The following case was a subject of frequent comment at the time. On Friday, 31st of May, 1816, William Moles and Sarah his wife were tried at the Old Bailey for the wilful murder of John Hewley, alias Yearsley, a boy about 6 years of age, in the month of April last, by cruelly beating him. Under the direction of the learned judge, they were acquitted of the crime of murder, but the husband was detained to take his trial as for a misdemeanour, of which he was convicted upon the fullest evidence, and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. The facts, as proved in this case, are too shocking in detail to relate. The substance of them is, that he was forced up the chimney on the shoulder of a bigger boy, and afterwards violently pulled down again by the leg, and dashed upon a marble hearth. His leg was thus broken, and death ensued in a few hours, and on his body and knees were found scars arising from wounds of a much older date. This long-continued system of cruelties, of violations of public and private duties, bore and ripened its natural fruits. The climbing boys grew up to be unhealthy, vicious, ignorant, and idle men, for during their apprenticeships their labour was over early in the day, and they often passed away their leisure in gambling in the streets with one another and other children of their stamp, as they frequently had halfpence given to them. They played also at chuck and toss with the journeymen, and of course were stripped of every farthing. Thus they became indolent and fond of excitement. When a lad ceased to be an apprentice, although he might be but 16, he was too big to climb, and even if he got employment as a journeyman, his remuneration was wretched, only 2 shillings a week, with his board and lodging. There were, however, far fewer complaints of being insufficiently fed than might have been expected, but the sleeping places were execrable. "They sleep in different places," it was stated, "sometimes in sheds, and sometimes in places which we call barracks, large rooms, or in the cellar where the soot was kept. Some never sleep upon anything that can be called a bed. Some do." Mr. T. Allen, a master sweep for 22 years, gave the committee the following account of the men's earnings and what may be called the general perquisites of the trade, under the exploded system. If a man be 25 years of age, he has no more than 2 shillings a week. He is not clothed, only fed and lodged in the same manner as the boys. The 2 shillings a week is not sufficient to find him clothes, and other necessaries, certainly not. It is hardly enough to find him with shoe leather, for they walk over a deal of ground in going about the streets. The journeyman is able to live upon those wages, for he gets halfpence given him. Supposing he is 16 or 20 years of age, he gets the boys' pence from them and keeps it, and if he happens to get a job for which he receives a shilling, he gets 6pence of that, and his master the other 6pence. The boys' pence are what the boys get after they have been doing their master's work. They get a penny or so, and the journeyman takes it from them and licks them if they do not give it up. Note, these jobs, after the master's work had been done, were chance jobs, as when a journeyman on his round was called on by a stranger, and unexpectedly, to sweep a chimney. Sometimes by arrangement of the journeyman and the lad, the proceeds never reached the master's pocket. Sometimes, but rarely, such jobs were the journeyman's rightful perquisite. End note. Men, proceeds Mr. Allen, who are 22 and 23 years of age will play with the young boys and win their money. That is, they get half the money from them by force and the rest by fraud. They are driven to this course from the low wages which the masters give them, because they have no other means to get anything for themselves, not even the few necessaries which they may want. For even what they want to wash with they must get themselves. As to what becomes of the money the boys get on May Day, when they are in want of clothes, the master will buy them, as check shirts or handkerchiefs. These masters get a share of the money which the boys collect on May Day. The boys have about a shilling or 1 shilling 6pence. The journeyman has also his share. Then the master takes the remainder, which is to buy the boys' clothes and other necessaries, as they say. I cannot exactly tell what the average amount is that a boy will get on the May Day. The most that my boy ever got was 5 shillings. But I think that the boys get more than that,
I should think they get as much as 9s. or 10s. apiece. The Christmas boxes are generally, I believe, divided among themselves, among the boys, but I cannot say rightly. It is spent in buying silk handkerchiefs or Sunday shoes, I believe, but I am not perfectly sure. Of the condition and lot of the operatives who were too big to go up the chimneys, Mr. J. Fisher, a master sweeper, gave the following account. They get into a roving way and go about from one master to another, and they often come to no good end at last. They sometimes go into the country, and after staying there some time they come back again. I took a boy of that sort very lately, and kept him like my own, and let him go to school. He asked me one Sunday to let him go to school, and I was glad to let him go, and I gave him leave. He accordingly went, and I have seen nothing of him since. Before he went he asked me if I would let him come home to see my child buried. I told him to ask his schoolmaster, but he did not come back again. I cannot tell what has become of him. He was to have served me for 12 months. I did not take him from the parish, he came to me. He said his parents were dead. The effect of the roving habit of the large boys when they become too large to climb is that they get one with another and learn bad habits from one another. They never will stop long in any one place. They frequently go into the country and get various places. Perhaps they stop a month at each. Some try to get masters themselves, and some will get into bad company, which very often happens. Then they turn thieves. They get lazy. They won't work, and people do not like to employ them lest they should take anything out of their houses. The generality of them never settle in any steady business. They generally turn loose characters, and people will not employ them lest they should take anything out of the house. The criminal annals of the kingdom bear out the foregoing account. Some of these boys, indeed, when they attained man's estate, became in a great measure, through their skill in climbing, expert and enterprising burglars, breaking into places where few men would have cared to venture. One of the most daring feats ever attempted and accomplished was the escape from Newgate by a sweeper about 15 years ago. He climbed by the aid of his knees and elbows a height of nearly 80 feet, though the walls in the corner of the prison yard where this was done were nearly of an even surface. The slightest slip could not have failed to have precipitated the sweeper to the bottom. He was then under sentence of death for highway robbery. "His name was Whitehead, and he'd done a more wonderfuller thing nor that," remarked an informant who had been his master. "We was sweeping the bilers in a sugar house, and he went from the biler up the flue of the chimney. It was nearly as high as the monument, that chimney. I should say it was 30 or 40 feet higher nor the sugar house. He got out at the top and slid down the bare brickwork on the outside onto the roof of the house, got through an attic window in the roof, and managed to get off without anyone knowing what became of him. That was the most wonderfullest thing I ever knowed in my life. I don't know how he escaped from being killed, but he was always an audacious feller. It was nearly 3 months afore we found him in the country. I don't know where they sent him to after he was brought back to Newgate, but I hear they made him a turnkey in a prison somewhere, and that he's doing very well now." The feat at the sugar house could be only to escape from his apprenticeship. In the course of the whole parliamentary evidence, the sweepers, reared under the old climbing system, are spoken of as a short-lived race, but no statistics could be given. Some died old men in middle age in the workhouses. Many were mere vagrants at the time of their death. I took the statement of a man who had been what he called a climbing in his childhood, but as he is now a master sweeper, and has indeed gone through all grades of the business, I shall give it in my account of the present condition of the sweepers. Climbing is still occasionally resorted to, especially when repairs are required, but the climbing boys, I was told, are now men. These are slight dwarfish men, whose services are often in considerable request, and cannot at all times be commanded, as there are only about 20 of them in London, so effectually has climbing been suppressed. These little men, I was told, did pretty well, not unfrequently getting 2s. or 2s. 6d. for a single job. As regards the labour question, during the existence of the climbing boys, we find in the report the following results.
The nominal wages to the journeymen were 2 shillings a week with board and lodging. The apprentices received no wages, their masters being only required to feed, lodge, and clothe them. The actual wages were the same as the nominal, with the addition of 1 shilling as perquisites in money. There were other perquisites in liquor or broken meat. In the reports are no accounts of the duration of labour throughout the year, nor can I obtain from master sweepers who were in the business during the old mode any sufficient data upon which to found any calculations. The employment, however, seems to have been generally continuous, running through the year, though in the course of the 12-month one master would have 4 and another 6 different journeymen, but only one at a time. The vagrant propensities of the class is a means of accounting for this. The nominal wages of those journeymen who resided in their own apartments were generally 14 shillings a week, and their actual about 2 shillings 6pence extra in the form of perquisites. Others resided on the premises, having the care of the boys, with board and lodgings and 5 shillings a week in money nominally, and 7 shillings 6pence actually, the perquisites being worth 2 shillings 6pence. Concerning the general or average wages of the whole trade, I can only present the following computation. Mr. Tooke, in his evidence before the House of Commons, stated that the committee, of which he was a member, had ascertained that one boy on an average swept about 4 chimneys daily, at prices varying from 6pence to 1 shilling 6pence, or a medium return of about 10pence per chimney, exclusive of the soot, then worth 8pence or 9pence a bushel. It appears, he said, from a datum I have here, that those chimney sweepers who keep 6 boys, the greatest number allowed by law, gain on an average nearly £270, 5 boys £225, 4 boys £180, 3 boys £135, 2 boys £90, and 1 boy £45 yearly, exclusive of the soot, which is, I should suppose, upon an average from half a bushel to a bushel every time the chimney is swept. Out of the profits you mention, he was then asked, the master has to maintain the boys? Yes, was the answer, and when the expenses of house and cellar rent and the wages of journeymen and the maintenance of apprentices are taken into account, the number of master chimney sweepers is not only more than the trade will support, but exceeds by above 1/3 what the public exigency requires. The committee also ascertained that the 200 master chimney sweepers in the metropolis were supposed to have in their employment 150 journeymen and 500 boys. The matter may be reduced to a tabular form, expressing the amount in money, for it is not asserted that the masters generally gained on the charge for their journeymen's board and lodging, as follows. Expenditure of master chimney sweepers under the climbing boy system. 20 journeymen at individual wages, 14 shillings each weekly, £780 yearly. 30 ditto, say 12 shillings weekly, £936 yearly. 100 ditto, 10 shillings weekly, £2,600 yearly. Board, lodging and clothing of 500 boys, 4 shillings 6pence weekly, £5,850 yearly. Rent, 20 large traders 10 shillings, £520 yearly. Rent 30 others 7 shillings, £546 yearly. Rent 150 others 3 shillings 6pence, £1,365 yearly. 20 horses keep 10 shillings, £520 yearly. General wear and tear, £200 yearly. Total yearly amount, £13,317. It appears that about 180 of the master chimney sweepers were themselves working men, in the same way as their journeymen. The following then may be taken as the yearly receipts of the master sweepers under the climbing boy system. Payment for sweeping 624,000 chimneys, 4 daily, according to evidence before Parliament, by each of 500 boys, 10pence per chimney, or yearly £26,000. Soot, according to same account, say 5pence per chimney, £13,000 yearly. Total £39,000 yearly. Yearly expenditure £13,317. Yearly profit £25,683. This yielded then, according to the information submitted to the House of Commons Select Committee, as the profits of the trade prior to 1817, an individual yearly gain to each master sweeper of £128. But taking Mr. Tooke's average yearly profit for the 6 classes of tradesmen, £270, £225, £180, £135, £90 and £45 respectively, the individual profit averages above £157. The capital, I am informed, would not average above 2 guineas per master sweeper, nothing being wanted beyond a few common sacks made by the sweepers' wives, and a few brushes. Only about 20 had horses, but barrows were occasionally hired at a busy time. In the foregoing estimates I have not included any sums for apprentice fees, as I believe there would be something like a balance in the matter, the masters sometimes paying parents such premiums for the use of their children as they received from the parishes for the tuition and maintenance of others. Of the morals, education, religion, marriage, and so on of sweepers under the 2 systems I shall speak in another place. It may be somewhat curious to conclude with a word of the extent of chimneys swept by a climbing boy. One respectable master sweeper told me that for 11 years he had climbed 5 or 6 days weekly. During this period he thought he had swept 15 chimneys as a week's average, each chimney being at least 40 feet in height. So traversing, in ascending and descending, 686,400 feet, or 130 miles of a world of soot. This, however, is little to what has been done by a climber of 30 years standing, one of the little men of whom I have spoken. My informant entertained no doubt that this man had, for the first 22 years of his career, climbed half as much again as he himself had, or had traversed 2,059,200 feet of the interior of chimneys, or 390 miles. Since the new Act, this man had of course climbed less, but had still been a good deal employed, so that, adding his progresses for the last 9 years to the 22 preceding, he must have swept about 456 miles of chimney interiors. End of section 65.